got Junior Drag Bike right behind as well.
Not only that, Harry Redshaw was the points leader. Was, yeah.
Deary me. Well, he was 0-2 on the tree. Richard was 0.13, but yeah, he broke out there. Nothing you can do about that. Jack Taylor and Freddie Taylor, no relation, I think.
Correct. Right, Darlings then. Oh, only 400s between them. Jack 804, Freddie 8 flat. So both into pre-stage. Who's going to go in first? It's Freddie.
Well, there was nothing in it on the tree stagger. However, there was on the start line. Someone's whomping at the finish line.
Yeah, swap the
numbers around.
But Freddie Taylor takes that one.
On a whole shot, effectively. 0.5 green to a 0.18. That was the deciding factor in that race. So, shall we check it? Very good morning to Emma and Letty, who I'm sure are watching on. Slick Tricks Lane for the Flame Game Dragster 903. Luke Fulton on crew duties. Other side of the racetrack for West End Motorsport, it is Lola Bell Kent. Chev qualified number 10, Lola 23. That's how we pair them up on race day. It's effectively tournament-style eliminations of what you're going to be seeing throughout the whole day. So we whittle them down from 32 to 16 to 8 to 4 to 2. And whoever wins the final wins the event. A visible reaction time difference. As long as Chev doesn't break out, which she doesn't. Loads of room to play with, actually. 930 on a 903. She was 08 on the tree. Unfortunately, Lola gave herself a bit of a mountain to climb with a 0.34.
All right, next pair we have Neve Deevy, Little Miss Dynamite, and Harley Coursell with his junior dragster Bandit 1. 8.14 for Harley, 9.10 for Neve. So it will be Neve will be leaving first.
Nearly a second. Biggest margin we've had so far, actually.
Oh, Neve goes red, unfortunately, so that's Harley through to round 2.
It's 09 red as well, unfortunately.
Oh, look at Harley Coursell, perfect ET. 8.14.01. That's as good as you're going to get. Well done to Harley. Shame the money's already gone. I don't know if you saw that. Your buddy. Hang on.
Yeah, Harley
just went perfect ET.
And won. So Max Taylor and Tom Peters. Max 963 and 925 for Tom.
Yeah, we just had a bit of an issue with Jack's car. Fired the car up with a little screen we've got on the back that tells us the revs died. Oh, it's hard to guess.
But he still ran well. So Max is out in front.
Oh,
and Max
another one
takes the win with a perfect TT. Also reaction time as well. Look at that, 01 on the tree and 963 and a 963. That'll take, well, a hell of a lot of beating.
Oh yeah,
virtually unbeatable, almost. So Liam McDonald from Ireland, your number 5 qualifier in the Kestrel Lane against Daniel Weir. We've got an awful lot of very close dial-ins in round 1, actually. I think the biggest margin we've had so far is a second. I'm sure there'll be others that will be a lot further apart than that.
Now the good thing about this race is because these cars are so similar, you're going to hear what we call driving the big end. So they'll get out to probably about 400, 500 foot out, and then you'll hear them both start whacking the throttle. Because both these drivers are championship potential drivers. And they're definitely going to have a close race. I can almost guarantee it.
Yeah,
already.
Just trying to stay in front without going too quick. Perfectly judged, Liam McDonald. That was probably because he caught him already and just wanted to keep in front. Was that it? Pretty much, yeah.
So that's what we call shadowing. Staying in the guy's shadow and just coming out the finish line just to take the stripe and win.
Well, he had a better light as well, which was probably why he caught the other guy so quickly. Yeah, and once you've done that, you're kind of there as long as you keep your nose in front.
Pretty much made the difference up between the dial-ins on the tree. So they pretty much left at the same time, even though Dan should have left about 0.5 ahead.
It's not very technical, this stuff, but once you break it down, it's very straightforward.
Well, it's as complicated as you want to make it.
Pretty much.
Right, this is Jake Cooper, number 2 qualifier, with the Lucas Oils supported Junior Dragster in, of course, the class supported by Lucas Oils, going alongside Emmy Crundwell. She does 963, Jake 925.
So both these drivers are in the junior modified subsection of Junior Dragster, which means they're aged between 10 and 12.
What age did you start?
8.
You started at 8, did you?
Well, my first drive was my 8th birthday.
So could you not wait to get on with the rest of it, or did you just enjoy it as it was?
Well, I stayed in juniors all the way through.
Oh,
red light.
Big red light for Jake Cooper. So Emmy Crumwell moves on to round 2 as well. Sorry.
Yeah, well, I stayed from 8 till 18 in the class because I enjoyed the racing so much.
Yeah.
There's not many other classes where everyone runs the same number that you do. So you have to drive the top end. You have to.
So when you got into like your junior stock, you just couldn't wait for those 2 years to go by, and then you would go
just get
to
a bit
junior
quicker.
modified.
Yeah.
Then you think, I can't wait for these 2 years to go by. And
So I got my JMA.
JMA.
So Teddy Howe and Ada Cassisi, your next pair. This is more like a usual gap for some junior dragsters anyway. So Teddy's dial-in is 1278. He's going to go way before, nearly 3 seconds before Ada.
Ada's going to chase him down. It's unusual for a junior modified to be able to chase. However, she's going to get to the stripe probably about the same time and take the win. 10.13 on the 10 flat dial-in. She didn't lift because a mile an hour is still roughly what you'd expect.
Well, Freddie got there first, but he broke out by nearly 2 tenths.
Once again, Christmas tree or reaction times played a big difference in that one. That was 0.4 on the tree that time in the slick tricks lane.
Right, number 1 qualifier, Grace Smith with the Boost Monkey, taking on Kai Cooper. Right, so
Grace won herself some donuts from being number 1 qualifier. She got herself a perfect light, so she got triple donuts. That's also courtesy of the Irish drag racing team.
What a great idea, donuts for winning. I mean, Colin will be in junior dragster. No, you won't be now, will you? No.
I have the holes in the middle. I can eat them. Oh, both the Coopers go out on red lights. Oh, so Grace Smith is going into round number 2.
She's going to do her best to hit her dial-in and goes...
Not bad.
Not bad, 0.4 or 0.3 under. Now we've got a pair of spiritual teammates. Don't show me, it's not me who needs to see it.
All right, Mackenzie Love with the Mad Max Junior Dragster. Actually had a message from Nick Williams to advise that they've tried the VP Pro Grade fully synthetic oil in that car. It was absolutely perfect. So they're running that now.
Well, you can see Josh out front of Teddy. He's crew 4 Max in the other lane, but obviously they're sharing crew, team, parts, everything this weekend. Just unfortunate they've got each other first round. So Teddy looking to run 8.40, Max looking to run 8.11. This is going to be another one of them races where you're going to hear Max whopping the throttle at the top end, driving the top end. They leave pretty much together. Teddy is still out front. In fact, Max isn't going to lift.
Win
and
margin.
look at
Gonna
that.
hurt when he looks at that one. 002 win margin, 06 to 0.11, much closer to his dial-in was Mackenzie Love. He was only 100th of a second off. He's not going to like the look of that. What goes through your mind when you see an ET ticket like that? Hopefully it's never happened to you.
Well,
but,
Max
you know.
did it to me, didn't he? He retired me from juniors.
Nice.
I went perfect ET. Like, I dialed 803, ran 803, won, I think,
Yeah.
and lost.
Oh.
It's like, damn, because that's my one job is react the car, and I didn't do that good enough.
Well, and drive the finish line and everything else. It's not quite that straightforward. Okay, Harry Peters, Kestrel Lane against Finley Fag. Roughly a second between them on the tree.
Harry's gone in deep. He hasn't gone red though. The car Harry's driving is an ex-championship winning car that hands off Caitlin Wilson, but now expertly driven by Harry. However, Finley takes the win. Finley's taken that car all the way to the semis before, which is not bad. It's quite hard to get a junior modified to be that consistent and that good, and especially driving a car like that.
What is it that makes them difficult to be consistent?
It's because you're in a sort of grey area of modifications that you do to your car to run them short numbers. Like what some people do is they'll get a JMA and turn them down, or I think they believe that car does actually have a junior modified specific engine in it. But it's, yeah, as I say, you're in a sort of middle ground of performance that's quite hard to judge. Quite a lot of things affect it. It's a bit like having a junior stock, really, just faster.
Yeah, because I do wonder if there's the quicker cars and the slower cars, obviously, but the ones in the middle are basically mostly slowed down faster ones. Is that right? Yeah. Is that pretty much it?
So Luke Mugridge, number 2 in the points coming into this meeting. Qualified number 6, so that was good. Yeah, you can hear him on and off the throttle and takes the win with an 8.25.
Expertly judged. He was 0-4 on the tree. He had over a tenth of a second in the bag off the start line, and over the finish line, same thing. So, Eddie May Brown with a little Miss Stig dragster. Kestrel side of the racetrack, 8.16, taking on Jacqueline Bartlett. Mum Suzanne down there on the start line. She'll be out in her top fuel car fairly shortly.
Right, it's the last pair.
Notice to be staged almost on the blue part of the racetrack.
Ellie seems to be a little bit out in front. She's going to take the stripe first, and she takes the win.
Just.
On a little teeny weeny hole shot. She had 200ths on the start line, 100ths at the finish line. Ellie Mae Brown moves on to round 2. She was 06 to an 08 and just managed to take it.
Right, Grace Smith with the Boost Monkey Dragster gets the bye in round 2. Liam McDonald races Finley Fag. Freddie Taylor takes on Teddy Howe. Luke Mugridge and Ellie May. Emmy takes on Richard. Ada Cassisi and Chevy Checkit. And then it's Harley Corsell taking on Max Taylor.
So that was Emily Moore on a bye run. Goes red, doesn't matter.
Yeah, it's on time trial.
Absolutely. He went 9.01 with a 2 on a 9.02 dial-in. So, junior drag bike elimination round number 1. We're going to start whittling them down through the day. Exactly the same as we've just done with the dragsters. So, Faith Morrison, Kestrel side of the racetrack, 13.10. Nearly 4 seconds later, Holly King will be setting off after. Holly King is in the slip tricks lane. Racing to the 8th mile still. Big difference, though, is the tree is what we call a pro tree, so there's no countdown.
This is a lot more difficult. You actually have an advantage being slower in a tree like this, because you know when the tree's going to run.
Huge breakout for Faith Morrison. Bang on the money for Holly King as well. A couple of tenths quicker on reaction time as well. That always helps. One thing I noticed yesterday, it was quite funny, was that I was pedalling up the side of the racetrack just to go back to the caravan when these guys and girls were running yesterday, and they stay on the throttle all the way through the quarter mile.
Yeah,
well, they have to get out the way, don't they? They don't stop.
Well, the bikes have been clicked off. Ian is walking back from the start line. I don't know if they know something that obviously we don't want to do.
Well, the tree isn't working, and the mop's coming away. So when that happens, normally there is a little sprinkle somewhere.
Yeah, there's still the odd shower or sprits of rain around and about. We just had a couple of spots appear on the tower windows as well.
Yeah.
As before, we can't race with any sort of fluid on the racetrack at all. It may not take very long at all, folks, so please, no one's running away, which is always a good sign. It means it's not pouring. It's only a couple of spits and spots, which we're due to have around about now anyway. So please bear with us. The live action arena show is on at the moment, so the entertainment doesn't stop just because we pause on the racetrack. But once again, a couple of spits and spots. The bikes are actually being taken into the barn just to shield them from any wet stuff. And annoyingly, we have to stop again, or pause, I should say. Hopefully not for too long. So Nitro FM, just for a little while, please. Hopefully very, very quickly. We'll be back with you as soon as we possibly can. It's only a little shower. Shouldn't last too long.
Right, so we're here with Ron Bartlett, driver of the sweet FA Ford Anglia. How are you?
Yeah, very well, thank you. It's great to be back. Didn't seem like it was going to happen, but we decided to have a couple of meetings this year. We're going to do this one and the main event.
That's cool. Oh, you did say at the end of last year that you were going to retire from racing for a season. You seem to be enjoying that.
At the moment, we're currently converting a bus to take the car racing, make it a bit more comfortable. The guys a little bit slower, not as advanced as we thought it was going to be. So to keep the crew happy, we decided we're going to do a couple of meetings, keep them interested. Yeah,
that's cool. And how are you doing this weekend?
Well, we fluked it, to be fair. The third round we went 8.26 with a 9 on an 8.26. The car seems to be back on it as it always is. It's not me, it's the car. So yeah, so far so good.
That's cool. I know you've just finished qualifying, so who have you got first round of elimination?
I think we've got Ashley Bell, and he's always a slippery snake. I think he'll probably end up putting a little bit of gas on it to try and get the numbers. He's struggling a little bit with the car. He's obviously got a few people over there at the moment helping him, so it could be a good race. Ashley's, when it's under pressure, Ashley's good.
Indeed. And obviously, Ashley's struggling a little bit, as you said, so do you think you can win?
It's one of those. I can beat everybody, but I can get beat by everybody. So who knows? It's one of them. It's just nice to be here. You know?
Yeah.
So
that's cool. And so I'm going to allude to your car now because it's one of the nicest Anglias I've seen ever, and it's also one of the fastest.
Yeah.
So please tell me a bit more about the car.
It's a 1964 105e Anglia. Frank Griffin, Cliff Griffin, who used to run there. In the Outlaw Anglias. Frank built it. It's powered by a 584 big block Chevy. Power glide, normal 9-inch back axle. It's got nitrous on it, but we haven't run the nitrous yet, because to be fair, it's pretty quick as it is. It's run 8 ones, 167. That does feel fast. With the gas, it'll obviously run a 7, but we're trying to get that 7 naturally aspirated. I want to try and get the 7 without turbos, blowers and gas. Will we get it? I don't know. But we're going to keep trying.
That's cool. And what's it like to drive? Because it's not a big car.
It's busy inside some days. It's either off the start line it'll move about, but the rest of the run it's okay, or off the start line it's alright, and the end of the run it's a bit of a handful. A couple of times this weekend, well, certainly one of the runs, it was most of the run, so it was challenging.
That's cool. And obviously it's a unique car, unique combination. What made you choose the Anglia?
We wanted an old car. We wanted something a bit unique, a bit smaller. We did think originally we could run in the outlaw Anglias because it's an Anglia, but apparently you can't. It's got to be it's got to be that type of shape off. We bought the car and then we decided, me and Simon. He's out me right from the start. He's been with us for like 30 years. I used to work with Simon. We used to race Capris with a 3 litre V6 and gas, and then we wanted to go faster. And this is what we ended up with.
Well, it's certainly faster.
Yeah.
One thing I'm always intrigued about is obviously the names of the cars, and you've chosen to call this one Sweet FA. Now, we all know what that means, right? But why have you called the car that?
Well, you know what, obviously, Ford Anglia, you see. It's a play on the words. It was a lad that I used to drink with. I said, I've got to get a name for the car years ago, and he said, Sweet FA, in a drunken sort of thing, and I went, what a really good name that is. And it just stuck, and that's what we called it, so, yeah, it seemed appropriate at the time, and it's very appropriate at the moment.
That's cool, and obviously, you've got your own nickname, haven't you, that I know about? They do tend to call you Rocket Ron Bartlett.
Rocket Ron, yeah.
Where does that come from?
That was years ago. I used to do banger racing. I used to play pool and snooker and stuff like that, and then used to race around in cars where you shouldn't really race around on the streets and stuff. So yeah, that name sort of come 30, 40 years ago. So it's been a name I've had for a long time. Even my dad calls me Rocket.
Well, thank you very much for having a conversation with us.
Okay.
Have the best of luck for the rest of the weekend.
Yeah, thank you.
And hopefully you do well in the eliminations.
He's a good lad, Ash, so what will be, will be.
Perfect. Thank you very much.
All right. Thank you, guys.
Hello, so I'm here with Pete Walters, driver of the Walters Motorsport Super Pro Dragster. How are you?
Yeah, I'm not too bad, thanks. Going alright.
That's good. And how are you feeling about your performance this weekend?
Solid 6 out of 10, I'd say. Yeah, could be better, could be worse. So, yeah, we're alright.
That's cool. Where are you currently qualified? Because I know you've just finished qualifying.
16th out of 19, I believe, so could be better, but it is what it is. We've been trying things, so we've not kind of been trying to qualify high, we've been trying to get things to work and playing with stuff, so it's been more of a test the last 2 days. But,
yeah, that's cool, because I know you've had some chassis modifications because you were running under your tag. And also, we're just about to go into eliminations, and I know you've got Joe Kellett.
Yep.
And did you ever race in juniors?
Yeah, we did, quite a few times. I think 3 or 4 years we were together in juniors, so we had a lot of good races. And I mean, in Super Pro we've raced a few times as well. So
how are you feeling about that race?
Is what it is, really. Got to beat them all, so.
That's cool. So obviously the car, when it first came out a few years ago now, it was running obviously Canon reloaded, because your junior was obviously the Canon.
Yeah.
You've changed that now. It went to PWRD and now it's currently Walters Motorsport. Why have you gone away from Pete Walters Race Design, obviously your company?
The PWRD kind of scheme was to celebrate 10 years of my company. So we just kind of did that as a bit of just a sponsorship sort of thing. And then we sponsored Aaron Fensome's Jr. as well at the same time. And then when that finished, we kind of wanted to, we re-body panelled the whole car and wanted to just do a new scheme, and that's what we did.
That's cool. And so obviously there's quite a lot of Super Pro dragsters that are obviously running in Super Pro, the rear engine style. What made you go with the supercharger and the methanol injection? Because that's sort of unique in the class.
Yeah, I think my dad's always grown up with supercharged cars, blow methanol, so it was just kind of a natural thing really. Like there wasn't really another choice, to be honest with you.
It was going to be blown no matter what.
Yeah, exactly.
And what's he like to drive?
Oh, it's amazing. It's like a Cadillac, this car. It literally is never not gone straight and just cruises down there. Barely even revs really, so.
That's cool. And I also know every driver's got their routines and try and get themselves into the zone. What do you do to prepare to drive a car like this?
Not a lot really. Just have a cup of tea and so mate, I'm probably one of the most laid back people there is, so I'll just kind of get in it and do my thing.
That's cool. And what made you get into the sport?
I was literally born into it. I didn't have a choice, to be honest with you. My dad's raced since the 80s, and yeah, I was basically born into it, and that's all I've ever known really. So.
That's cool. Well, thank you very much for coming and having an interview with us. I wish you the best of luck for the rest of the weekend, and I'll see you later. Thank you very much.
Look at the closing. Nick Good came whistling past him at 189 miles an hour.
Here's another cracking matchup then. Pete Walters and Joe Kellett.
I was just going to say who's qualified out of position, but it doesn't really work like that, does it?
Not really, no. Joe qualified 7th, Pete 16th.
Both of these drivers ex-juniors, and they've raced each other several times in both classes, that being juniors and Super Pro, and they're both very good in their own right. In terms of champions of champions, Joe Kellett is still the greatest of all time in juniors. You look at aggregate points, event wins, stuff like that, or maybe not event wins, but certainly championships and aggregate points.
I think in the last few years he wasn't even at home for most of it, was he? I don't
No.
think. Spent most of the time travelling. They raced all over Europe. He nearly won the Swedish Championship as well, I think.
And then Pete Kellett, who's a seasoned veteran now in Super Pro. Along, to be fair, Joe is as well. This could line up to be one of the closest races of the round. This is a final. You could see this being a final. So Joe's looking for a 7.90. Pete looking for a 7.61. Both off pace on the dial-ins, so they clearly have looked at the weather, looked at the conditions, and think that they can get close to their dial-ins.
They can choose this one.
Yeah, green light drag race. Joe's weaving at the finish line. And it's Pete by 0-2 at the stripe. Joe had 300s in the bag off the start line, but backed out of it just a little.
So they're just about to get the thumbs up. Roger's ready. So's Martin. Here we go.
So Fire Force 3 and Firestorm have given us a fantastic flame alarm to burnish home. .506, 233 miles an hour for Martin. Roger, 504, 239 miles an hour. That, ladies and gentlemen, is exhibition personified. It is an absolute joy to actually watch the Jets perform their routines. And,
you know what?
We absolutely love it.
You know what? I think they're as good as synchronised swimmers, those two, if you know.
Hello and welcome. We are here with Mick, driver of the Detroit Hustler. How are you?
Yeah, fine, thank you. Yeah, good.
So obviously, I believe you've just completed your second round of qualifying, or second to last round of qualifying, or
Yes, we have one more qualifying today.
And how are your weekend going so far?
It's been good.
Yeah.
We went from 15 to number 2 with one run, and we're sitting at number 3 at the moment.
That's perfect.
Yeah.
So obviously, you've got quite a unique car there with your Dodge Dart. Running in Nostalgia Superstock, please tell me a bit about it.
It's a bracket race, so it's fair for everyone. You can turn up with anything pre-71, I can't remember what it was, but you've got to run $13.99 and you can race your car. So
cool.
Everyone has plenty of time to get their cars ready, and it's a good bracket race to be in.
Yeah, of course, you're over 60 cars in the class at some meetings.
Yeah, Dragsters is the big one.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And your car in particular is one that I personally love. What kind of combination have you got under the bonnet?
It's a 511 cubic inch big block Mopar. We've just actually put in a new rear axle because we hurt the other one. Blew that up, so we had to go to Ford. It doesn't really sit well, but you have to do these things.
Yeah.
Yeah. But
yeah. That's really cool, and obviously, like, it's quite a unique colour scheme. You don't really see them sort of colours be used in a race car, and you've called the car the Detroit Hustler.
Yeah.
So where did that come from?
We never. It was built about 12 years ago, and so we bought the car as it is.
Okay.
So we just inherited everything that come with the car and tried to keep the car historically correct how the original guy built it.
That's really cool.
Yeah.
What's your PB on the car? Because I've seen it's gone quite fast for what it is. I can see it's all steel, glass, everything.
Yeah, it's PB 10.2. The roof, the rear quarters are steel. Everything else is fiberglass.
That's very cool. What's it like to drive?
Easy.
Yeah?
Yeah, if you're used to like a manual shift on an automatic transmission, it's just like driving a normal car.
I don't think you could probably describe that as a normal car.
Okay. It's powerful, but then, you know, it's got to be reasonably powerful to run those numbers. But no, it doesn't do anything untoward. It sits there, goes in a straight line. Yeah, which is
That's very cool.
Yeah.
And here's a question for you then. If you had to choose dream car, what would that be?
Maybe one of them in a funny car. Funny car body, maybe.
Yeah?
Yeah.
That'd be really cool. Because I know as well you've got experience, you were just telling me, with Steve Ashdown's funny car.
Yeah, I crewed with Steve last year. Unfortunate the last run, but we did end up as the champions last year, which was fantastic. Really cherry on the cake.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So you've obviously been around in the sport, but how did you get into the sport itself? Because it's quite a unique sport to get into.
Yeah, I started working back in 1985 for a guy called John Claydon, who was pretty well known, and helping him with his cars. That's how we started back then, and we've just gone on through the years helping various different people.
That's cool. And then, so is this the first car you've driven down the track, or?
Not the first car I've driven down the car, but it is the first car I've owned.
Right.
Yeah.
That's cool.
Yeah.
Well, thank you very much for taking the time to have an interview with us today.
Oh, pleasure.
I hope you have the best of luck for the rest of the weekend on
you
your
very
last
much.
qualifier, and then you go into eliminations.
Yeah.
So yeah, thank you very much.
No problem at all. Thank you.
Well, once again, our track crew making sure everything is tip-top out there. Just that minuscule rain shower, but it was enough to need a fair bit of sledding and getting everything sorted out. So we are back now with the Junior Drag Bike Eliminations round number 1.
So, Richard Wilcox, who we just saw go through in Junior Dragster, now has to switch his attention to the bike. Do you know what? That actually, not only is it tough driving in two classes, 4 wheels and 2 wheels is enough, but also Sportsman and Pro Tree. That must be really difficult.
Oh yeah.
Because the what we say about that, the reason we're saying that is the tree runs in a different way, and it has also got a different delay between the bulbs. That's the really difficult part.
Yeah, I think Sportsman Tree is 0.5 and Approach is 0.4.
Oh, and
See, there you go. Sorry, mate, that was my fault. I put my foot in it. So Richard started moving because he was waiting for his tree to run, and it didn't. But he's still in Junior Dragster.
Yes.
So Harry Isaacs, actually number 1 qualified, goes through, and he gets a bye into the semis in the next round. So 2 round wins for the price of 1 there.
Alia Lester then taking on Leah Morrison, a pair of young girls in this race. And they're both, so Leah's junior bike modified, Alia on just a junior bike, so that means that Leah's got the faster of the 2 bikes, so she's a little bit older, so she can go a little bit faster. Alia sets off looking to run a 13.21. Leah's going to do her best to chase her down, trying to run an 11.50. Alia is still a long way ahead, but I think they're going to get there pretty close at the finish line.
Oh,
Very nicely done, Leah.
What a race. Well, Alia did everything right. Look at that, a 23 on a 21, 200ths of a second. Reaction time difference once again was what all that was about.
So Leah's going to be racing Holly in round 2. The winner of that gets a bye into the final. All right, this is Brad Morrison and Maggie Smallman.
So this is another JBM taking on a JB. So Brad's going to try and run away as best as he can from Maggie Smallman, looking to run a 14.90. Maggie wants to run a 10.13. Neither of the 2 riders want to go into stage, but Brad goes in. Maggie follows him in. So Maggie's going to try and count to 5 before she launches. There we go, she's off. Right. So Brad was actually about 200 foot out before Maggie even moved, but she's closing in pretty quickly. I'm not sure if she's going to get there, but she does. Oh, and breaks out.
She had half a second in the bag over the finish line as well, so...
It's a good round for the Morrisons. 2 out of 3 ain't bad.
All right, last pair, Lyra Humbert and Grace Pollen. Winner of this will be taking on Brad, who we just saw go through. $15.20 plays $8.78. That's a big old weight for Grace, as Lyra is going to go first.
So Grace going to do her best. Countdown, wait to the light. And away she goes. Little bit of wheel spin you could actually hear then from Grace's bike. It's going to be very close at the finish line. And she takes the win. 8.86 on the 8.78 dial-in. Wins by 0.4.
Okay, we're done with the bikes. Back onto 4 wheels. And this is the remaining pairs and by run from Pro ET from yesterday.
Yeah, John Bean and Tom Watkins. Then Nick Mugridge and Dave Cherritt. Amy Watkins on a solo.
So it's going to be Nick Mugridge and Dave Cherritt. Dave Cherritt, of course, driving the Dark Revenger, who sponsors us up here in the tower. So thank you very much.
More of those would be good because it's the right colour.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, more milk tray.
That is properly Cadbury's purple as well, isn't
Got
it?
it, yeah.
I don't know. Is it? Can't see him. Not allowed.
He only eats fruit-based stuff.
I'll do this so you can't see it.
Yeah, thanks, mate.
It's not as bad as Easter, come on.
True.
So Nick Mugridge will be moving first by 0.25. Well, the tree will run first by 0.25. Whether Nick does or not is entirely up to him.
So Dave's going to look to run at 9.90. Roughly.
No one wants to stage. Come on, you've only waited about 16 hours to have this race. There we go. Dave goes in.
So going to be about 0.3 difference on the tree. It's going to be a sportsman tree this time, so you'll see both trees running out at the same time.
It looks like Dave's already caught him, actually.
Well, I'm actually just looking at the live stream. He is. He's there. Nick's got goes in front.
And he breaks out by the most. Nick Mugridge had over a 10th in the bag off the start line. That was what made the difference. He was over the stripe first with a 0.5 as well. He did break out, but by the least. Yeah, he only ran 119 over the stripe as well, so that did work. Tom Watkins and John Beam. The last pair, we've got Amy Watkins behind us. And then by the looks of it, we've got two-seater and Super Pro. Round 2, actually, I think, for Super Pro.
Yeah.
So this is going to be a bigger break between the dial-ins. Tom looking to run a 9.03. John looking to run a 9.60. No doubt you hear a little bit of whopping from the top end. As, these guys love to do it. Lovely wheel stand from Tom in the Charger. John is a long way out ahead and he's going to stay there.
And not break out. Oh yeah, Tom breaks out by 400. 8.9999. That was one on the start line. 0.3 for John Bean to a 0.2 for Tom Watkins. He made sure he didn't go red, but probably a bit too much.
So Amy Watkins then, on virtue of unfortunate breakages from Tom Kay. He'll be out and running in the next meeting, but didn't want to risk it for eliminations.
Right, matchups round 2, assuming Amy will take the tree here. Lee Morris gets the bye run. Mason will be taking on Dave Rudd, Pete Dodd and Stevie Gates. Jess Bishop taking on Simon Rickwood. John Bean, we just saw go through, take on Nick Mugridge, who we just saw go through. Marie Mills gets Warren Watts. Will Clark takes on Simon Fulton. And Amy gets Darren Huxley.
So run by the two-seater, and then we have Super Pro. Ah, that is the rustling. It's Colin. That's right. I heard a rustle then. That was you changing paper. That's all right. It's okay.
Well, it's only a quick one.
It was.
Okay, right. Passenger in the two-seater is Paul Briley from Colchester. 50th birthday present.
I meant to go and see Paul yesterday, give him a slap on the wrist for going red.
He tried 3 times before that, and he just missed as well. Do you know what I think? Another thing I'd like to know. I wonder how many people have actually gone racing as a result of having a passenger ride. I don't think it's actually that many a lot of the time, is it? Really?
I know
I'm sure some have.
I know some racers have gone in the back.
Yeah.
I know Paige Wheeler was one of them.
Is that right?
Yeah, which was just coming out of juniors. She actually had a ride in the two-seater. My mum's had a go, which is annoying because it means that she's faster than I am.
Well. Yeah, but you're a more successful racer, so what do you do? Exactly that.
Yeah,
Small wins.
but you're not the quickest Thomas. You're not the quickest Cook Abbott in your junior dragster.
No, I am.
Oh, you are. Right.
I am. I went 7.6s in it.
All right. I thought Charlotte had gone rather well in the one and only outing in it. 804, 166. Round 2, Super Pro ET, Rocket Ron Bartlett going to be taking on AC Bell.
If you've been watching the live streams, I had a lovely interview with him. I learned a couple of things too.
Which are?
Well, this car's got nitrous on it, but he hasn't
He's
dared
never
to turn
used it.
Yeah.
No, he's not used it. I know he wants a 7-second run, but the problem is at the same time everyone's on a budget, and you don't want to bust it.
No.
That's the most important thing. It's being able to come back and keep having fun. And when you try and step up the performance, no matter what it's in, no matter what class it's in, risk breaking
And
more stuff.
if you are walking around the pits, please go see this car in the Super Pro pits because it's gorgeously turned out. But just look at it without the bonnet on, and see how they've managed to squeeze a 584 cubic inch big block in it. It's insane.
And Ron as well, because Ron ain't exactly small. In the nicest possible way, Ron, of course. So, AC Bell, who was he's number 3 qualifier in the end.
He absolutely smashed it in round 1. I think he actually ran a perfect DT in round 1.
Green light drag race, which is always the best way to start. Ron Bartlett has caught him. It's just whether he breaks out or not. And he doesn't. Look at that on a whole shot. Ron Bartlett, 003.
Look at that wind cam.
Yeah, exactly.
Glued
Hardly
to each other.
anything there at all. 500s off the start line. I beg your pardon, that's not 3,000. That's 3 10,000s, isn't it? Dom? Yeah, that's super close.
Next pair, Daniel Giles with the Giles High Dragster are going to be taking on Dave Russell. So Dave's going to sit there and wait until Daniel comes a fair way back. The van with no name doesn't actually do its burnout across the start line. Oh, that's
I think this is probably the longest routine versus the shortest routine as well, actually, isn't it? It definitely tends to work out that way. So 875 for the supercharged Morris van, Kestrel Lane, or the supercharged Blamont, as I like to call it. About a second and a half later, young Daniel Giles is going to try and run him down.
This is actually a good race to show, like, this is the epitome of bracket racing. Two very different styles of car, two very different styles of combination, and yet both have an equal chance of winning. Of course, they're looking to run, obviously, so Dave's looking to run an 8.75. If he goes 8.74, he'll lose. If he goes before the tree goes green, he'll lose. But the same is said for Dan. So, you can see the van leave first. Dragster's going to run him down.
Driving at him. He's got there, but he hasn't got there in time. Daniel Giles goes over the stripe first. He was a tick slower in reaction time, which made him keep it planted all the way through, and he broke out by 300ths. He did get there first by 300ths, however, that was, well, because Dave Russell ran 78 on 75, there wasn't much room to get in between, and he just missed them.
So it'd be Ron Bartlett taking on Dave Russell in the next round. Whoever wins that gets a bye into the final. Whoa. Right, the Morris boys, Stuart behind the wheel, taking on Matt Peters.
So Matt Peters took out his team boss in round 1, defeating Nick Good. So Stu Morris is dialing as slow as you are allowed to in the class. He does 899. It almost looked like Stuart had a throttle stop on then.
Yeah, 10 flat.
Matt Peters was very close to throwing it all away, actually, with a 762 and a 60. Wow.
The only thing I can assume is that one. Really concentrating on the super gas side of things. Obviously they're double classing and just want to make sure everything was set for that. Sacrifice one to try and capitalise on the other. Right, the number 1 qualifier with a perfect ET, Alan Didwell. He had a bye in round 1, so this will be his first race, going alongside Lee Huxley.
It's a bit of a monster matchup, this one.
This one is, actually.
Well, with how well Alan's been running, and how well we know Lee can run, the only thing for the Huxleys is an 880 is a few tenths off of what that can run.
But as we all know, you never underestimate a Huxley in any form of racing.
In the genes, I think.
Oh, don't need to worry though, it's a cherry on the tree. It's only a 001.
Well, Alan Didwell went 0-2, so he was always going to be tough. Forward breaks out by 200ths as well. However, he didn't have to back off because the wind light was already on his lane. Well, mark the date down. Lee Huxley goes red. I think for once Lee actually knew he was up against a tough customer.
Right, last pair in this round. Tom Atkinson taking on Pete Walters. And added funds to this one because it's Tom Atkinson who's got the bounty on his head. Don't forget, 50 quid. If Pete can knock him out, he will get the money. And if nobody knocks Tom out at all, in other words, if Tom wins the event, he gets the bounty.
Well, not enough motivation winning the event as it is.
But it's good bragging.
So the last car class, as you can hear, before we move on to 2 wheels.
And added incentive, actually, whoever wins this gets a bye in the next round.
So this is for a place in the semis, then,
It is, yeah.
Okay.
Now both of these drivers had tough matchups in round 1, and they've only just gone and had each other, so they've got an even tougher matchup now.
Yeah, that's a very good point, actually, Thomas. Tom got past Scott Hauser, and Pete Walters got past Joe Kellett. So 2 of the toughest out there. And they succumbed in round 1.
Right, very, very the quickest of cleanups in the Kestrel lane. that evaporates almost instantly. That does just breaks down any fluid. Just checking to make sure it hasn't come out of Tom's car, but all good. So the Cortina Estate will go first. Followed by the Digger. Blooming heck. Pete Walters will get there. Pete Walters breaks out. Oh my word, what a race. Yeah, go on, read the numbers,
Where should
Colin.
we start? Pete with a 004 light, outstanding, but a 760 was a breakout. Tom wasn't late with an 04, but he hit his dial-in. 842 with a 1 on an 842 dial. But Pete got there too quickly, so it's Tom Atkinson that goes through.
The annoying thing for Pete when he sees that is he had some wriggle room.
Oh, he did, yeah.
He had 400s wriggle room, actually. And, well, anyway, ifs, buts and whatevers. Don't
Well,
count for
trying to
anything.
judge that 171 mile an hour is
Yeah,
very,
it's hard
very
work,
tricky.
yeah. Well, he did take the stripe. He did very, very well indeed. It's just the car. I mean, you can't feel 200ths of a second difference at all. No chance.
You probably find that it was waiting that long on the line that the temperature they got into the motor gained the 200ths of a second.
Well, it certainly didn't throw him off the game. Let's put it that way.
No.
Definitely not. Right, round one, ET Bike. Nicholas Playden, Kestrel Lane, and Jack Bowden, who goes first. Same basic idea as what you've seen, but on two wheels. It's going to be, oh, look at that. 10.43 and a 42 for Nick Playden, and an 0.5 light takes out Jake Bowden. Okay, Scott Collier should have been racing Pete Harrison, who unfortunately isn't going to make it down here for round one. Supporting Andy's Man Club, whose stall is over there in the pits. Very, very worthwhile charity indeed. Scott's looking for a 9.65. Also, if you get the chance, head over to the Jade Racing YouTube page. Scott posts some awesome videos, onboard videos of this machine and various other ones as well. Taking a nice easy buy into round two. 967. Deadly consistent though, that's what he ran yesterday. Okay, number one qualifier was Liam Holgate. By virtue of that, gets the buy. Was it Liam that took the perfect light money as well, I think?
Yeah, it was, yeah.
962.
He also hasn't stopped taking the mick out of all the junior drivers because he got the money.
Oh, 962
wow.
with a 3. Well on, Liam.
Outstanding. Just need to do that again and again and again and again and again.
Michael Gooding. Actually, I think, let me just double check this one because I'm sure somebody messaged me on this one. I think it's Michael's birthday today. And we think it's 40. Never mind. Well, even though his profile says 34, but there we go. But yeah, happy birthday, Michael. Michael goes through with an 897. Very nice indeed. 902 was the dial. Oh no, sorry, that's Phil's dial. It's already changed.
It was 890.
You can tell Kieran's on the keyboards because it's like, boom, it's gone. So Phil Pratt dials 902. Chantal Van Loon 1012. So 1.1 difference on the tree.
Well, Phil's already caught and he's shadowing out through the finish line and doesn't break out. 908 and a 902. Chantal does break out. Actually got there first.
Yeah.
But, yeah.
That's a big breakout, actually, looking at that.
Casey Holgate taking on the loudest bike in the class, I think. Well, maybe apart from Scott's. Christopher Venn. With the twin. Okay, folks, if you're not in the viewing area, we also have, and you're not already watching, we have jet cars behind the tower, amongst loads of other good stuff too. So you might want to make your way back if you aren't there already. So Casey away first, followed by Chris. Chris takes the win, takes his customary ride up the wall. Casey out of it before the finish line at only 66 miles an hour. So Chris Venn moves on. So Robbie Dobby with the Super Penguin. Kestrel side of the racetrack, 10.04 for him, and against Blade. Blade dials an 890. I presume that's just to make sure he doesn't break out.
Both these bikes very similar looking bikes, very similar style of bike as well. I know Blades can be a little bit leery, but you're going to see. Ooh, so they were stopped very quickly. Obviously seeing something at the top end. Both bikes were in stage, but the starters were very quick to stop the bikes, making sure they don't go down the track that is not safe for them.
That's radio communication from the top end.
Unfortunately, at the moment, we know as much as you do.
It could be just a couple of tiny sprinkles in the air. If you just look at the cloud cover over the top end, if you like. Oh, it's okay. Right, let's restage them.
So Robbie's going to leave first by a little over a second. Blade's going to be chasing him down the whole way down the track.
Oh, Robbie goes red. Oh, too red. Very, very tight indeed. So it is Blade that takes the round win there.
Look at that. Blade goes 890 on an 890 dial-in. Of course, he'd already got the round win, but that helps.
Dave Grundy and Carl Hester. Once again, get well soon to Carl's mum. Yes, that's why Gary not here this weekend. I'm sure they're tuned in via the internet though. Carl Hester continues, taking the win there. All right, two pairs to go. Brett Cordell and Bill Marsh. Michael Gooding's read the feed. He is 34, not 40, what the other wind-up was. So another one's with the Andy's Man Club, and a special mention to George Duffin supporting his battle. Oh, problems there for Bill Marsh, and Brett just sails by.
Brett's well off the... In fact, he was actually turning around to see where Bill was.
He was double checking, I think.
Bill's mile an hour over the finish line, 145 miles an hour, 13-second run.
Last pair, Justin Moulton. Taking on the man that's really getting comfortable on this bike now. That bike is young Ryan.
Of course, he's dialed the class floor, so you can't dial any faster than 8.70. However, he has been 8.3. I believe he did that in the last qualifier yesterday. Now, does he do it tactically and slow down, or does he just want to go fast?
Well, is it hold out or all out? Let's find out.
Yeah. certainly labouring every shift.
He still breaks out though, 867. He was trying 133, but he was actually in a no-win situation there. 1019, 130. So it is Justin that goes through. Right, into exhibition with Oklahoma Willie.
Right, how many people out there on the grandstands and on the banking, who's arrived today? Who hasn't been here for the whole weekend? Let's see if I can get your hands in the air. Give us a wave. Wow, look at that.
Just keep him warm. Well, we'll start you off with one of the tamer jets, and then we'll just turn it up a bit in a minute, shall we? I think so. This is Perry Wilson with basically what it looks like. It's an old farm VW bus that was brought over from the US. He found it at a farm in Oklahoma, hence the fact it's called Oklahoma Willie. He restored it beautifully and then thought, I know what, it needs something. Oh yes, I know what it needs, a jet. It is actually fully road legal as well. It's licensed to go on the road. It's got a number plate. It's still got the engine in it, hasn't it? It's still got that because he drives around here on the start line. Someone up there in VIP is definitely seeing this for the first time by the looks on their faces.
Make sure you are filming this, because again, if you try and tell someone what you've seen, they just won't believe you.
Yeah, I'm just watching the pair sitting at the front up there.
Now that is the correct reaction to a jet, that is, isn't it?
You bet. You haven't seen any flames yet.
It gets louder, trust me.
Watch him jump.
Oh, he's run away. Oh, no.
Don't like that.
He sort of likes it, but he sort of doesn't.
I like the way his mum's holding him down.
Yeah, no, stay here. Don't go. This is what we've come for. It's all right, fella. It's okay. They are supposed to do that.
Oh, no, she's giving him as well.
Yeah, it is quite close and roasty sitting there.
Making his way up a quarter mile to a possible 150 mile an hour plus run.
Keeps it nailed all the way through too.
Yeah, indeed. 153.18.
That's the first time I've seen him pull the parachute as well.
162 miles, yeah, 153 miles now, beg your pardon. Obviously what VW designed those to do. So, first jet done, we've got more coming. To the little lad up there in VIP, I do hope you enjoyed that. We've got lots more of that coming in just a second. Don't panic. It's okay. It's fun. It's cool. When you go back to school this week, you can tell everyone about
the
it,
other two are giving
and
up
nobody will believe you. There we go. Yeah, they packed it in as well. Yeah, you can watch through the window. It's cool.
Oh,
we
no,
are mean, aren't we?
the door's locked. Oh,
Yeah,
no.
Yeah. No, we've got to
Oh, bless him.
We don't do breaking them in gently, do we? No, never. That's too polite. Anyway, we also have Comp Eliminator Pro Mods Top Fuel not far away too. Underneath the tower, we have the Spider-Man Jet Dragster of Mr. Julian Webb. And I think on the other side, give the Oklahoma Willie team a round of applause.
Yeah, it was really entertaining, and I think Perry was doing the afterburner blips deliberately there just to see how much he could rocket here.
It was, like I said, a little more fierce than usual. One jet or two? I think we've got just Julian, is it?
Yep, just the one.
Okay. So this brand spanking new car, who built it? Remind me. Was it
Scott?
It was Scott Hauser, wasn't
Yeah,
it?
well, Hauser Race
Scott's,
Engineering built it, but Scott did most of the work on this one.
And
Very
there's lots
proud
of
that.
there's lots of real nice bits on it. Like I said, the billet front wheels are absolutely beautiful. I think Graham Sykes did those. If anyone knows who Graham Sykes is, check out The Force of Nature. It looks like, for all the world, Eric Table's rocket bike, but it's actually steam. And it's an amazing bit of engineering, and it's absolutely beautiful as well. Graham has made such a nice job of it, and he's been making more and more test runs, getting quicker and quicker. And one of his quickest ever up at Melbourne Raceway just a couple of weeks ago. It's fabulous.
Right, so everyone who's new today has just seen Oklahoma Willie. All right, and if you've brought someone who's new, right, we've bedded them in now. They've seen Oklahoma Willie. Film their reaction to this.
Well, they've got a little bit of an idea what's coming now, so it's not quite the same. There you go, you can see him now peering out the window at a slightly safer distance.
So the same engine that you will find in Fire Force number 5. And a lot of the design clues. In fact, Martin Hill was heavily involved with the design and some of the extra touches on this as well. Little canard wings in front of the rear wheels. Things like that.
Lovely looking run for Julian, straight, strong, all the way through to a 585, his quickest run ever in this car, 266 miles an hour. I've just thought of another thing as well. Do you realise that the vast majority, if not all, of the jet drivers in the UK are from Yorkshire? There must be something about the water or whatever it is.
I think it's the
Martin, yeah, it's got to be that. Martin, Julian,
Rog.
obviously, Rog, yeah. Maybe not Perry then. Maybe not Perry. But anyway, the majority of them are from up there. So actually, on that subject, I think we were supposed to be seeing Martin, but Martin's being towed away. So it looks like ProMod and Comp Eliminator are up next. Richie's in the seat. I very much doubt he's going to be piloting it. Yeah. It's Comp Eliminator round 1 coming up, I think, just after this quick sweep of the racetrack. Give the team a big cheer, please. Beautiful run for Julian Webb. Going to be chipping away at it and getting quicker and quicker, I am sure. So I think right behind, we've got Comp Eliminator, Pro Modified, we have our Top Fuel Cars and Funny Cars too. I can see Tony down there as well, smiling his head off. Going to be out with Nostalgia Funny Car. We get a good look. That's not the driver in the car. He's definitely not the driver. The driver's much better looking than that. Much better looking.
And a better dancer.
Oh, yeah. You got it. That's not difficult, though.
Oh, dear.
Yeah, not sure what the issue was, but I think he was supposed to make a run but couldn't do it this time round.
Right, let's have a look at complimentator matchups for round number 1. Nick Williams, number 1 qualifier, takes on his teammate Steve Lloyd. That's the same as what happened at the Spring Speed Nationals. Spencer Tram is taking on Terry Newton. Ahmed Jamshed taking on Kev Jenkins. Dan Williams will be racing Simon Crowley.
The first pair is Mr. Lloyd and Mr. Williams. Right next to them. I'll tell you what's quite cool about Pro Mod as well, is we're going to have a blower versus nitrous final, because it's blower car and nitrous car and nitrous car in this semi-final matchup. Okay, here we go then. Here comes Nick and Steve.
Steve really getting comfortable with the Impala now, and I think that is quite evident in his launches now. Really lifting the front arm quite high. Don't think we're in wheelie bar territory just yet, but Steve wants more and more out of the car, and is basically what, Nick, what else can we do? What else can we do?
So the numbers you see on the board at the top end is their index. The tree will be staggered, so 1 second head start for the big old Impala in the Kestrel lane, and then it's a race to the finish line. First over the stripe wins. What will probably happen is that the Camaro of Nick Williams in the Slick Tricks lane will catch Steve, I would say maybe even by 3:30, possibly half track, and then just shadow him all the way up the racetrack just to make sure he takes the stripe.
So the way Comp Eliminator works is depending on your combination, you get given a time, and the scrutineers basically say beat that, and then qualifying, you do that by as much as you can. However, in eliminations, it's slightly different.
Oh, Nick! Left forward. Oh, so that Steve Lloyd gets the win.
That was my fault because I said what was going to happen, wasn't it? Deary me, Nick with the jitters on the start line. 11:23. Well, who would have put money on that?
Well, he's going to be spitting feathers and cursing all the way back to the pits there.
Yeah, I was going to say, if the interior of that car wasn't blue before, it will be now, I think, after that. Deary me.
Well, that's really opened up for everybody else now. Dan Williams for VP Lubricants and for Williams Brothers Speed Shop, taking on Simon Crowley.
Yeah, Simon with his best run in a long while, went 9.64 yesterday. Still going to be a big ask to beat Dan. However, as we just saw, nothing ever taken for granted. That's amazing, that. Nick's won big, huge money bracket races and all sorts, isn't it? Even the best still get the jits.
Beautiful launch there from Dan. Simon Crowley off in pursuit.
Dan's way away first. 10.84, 115, and a 10.52, 130. Just a fabulous mix of cars, isn't it? Really, really is. Two different ways of going four-cylinder turbo racing. One very natural, one unnatural.
So the interesting thing is, as I said before, you get a number due to your combination, and this Civic and the Golf you've just seen are deemed to be the same. So they have the same index of 9.20.
Oh, sorry, sorry, keep going. Shush.
Then, of course, we've got the fraudster of Kev Jenkins in the other lane. So his index is 7.80, which is basically a four-cylinder turbo, and as light as you can make it. Of course, he's been down in the 7.2s.
So this is, I think, is one of Ahmed, if not Ahmed's first race.
Right, holding both of them.
I think it might be the odd spit somewhere. It can only be that. Maybe not. Okay. Oh no, it was just Ahmed. Well, Kev Jenkins, long gone. Apologies, we didn't quite follow what was going on there. I think they spotted Ah, yeah, there's a little puddle on the floor out front of Ahmed's car. That's why you
it's
were
actually
shut off.
drifting, yeah.
Sorry, it's normally when both the start line crew motion towards the drivers, it's normally for both of them to say, click it off, but it wasn't. It was just telling Kev that he had a bye run. What a great shame for Ahmed Jamshed. He had a great weekend up to that point, resetting personal best after personal best.
This is, the book has been thrown out the window. Number 1 qualifier out. Number 2 qualifier out. When Nick fell there, we thought, oh, this is Ahmed's chance. It really was, but unfortunately, a leak there for Ahmed. So that's put Kev Jenkins against Dan Williams in the first semi-final. And then you got Steve Lloyd. He's going to be either Spencer Tram or Terry Newton.
Do you know what's really weird about that? Is both at number 1 and 2 qualified didn't even make it 60 foot.
They didn't, no.
That's just highly, highly unusual. Anyway, a little bit of clean-up down there. Really big shame for Ahmed Jamshed. Really big shame. I was just going to say, this will be his, I think, his first proper race in comp.
Yeah. Well, Gordon Darby, the wizard of the tuning on that car, has bought this on leaps and bounds. Really, really has. And I think Gordon is going to be one of the go-to people, if he's not already, with tuning on these cars. And Door Slammers is going to be a very busy weekend for him, without a shadow of a doubt.
He's going to be whacked out by Friday afternoon. So the last pair to set up the semis.
And another one of these front-wheel drive versus muscle car matchup. Once again, Terry Newton's index is deemed to be the same as Ahmed Jamshed and Simon Crowley's, as he is a big turbo front-wheel drive car. And he's actually going to be chasing down your number 3 qualifier, Spencer Tram, whose index is 11.70, but the car can go down into the 11.1s. If he was to run an 11.1 now, he'd be just about safe on index, because you can run a little under, or a little over 0.6 of a second under your index without it changing.
Yeah, it doesn't mean that you lose the race. It just means that you have your index adjusted slightly for the next round.
Just to keep it fair.
It's like success ballast, isn't it?
Basically.
That's probably the best word I've ever heard used for it, Glenn. Good looking launch. Spencer's going to have to keep it nailed though, because he's not going to know where Terry is.
He has lifted.
Yeah, he takes the win. 9:41 for Terry Newton, knocking on the door of 160 miles an hour. Spencer was over the track by over half a second, and we'll be moving on to the semi-finals. On that very subject, i.e. semi-finals, your first matchup in Motorsport UK Pro Modified. Side-by-side nitrous cars. Double the amount of nitrous cars at the NHRA race in Charlotte last weekend, just for clarity. Although the overall number is slightly different, obviously. Now, all being well, if things go to plan, this should be a really, really good race. On the slick trick side of the racetrack, Jean Delemont from the southwest of France. He comes from a town called Tarnos, which is in stone's throw distance of the Spanish border. That's how far he comes to race every weekend with us here. It's a long way. Long way. Very, very successful in Pro Modified. Very hard working, like everybody is. He qualified number 3 with a 6:08. Taking on Bobby Wallace, who finished out last year. Took everyone by storm, actually. Won the final at the national finals with a 5:88 from the nitrous Camaro. There you go. That plume of smoke you can see is actually them venting the nitrous system. So there's a choice of power adders in Pro Modified, as we call it. You can run a huge engine, 900 inches plus. Both of these two are at just over 900 cubic inches. Is that about 13 litres? Is that right?
Something like that, yeah.
There or thereabouts. And then with nitrous oxide, they produce a huge amount of horsepower. You'll see the supercharged version in just a moment. But this is a heads-up race. First to finish line wins. No breakouts, no gimmies, and everyone tries their hardest. So Bobby from just down the road in Bedford, the most local racer you could probably get against the furthest. Jean Delemont. Here we go. Not on the two-step yet, Jean. There we go. Well, Bobby is long gone. Jean expires just before the finish line. 5.95 at 2.42 for Bobby. 6.88, only 161 for Jean. Unfortunately, Jean went into full stage. While he was waiting for Bobby, he went on the two-step, which is the launch limiter, if you like. But he was on it for an awfully long time. He was sitting there looking at the light for a while before the tree ran. Nothing wrong with what Bobby did. Unfortunately, then when the tree did run, Bobby was well away first.
Yep. Jean was driving the wheels off that thing, lifted at the top end, but still, unfortunately, clipped the blocks.
I think that was... He probably couldn't see because it looked like the engine was hurting itself a little bit towards the finish line, and it looked like the cabin it was filling up with smoke. And anyway, commiserations, but congratulations to the Wallace family. There they go in the first go-kart, up to join the final. And Jean Delemont's team again, once again, we've got to appreciate all the effort they go to come and race here with us. We've got to put a couple of blocks back, but that's not a lot.
So I saw an update on Facebook of the fastest pro mods in the UK, and I think 3 out of the top 4 are here. You've got Andy Robinson, who's the fastest. Nick Davis, unfortunately, isn't here. He's your second fastest. And then third and fourth, Bobby Wallace and Wayne Nicholson.
And they're all in the 580s.
In fact, Bobby and Wayne both gone 588, except Bobby's was with a 3. Wayne's was with a 9.
And then Andy Robinson's been 586.
I think Nick did a 586 as well.
Yeah,
I think that's 6.6 and 6.7, I think, as well.
There's not a lot in it.
No.
No, not a lot in it at all. But anyway, if you like pro mods, 4 weeks' time, 3 weeks' time, actually, for Door Slammers.
Oh,
I was just going to say, if you like pro mods, you like quick door cars, 3 weeks' time is Door Slammers, 4 weeks' time is the round 1 of the FIA European Championship, including pro mods from all around Europe, including 3 Dutch cars at least, and lots of other stuff too. So yeah, it's going to be a lot of fun.
In actual fact, thinking back to Wayne's 588, one of the first people to congratulate the team was actually Nick Davis. He was down behind the start line and shaking everybody's hands. So
well, everybody in the class knows how difficult it is.
Oh,
everybody knows how much work it takes. And funny enough, actually, I had a long chat the other night. It was really good to catch up with him for once in a while. Danny Cockrell. Who Danny used to run in Pro Modified, and he just said the sheer workload. He said even if someone turned up and said drive the car, he said just the amount of work that goes into it. It's just never ending. It's like having 2 jobs effectively. So yeah, we shall see. So a little bit of sled of the finish line. They're going to replace the blocks, and we'll be back with you.
Don't forget, straight after Pro Modified, got Top Fuel Dragster tucked round the corner as well, and also got Nostalgia Funny Car, and we have Top Fuel Bike to come round as well. So still plenty of action to come at you.
I think you guys should get everyone's expectations down. Fuel cars on.
Right. Okay. Thank you very much indeed. So I will get that message read out very shortly indeed. Yeah, we're not far away. Do not go anywhere at all. Wayne Nicholson taking on Andy Robinson for a spot in the final against Bobby Wallace. Don't forget, this is the first round of Motorsports UK Pro Modified. And as Darryl said, in 4 weeks' time, it is the first round of the FIA European Championship. It's going to have a whole load more Pro Modified cars here. The Dutch Invasion. David Vecht will be here. Mark Hartvedt will be here with the Voodoo Hemi. And Pro Dutch team will be here as well. And obviously, hopefully to have Bruno over from Switzerland. And of course, we have a few Swedes coming in as well. So please keep an eye on the Santapod website, and you'll see who's going to be actually here racing in Pro Modified. But I think you'll be very pleased with some of the names yet to confirm that we do know are coming. Also, whilst they're here, Top Fuel Dragster, obviously we've got 2 of them here putting some runs in this weekend. We have got 6 confirmed for the main event, and it's the biggest entry we've had in Top Fuel Dragster for 4 years here. Obviously 2020, 2021 was very difficult as the if you want to call it anything, the COVID period, and then 2022, the struggle to get everybody over here with regards to, you know, the Brexit situation. But a lot of that has been negotiated now, and life has been made a little bit easier for everybody to come over and see us. So really do look forward to a fantastic entry and of course a fantastic meeting at the main event. Kicks off with a Sportsman Day on the Friday, which is the 26th of May, and then Saturday the 27th is Pro Qualifying Day 1. Sunday will be the Pro Qualifying Day 2. Of course, all of our sportsman races will be here as well. And then Monday, it is eliminations. And then we'll dish out the points to the contenders, and we'll see who's going to be top of the pile as they then go through Europe and continue the European Championship, and then the European Finals here at Santapod Raceway in September. So full-on European season coming up this year. But as you say, all the details are on the Santapod website, www.santapod.com. Get your tickets in. And also, don't forget, weekend before, we've already mentioned it, but Door Slammers, that is definitely worth coming up for. You can stay on site. Part of your ticket, weekend passes, obviously, is your camping. And one of the things that the Santapod team looked into was the actual cost of staying at a caravan site elsewhere and staying here, and it's pretty similar. So why not come here? And the racing's almost included for nothing. It really is a great value for money. So we're just on hold at the moment whilst we get ready for our second pair. I'll tell you what we'll do. We'll go over to Nitro FM 96.2, but we'll take it back as soon as we get the nod to go and our second pair of Pro Mods come round the corner. So Nitro FM, the airwaves are yours. Right, a little bit of an update from the shutdown area, just in case you're wondering what's going on. Jean Dolemont, unfortunately, as he was going down the shutdown area, started to drop oil. So we are in a bit of a clean-up at the top end. We reckon about 10 or 15 minutes to get that one all sorted out. So that's the update that we can give you from the tower. About 10 or 15 minutes, purely due to an oil down, very unfortunately, from Jean Dolemont's Camaro on that last pass. So a couple of tunes to keep everybody entertained in the meantime, but we will take it back when we come into the second pair of Pro Mods here at the STP supported Festival of Power.
Now both of these drivers had tough matchups in round one, and they've only just gone and had each other, so they've got an even tougher matchup now.
Yeah, that's a very good point actually, Thomas. Tom got past Scott Hauser and Pete Walters got past Joe Kellett. So two of the toughest out there, and they succumbed in round one.
Right, the quickest of cleanups in Kestrel Lane. That evaporates almost instantly. That does just breaks down any fluid. Just checking to make sure it hasn't come out of Tom's car, but all good. So the Cortina Estate will go first. Followed by the Digger. Blooming heck. Pete Walters will get there. Pete Walters breaks out. Oh my word, what a race. Yeah,
That
go on,
was-
read the numbers,
where should we
Colin.
start?
Hello, so I'm here with Pete Walters, driver of the Walters Motorsport Super Pro Dragster. How are you?
Yeah, I'm not too bad, thanks. Going all right.
That's good. And how are you feeling about your performance this weekend?
Solid 6 out of 10, I'd say. Yeah, could be better, could be worse. So yeah, we're all right.
That's cool. Where are you currently qualified? Because I know you've just finished qualifying.
16th out of 19, I believe. So could be better, but it is what it is. We've been trying things, so we've not kind of been trying to qualify high. We've been trying to get things to work and playing with stuff. So it's been more of a test the last 2 days. But,
Yeah, that's cool, because I know you've had some chassis modifications because you were running under your tag. And also, we're just about to go into eliminations, and I know you've got Joe Kellett.
Yep.
And did you ever race in juniors?
Yeah, we did. Yeah, quite a few times. I think 3 or 4 years we were together in juniors. So we had a lot of good races. And I mean, in Super Pro we've raced a few times as well. So
So how are you feeling about that race?
it is what it is, really. Got to beat them all. So
That's cool. So obviously the car, when it first came out a few years ago now, it was running obviously Canon Reloaded, because your junior was obviously the Canon.
yeah.
You've changed that now. It went to PWRD and now it's currently Walters Motorsport. Why have you gone away from Pete Walters Race Design, obviously your company?
The PWRD kind of scheme was to celebrate 10 years of my company, so we just kind of did that as a bit of just a sponsorship sort of thing, and then we sponsored Aaron Fensome's Junior as well at the same time. And then when that finished, we kind of wanted to, we re-body panelled the whole car and wanted to just do a new scheme, and that's what we did.
That's cool. And so obviously there's quite a lot of Super Pro dragsters that are obviously running in Super Pro, the rear engine style. What made you go with the supercharger and the methanol injection, because that's sort of unique in the class?
Yeah, I think my dad's always grown up with supercharged cars, blow methanol, so it was just kind of a natural thing, really. Like there wasn't really another choice, to be honest with you.
It was going to be blown no matter what.
Yeah, exactly.
And what's it like to drive?
Oh, it's amazing. It's like a Cadillac, this car. It literally is not gone straight and just cruises down there. Barely even revs, really. So
That's cool. And I also know every driver's got their routines and try and get themselves into the zone. What do you do to prepare to drive a car like this?
not a lot, really. Just have a cup of tea and that's about it. I'm probably one of the most laid back people there is, so I'll just kind of get in it and do my thing.
That's cool. And what made you get into the sport?
I was literally born into it. I didn't have a choice, to be honest with you. My dad's raced since the 80s, and yeah, I was basically born into it, and that's all I've ever known, really. So.
That's cool. Well, thank you very much for coming and having an interview with us. I wish you the best of luck for the rest of the weekend, and I'll see you later. Thank you very much. your cars running in.
Yeah.
Like, running heavy.
I mean, I like it, and 585 is damn quick anyway. So
Oh, yeah.
for the audience, it would be fantastic.
Well, look at us now. It would just be a heads-up car.
Yeah.
Because no one was going to get pilot. And it's faster than pilot.
No.
Yeah, I don't think it will attract more people over here.
No, not like it was. Because the issue is you get to like Yanni Ericsson when the car's down, and that's not nice. Like one of the cars in Australia, the twin turbo Mustang, that run down to 5.4s. He does show the car right down to run 580 cars.
You've got to remember what's happened in America when someone gets really fast and others try to match it, all the second half will drop off because they can't afford to compete. And you end up getting destroying the class.
Otherwise known as Ricky Smith.
Yeah, absolutely, yeah.
Well, the funny thing is,
And now look at the Blue Sheets, they're putting so much, they've got a twin team now in the NHRA.
On the tree, it's going to be a sportsman tree this time, so you'll see both trees running out at the same time.
it looks like Dave's already caught him, actually.
Well, I'm actually just looking at the live stream. He is. He's there. Nick's got nose in front.
But he breaks out by the most. Nick Muggeridge had over a 10th in the bag.
These guys love to do it. Lovely wheel stand from Tom in the Charger. John is a long way out ahead, and he's going to stay there.
And
Takes
not
the
break
wing.
out. Oh yeah, Tom breaks out by 400. 89999.
And on Simon Rickwood, John Bean, we just saw go through, take on Nick Muggeridge, who we just saw go through. Marie Mills gets Warren Watts. Will Clark takes on Simon Fulton. And Aidan goes in there. New junior dragster.
No, I am.
Oh, you are?
I
Right.
am. I went 7.6s in it.
Right. I thought Charlotte had gone rather well in the one and only outing in it. 804, 166.
He absolutely smashed it in round one. I think he actually ran a perfect DT in round one.
Green light drag race, which is always the best way to start. Ron Bartlett has caught him. It's just whether he breaks out or not. And he doesn't. Look at that on a whole shot. Ron Bartlett 003.
Look at that win cam.
Yeah.
Goes green, he'll lose. But the same is said for Dan. So you can see the Van Leaf first. Dragster's going to run him down.
Driving at him. He's got there, but he hasn't got there in time. Daniel Giles goes over the stripe first.
So Stu Morris is dialing as slow as you are allowed to in the class. He does 899. It almost looked like Stuart had a throttle stop on then.
Yeah, 10 flat.
Jeans, I think.
Oh, don't need to worry though. It's a cherry on the trees. Only a 001.
Well, Alan Didwell went 0-2, so he was always going to be tough. Always breaks out by 200ths as well. However, he didn't have to back off because the wind light was already on his lane. Well, mark the date down. Lee Huxley goes red.
lights the tyres up instantly.
Yeah.
He holds his foot in it because he just didn't feel it.
Yeah. Well, that's what.
Who goes first? Same basic idea as what you've seen, but on 2 wheels. It's going to be, oh, look at that, 10:43 and a 42 for Nick Pladen and an 05 late. Takes board videos of this machine and various other ones as well. Taking a nice easy buy into round 2. 967. Deadly consistent though, that's what he ran yesterday. Okay, you know.
He also hasn't stopped taking the mick out of all the junior drivers because he got the money.
Oh, 962
wow.
and a 3. Well done, Liam. So 1.1 difference on the tree.
Well, Phil's already caught and he's shadowing out through the finish line and doesn't break out. 908 and a 902. Back if you aren't there already. So Casey away first, followed by Chris. Chris takes the win, takes his customary ride up the wall.
Down the hallway, down the track.
Oh, Robbie goes red. 0-2 red. Very, very tight indeed. So it is Blade that takes the round win there.
Look at that. Blade goes 890 on.
Oh, problems there for Bill Marsh, and Rhett just sails by.
Brett's well off 3. In fact, he was actually turning around to see where Bill was.
He was double checking, I think.
Well, he was certainly labouring every shift.
He still breaks out though, 867. He was trying, 133. But he was actually in a no-win situation. Okay, a little bit of an update. The reason we're on hold, there's just been a few pesky raindrops in the shutdown area. A couple of them did wander up this way, I suppose. I think it's the best way I can describe it. So they're just keeping an eye on that situation. The oil has been cleared from the top end, and we were basically ready to go, and the signal was just on the verge of being given to get the pro mods round, but within that split second of that happening, the few raindrops appeared, and instead of the cars coming around the corner, they went and got the covers out and put them over the cars. So basically, in the pairing lanes at the moment, ready to go. We've got the other half of the well, we got the 2 supercharged cars in Pro Modified, Wayne Nicholson and Andy Robinson, ready to run. We also got 2 top fuel dragsters in the pairing lanes. We've also got Nostalgia Funny Cars in the lanes as well. And of course, we have got Top Fuel Bike and a whole host of sportsman racers, all keen and eager to get down the racetrack here at Sandford Raceway, but we're not going to let them go until we are totally happy that the conditions are good for them to run, i.e. no fluid or raindrops or anything on the racetrack whatsoever. It's going to be one of those stop-start days at the moment, but fingers crossed, once this little system disappears, we should be good for a few hours. But we are forever hopeful. But thank you ever so much indeed for bearing with us. It is one of those pesky days. It's certainly going to be a late one for us, that's for sure, because we'll keep going until we physically cannot race anymore. So we'll probably be right up to curfew tonight, conditions permitting. So Don't forget Live Action Arena. Well, we got a little bit while to wait for their second show today. It's 2:30, but there's plenty of other things going on site as well. You've got the historic aero engines round the back as well. You've got Steve Colley with his stunt show, and of course Titan the robots around as well. We've got the Wheel of Death, all sorts of things going on site here at Santa Pod Raceway, the home of European drag racing, and of course this weekend it is the rescheduled Festival of Power. I've said it before, but I've said it again. The race day program gives you all the information of everything on site. Don't forget to visit the pod shop, actually. All the latest merchandise is in there. The Slick Tricks range, and of course the new FIA merchandise as well. So that's basically where we are at the moment. There's a few teams wandering around just having a look at track conditions at the moment. It could be very quick when we actually get going, but just a slight pause at the moment. But as soon as we're ready and as soon as conditions allow us, trust me, we'll be on it. Nitro FM, that's the best I can do at the moment, so it's back over to you.
Bus that was brought over from the US. He found it at a farm in Oklahoma, hence the fact it's called Oklahoma Willie. He restored it beautifully and then thought, I know what, it needs something. Oh yes, I know what it needs, a jet. It is actually fully road legal as well. It's licensed to go on the road. It's got a number plate. It's still got the engine in it, hasn't it? It's still got that because he drives around here on the start line. Someone up there in VIP is definitely seeing this for the first time by the looks on their faces.
Make sure you are filming this, because again, if you try and tell someone what you've seen, they just won't believe you.
Yeah, I'm just watching the pair sitting at the front up there.
Now that is the correct reaction to a jet, that is, isn't it?
You bet. He hasn't seen any flames yet.
It gets louder, trust me.
Watch him jump.
Oh, he's run away. Oh, no.
Don't like that.
He sort of likes it, but he sort of doesn't.
I love the way his mum's holding him down.
Yeah, no, stay here, don't go. This is what we come for. It's all right, fella. It's okay. They are supposed to do that.
Oh no, she's giving him as well.
Yeah, it is quite close and roasty sitting there.
Making his way up the quarter mile to a possible 150 mile an hour plus run.
Keeps it nailed all the way through too.
Yeah, indeed. 153.18.
That's the first time I've seen him pull the parachute as well.
162 miles, yeah, 153 miles now, beg your pardon. Obviously what VW designed those to do. So, first jet done, we've got more coming. To the little lad up there in VIP, I do hope you enjoyed that. We've got lots more of that coming in just a second. Don't panic, it's okay.
And in qualifying, you do that by as much as you can. However, in eliminations, it's slightly different.
Oh, Nick! Left forward. Oh, so
That
Steve Lloyd gets the win.
That was my fault because I said what was going to happen, wasn't it? Deary me, Nick with the jitters on the start line. 11:23. Well, who would have put money on that? Still get the jits.
Beautiful launch there from Dan. Simon Crowley off in pursuit.
Dan's way away first. 10.84, 115, and a 10.52, 130. Oh no, it was just Ahmed. Well, Kev Jenkins, long gone. Apologies, we didn't quite follow what was going on there. I think they spotted, yeah, there's a little puddle on the floor.
Cess ballast, isn't it?
Basically.
That's probably the best word I've ever heard used for it, Glenn. Good looking launch. Spencer's going to have to keep it nailed though, because he's not going to know where Terry is.
He has lifted.
Yeah, he takes the win. 9.41 for Terry Newton, knocking on the door of 160 miles an hour. Here we go. Not on the two-step yet, John. There we go. Well, Bobby is long gone. Jean expires just before the finish line. 5.95 at 2.42 for Bobby. 6.88, only 161 for Jean. Unfortunately. Okay, everybody out there in spectator land, just to let you know, the race director has said we're going again in around about 5 minutes' time. So if you're not in the viewing area, please get yourself back there. We shall be racing again in around about 5 minutes. We've got the second semi-final of Pro Modified coming your way, and Top Fuel and Nitro Funny Cars and Top Fuel Bike 2. So don't go anywhere at all. they've got a little bit of an idea what's coming now, so it's not quite the same. There you go, you can see him now peering out the window at a slightly safer distance.
So the same engine that you will find in Fire Force number 5. And a lot of the design clues. In fact, Martin Hill was heavily involved with the design and some of the extra touches on this as well. Little canard wings in front of the rear wheels. Things like that.
Lovely looking run for Julian, straight, strong, all the way through to a 585, his quickest run ever in this car, 266 miles an hour. I've just thought of another thing as well. Do you realise that the vast majority, if not all, of the jet drivers in the UK are from Yorkshire?
Oh, the wonderful sound of race engines. It is Pro Modified semi-final number 2, and it is Wayne Nicholson and Andy Robinson. The Chevy Corvette and the Chevy Camaro. And as Darryl mentioned earlier on, we're going to have a blower car against a nitrous car in the final. Bobby Wallace awaits the winner of these two. A fairy tale come true finally for Wayne Nicholson with that 588 qualifying. A nightmare for Andy Robinson, resulting in an engine change, just so that he was able to take part in eliminations today.
mildly sensible burnout from Andy there. Yeah, spare engine in the car, like you said, Colin. They've really, unfortunately, there's no one with more knowledge in UK Pro Mod than those guys. No one more driving experience than Andy. And yet still, last 2 days have been very, very trying for them. Hopefully it all comes together today. I was going to say this morning, but it's about 1:30, isn't it?
Yeah, it is.
It is 1:30, yeah, there we go. So this is round 1 of the Motorsport UK Pro Mod Championship, spread over 6 rounds during the summer. Next one is at the main event. Then I think it's some of that's Bug Jam, European Finals and National Finals.
That's it. Well, a lot of our European friends will be tuning in to catch up with what's going on the UK Pro Modified scene, but obviously the big news is Wayne Nicholson has got a 5.8 second car now.
Chatting to Wayne last night, I said, is that your first #1 qualifier? He said, no, 10 years ago, Easter. It was freezing. And he said that absolutely freezing. He was #1 qualifier with like a 6:69. He said he took it really easy and he wondered what, that he saw something through the finish line. It was a snowflake.
Wow.
Excellent. So, heads up, first finish line wins. 2 supercharged cars from the UK. Andy.
Wayne, mate, you've already won.
I don't think he realised actually.
No.
I don't think he had. 105 to 60, 451, 147 to the 8th. Not quite sure what happened with Andy that time.
Well, they're having a bit of a debrief with Dave Warren down there.
I think I know what it is, and I know what Dave's saying, because it's happened to, unfortunately, happened to Andy 4 years ago in Finland, is where if you only nudge into full stage, when you go on the 2-step, the car judders. And if the car's juddering, at the millisecond the starter flicks the switch and the car has basically nudged back out of stage, that's the timing system thinks you're not there. Red light comes on. I think that was what happened there, unfortunately. Yeah, it happened to, it was really unfortunate. It happened to Andy a number of years back now. Up in Alastara as well. That's a long way to go to have it happen. But anyway, it is Wayne against Bobby.
Wayne in the other lane as well. Look, I can see the state of the tyre tracks that he's left. He wanted that. 702, 197 mile an hour, and that was pretty much sideways the whole way down the track.
Bit of a shame for Andy as well, because that looked like a hooked up run. Lucky Devil team going to the final. We'll be picking up a trophy today. Whether it's a big or a small one, we'll find out in a couple of hours' time. Commiseration to the anger management gang. They've worked so hard. Sometimes everything goes right. Sometimes it's just character building, I think. But we'll see them all back again soon. Right, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, we have the world's most powerful race cars sitting down behind us. 2 top fuel dragsters from the Runenfjord Motorsports table, both with young ladies, both from Scandi countries, driving them. Although it's all in part of Scandinavia. If it's part of Finland, it's not. It's Nordic. Anyway, for Edelbrock, KW Parts and Mstrand.ax is Ida Zetterström in the Kestrel lane, the Europe's quickest top fuel pilot, taking on Suzanne Callian for Slick Tricks Racing in the Slick Tricks lane as well. Now they'll be match racing to 1,000 foot. Ida's car has had a couple of issues getting off the start line. I think Runa's got it sus though. After the last run yesterday, did shake the tyres, but most importantly, actually moved forward when she nailed the throttle. Suzanne, though, was on a flyer yesterday. Unfortunately, we had a bit of a timing system malfunction. Fingers crossed, none of that today. So, side by side, 11,000 brake horsepower landlocked missiles for your viewing pleasure. Both these two, in case you want any inspiration, used to run in Junior Dragster.
Fancy seeing some more of these at the main event in 4 weeks' time. We've got 6 of them here to take part in the first round of the FIA European Championships.
It's probably a little bit late now, but if you haven't got any small children around you, please make sure their ears are covered.
in case they haven't been ruined already.
Exactly.
Yeah, there we go.
Because it does get a hell of a lot louder than that.
Yeah, they, like you said yesterday, Tom, has been measured on the Richter scale, and it does shake the earth like nothing else. So fingers crossed for both of them today. The conditions are slightly more challenging today because it's not quite as warm. It's still not bad, but ideally fuel cars do like a little bit of heat in the racetrack, and at the moment there isn't that much of it. If you look towards the finish line, you can see the big orange markers which denote the 1,000 foot, which is the distance they race over. And once again, here's hoping everything goes well, no tyre shake, and they keep it nailed all the way through to the finish line. So Ruda sets the barrel valve on Ida's car. Jamie does the same in the slick tricks lane. Well, Suzanne drifts towards the wall, backs out of it, but still goes. Once again, knocks the timing system out again, unfortunately. Ida with the, unfortunately, same teeth-grindingly annoying issue that's plagued her for the last number of runs, actually. Spun the tyres at the hit of the throttle, didn't go anywhere at all. Suzanne, though, with a really nice-looking run. The car got out of the groove. It was shaking the tyres, and it's the tyre spin that does that. Give the teams a big round of applause, please. That's Ida's team in the first wagon. And everybody for Slick Tricks is going to be going straight up behind us. If that was a full-on match race, Suzanne would be the hands-down winner this weekend. But up here, we can see the tyre marks. And the tyre tracks... John Wright used to explain it to me. Give the team a round of applause, please, ladies and gentlemen. That is the Slick Tricks team. Outstanding effort to put on a show for you today. They don't spin, they don't shake, they paddle. It's like it's not as high, it's quite high frequency, but the thing is it does tend to unsettle the car and it knocks it off course. Suzanne kept it nailed for as long as she can, which was around about half track. Yeah. And then if you see where she crossed the finish line, bang in the middle of the lane.
We got some of the data actually from yesterday's run, and it was a 4.0.
It was a 4.0.
Yes. So very, very good run indeed.
That wasn't far off as well.
That wasn't actually, I was going to say, very close as well, I think.
That was hauling.
Right, well, next up, we do have Top Fuel Bike. It's going to be Neil Midgley on a solo, then it'll be Steve Woollatt and Al Smith fighting for the other place in the final.
Although, if you look at it at the moment, it looks like it's Al Smith that's racing Neil, but it's not. So the same basic concept, i.e. nitro and superchargers, on a two-wheel machine.
It was pretty much all by half, apart from Al. Half the wheels, half the cylinders. Still pushing about 1,500 to 2,000 horsepower.
A fair amount. Power to weight, they are ridiculous.
Oh, it's insane.
Yeah. Although saying that, Top Fuel bikes themselves are inherently quite heavy. Some of the like the street tyre bikes are a lot lighter, hence the fact they're not running the same lap times, but they're running, very competitively. So we're just checking the timing system again, because it's very unusual to have one issue ever, let alone two in a row with the same two cars. So it was exhibition stuff, so it's not as crucial as it would be in 4 weeks' time, but still a little bit head scratching for the timing group. So we obviously got lots more racing to come. After Top Fuel Bike, we have Nostalgia Nitro Funny Cars. We have Comp Bike round 1. I can see round 2 of Pro ET. As we hear the beautiful, almost melodic noise of a Top Fuel Bike coming to life.
And then switching to Nitro. Unfortunately, you can't fire these things up on nitromethane, so you fire them up on a petrol methanol mix. And as you heard the note change, that's when they switch them to nitro.
So it is Neil Midgley. Yep. On a bye run. By virtue of being #1 qualifier. This machine has been in the 5s on a number of occasions. In fact, when Neil debuted it last year, it was in the 5s. Round of applause for that man next door. Getting our screen and timing system working again. So, for Cannon Motorsports and Lucas Oil. There goes Neil. Wow, keeps it nailed a lot further and goes 609, 193 miles an hour. Outstanding stuff from the Puma gang. 0.99 to 60 foot, 8th mile, 391 at 197. Picking up from where they've been all weekend and the first 6.0 of the weekend as well. 609, 193. I'm actually surprised Neil actually got over towards the wall and still kept it nailed.
I noticed that.
Yeah,
I thought he's going to click it, and he didn't. He stuck with it.
It's going. No, it's not. He's still going. He's still going. So the next one is a pair. Two guys that have the shortest routines ever. Steve Watt with the dealer in the Slick Tricks lane. Al Smith with the... Now, Al Smith and Phil Bainbridge have still had a really trying weekend. The only run they put in the 60s was the run off the trailer on... What day is it today? This is on Saturday. 3 up in smoke passes yesterday. Most unusual for them. Really nice having a chat with Al yesterday down behind the start line. And this is a very unique machine. I think the only 3-cylinder fuel bike on the planet. It has a huge amount of potential. Let's see whether they can unleash it against Steve. Al Smith with the same problem again, unfortunately spins the tyre past 60 foot. Steve backs out of it just before the finish line, goes 661 at 198. They were off the line fairly evenly. That was quite a soft pass actually for the dealer. Real unfortunate end to the weekend for Al Smith. It takes just as much effort to do that every time as it does to, you know, run near 5-second runs. So, big shame. They'll be back again, hopefully in a few weeks' time to try again. Right, Nitro Funny Cars next.
Yeah, you can see Apache and, of course, Time Warp in the lanes. And what this is the final for Nostalgia Funny Car. Mm-hmm. And hopefully Tony is... Yes, he is. Tony's down there as well. Basically, once the the final has been run, then we're into exhibition for Nostalgia Funny Cars, so that's what Tony's going to be doing.
Okay.
And then when they come out for their second session today, they're all in exhibition because obviously they've already run the final.
Absolutely. Well, thing
now.
for Tony, well, I'll explain about what's happened with Tony this weekend when he comes around, but it's like every weekend seems to be trying. So, Wendy rolling round first with the blue stripe white Mustang. Tim Garlick with Apache puts the body down. You can actually see it's Tim this time because he's not half miles around the corner. I love the way Tim does burnouts. The revs just seem to climb like Andy Robinson does throughout the run. So these cars are similar to the other Nitro Funny Cars. However, the big difference being these are the nostalgia version. They run smaller superchargers, smaller fuel pumps, most importantly. Smaller mags and a couple of other things just to keep the look and the feel of them right. They still run seriously quick though.
And the sound. You can't quite match the sound of a Nostalgia Funny Car.
So the parachute pins come out both cars. The parachutes themselves are armed and ready. So Wendy Baker's been getting progressively quicker.
The crew just look underneath Wendy Baker's car. All looks okay, so she's being told to go in.
Well, unfortunately, Wendy gets the blocks at the finish line. Tim goes a very nice straight 6:23 at 2:23. Don't need to tell you, Tim left first and got there first, actually, with that one. Wendy's car was drifting over towards the centre line. That's the quickest run for the new car, in its current form, anyway. Still nice and strong. Something to work with.
Yeah, I'm not sure what the crew were looking at underneath the car, but I can see Mark down there, he's got something in his hand. So obviously there was something on the car that either shouldn't have been or something that obviously was fine to be taken off.
Absolutely demolished the blocks at the
Went
top end.
straight through them.
Yeah.
So your winner for Nostalgia Funny Car at this event, give the team a big cheer, please, in the van out front. That is the Apache team. Tim Garlick, flawless as ever. They make it look easy when in reality it's very, very hard to do it. Quite like that. And Wendy Baker's team of Time Warp, once again, put your hands together, please. Great effort for the team. And like I said, that will be their quickest run so far with that new chassis and body as well. So we've just got to put the blocks back. I think Wendy stopped on the racetrack right down the bottom of the shutdown area.
Mind you, we've hit the blocks at 150 odd mile an hour. Hopefully haven't damaged the front of the body. I know they are, in effect, foam blocks, and that's why they're just pushing Wendy's car through the second exit now.
However, when you hit them that quick...
Exactly
sorry, going that
yeah.
fast, I should say, sorry. So, Tony Betts with Venom will be next. I'm not sure whether we got the Nitro Funny Cars in this session as well or not, Colin.
I don't think so, because I couldn't see them in the lanes.
No, they're not. I can still see both of the tow trucks sitting over there in the pits. So it will be Tony Betts, and then it will be Pro ET round 2. But before that, I think actually might be Comp Bike.
Yeah, Comp Bike are in the lanes as well, so got a hell of a lot of racing to come at you.
I.e. most of it.
Yeah, that's a good point, actually.
Of course. Oh, it's a good job you didn't say the age though, because otherwise, you know, that was not a giveaway.
How many? How many pats on the back do we give her? All right, well, I'm just trying to catch you out, mate. Okay, so the blocks are being replaced at the top end. Just will sweep some of the debris up, but that's already been taken care of. And say it will be Tony Betts with Venom coming up next. Team all ready to go over there, all hoping that they fix the oil drive situation that they got over there. Right, okay, just updating paperwork. Yeah, we're going to get Fuel Funny Car in the second showcase session, our pro session, if you like. That's when we were going to be seeing Nitro Funny Car. We've got a lot of sportsman eliminations to crack on with. On 4 wheels, we've got Pro ET. On 2 wheels, we've got Comp Bike. They're in the lanes, ready to go. And those of you tuned into the live feed actually can see the cars and the bikes at the moment. And also, if you look on the big screen in the pit area as well, you can see that feed as well.
No, but probably the best view is sitting in the grandstand or on the bank.
Yes, indeed. Just having a look at some of the runners and riders down there. Matt Jones is down there. Switched classes this weekend after having a few issues, but managed to get the bike sorted out. Looks like he's having a little nap, actually. Good old Matt.
Why not?
Also looking at there's Nick Mugridge with his dragster in the lanes there. It's Jasmine Cordell. New bike for her this weekend, and first time ever in the 7-second zone for Jasmine this weekend, doing really well. If you wonder what we're talking about, we're looking at the live feed at the moment, just having a look at some of the machines in the pairing lanes getting ready to go. That's young Nick Mugridge. Luke doing very well. That's his young brother in the junior dragster class. And we've got Matt and Scott there, and of course Mum Jan as well. Looking back at some of the other cars in the lanes, that's Marie Mills with the little altered, lining up alongside Warren Watts. I believe obviously those two will be racing each other in Pro ET. Indeed they are. Yeah, they're a round 2 matchup. And tucked in behind them, you've got Dave Rudd with the Banzai Cobra, and he'll be taking on the Appliance Dragster. And that's going to be another good matchup as well. So yeah, a little wander around the pairing lanes. Mason Griffiths obviously with the Appliance Dragster. Good story, Mason actually did run with your prongs in that car. And when he suddenly appeared, I think it was at the Festival of Power a few years back, we thought, oh, who's this guy? We don't know. But he'd done all of his sort of runs and everything at Run With Your Brung events, and surprised us all, and did very well indeed. Looking at some of the other comp bikes that are in the lanes as well. Obviously, I our two World Warriors. A lot of these are well into the 7-second zone. All very keen to get the job done in the lanes at the moment. John McLean there getting quicker and quicker on all of his runs at the moment, well into the 7s now. And that man doing very well indeed. Len Paget's bike, with Len just sitting on the starter box next to the machine. Just taking it easy at the moment, waiting for the call to put his helmet on and get on the bike and get it round to the start line.
Well, the tractor has gone off the top end, which is always a good sign. Just need the quads to move. We've got the blocks back in place, so we're just moments away from kicking off with Tony and Venom, hopefully, for his first run of the season, actually. It's come out, made a couple of burnouts, but clicked it off every single time after the burnout. I did think, I made a rough guess that it might be an oil pressure problem. It is sort of an oil pressure problem. It was the fact they kept breaking the drive for the oil pump. So as a result, there's no oil flowing around the engine. You don't really want to be running it with low and or no oil pressure at all. Easiest way to detonate it normally. Have one of those unscheduled disassembly situations. So they've been given the thumbs up to fire him up.
That phrase is going to be legendary now, isn't it? Rapid unscheduled disassembly, as from the the rocket launch in the States for SpaceX, I think was the where the phrase came from.
However, we've been doing it for years at track circuits around the world. So the next noise you hear will be the Venom 1970.5 Camaro.
Just a reminder to everybody as the time approaches 2 o'clock. Live Action Arena have got their final show at 2:30 this afternoon.
There we go, that iconic switch to the nitros. You hear the cars cackling.
You can see Mickey Moore running. That's worth coming for, that is. Give me. Well, sort of running.
A lot of experience on the team for Tony Betts. I would try and count up to the experience of that, but I can't count that high.
Hundreds of years.
Yeah.
Right, fingers crossed that the oil pump drive stays in place. The oil keeps flowing round at the engine. I'm sure Uncle John's going to have a lean in when Tony's backed up, have a look at the gauge.
So is that what the issues have been, the oil pressure?
It is oil pressure, but it's because for 2 successive burnouts in a row, it's actually broken the drive shaft for the oil pump every time, each time. For whatever, I mean, all the silly things that can happen, that's another one. Yeah, so they can't run the car. There's no way Tony can run it with that sort of situation going on.
So the crew's swarming the vehicle, setting it all up, ready for the run. Wheelie bar adjustments, idle adjustments, checking the air leak, all sort of things you need to do to get these cars working and working well.
Well, looks like it's happening this time. I'm sure Tony's eyes are fixed very, very firmly on the gauge in front of him. So it all looks okay. Now, as this is Tony's first run of the year, I'm not sure how far he's going to go. Maybe a half pass, just to make sure everything's okay. And then he'll be back a little bit later on for run number 2.
Ian's clearly spotted something. He's pulling the crew chief over. He's been given the signal to move forward, so he's going to bring the car into pre-stage, into stage, and then he's going to go for the first run of the year for Tony Betts with the Venom Funny car.
Yeah, may have been pointing to a throttle issue. The fact that it didn't really crack the throttle when Tony went to nail it. So, round 1 of Comp Bike. Up next, Tony's going to coast to a stop around about 1,000 foot. The tractor's going to come back down as well, actually. And we're going to be taking a quad out to get him off the racetrack. So, just a couple of moments. Nitro FM, if you wouldn't mind. We're on with round 1 of Comp Bike. So, we are on with round 1 of Comp Bike. Dan Diath on his first ever outing in Comp Bike on Danny Cockrell's machine in the Slick Tricks lane. And Sean Mills. Now, this is a bit of an unusual matchup for a couple of reasons. One, Dan qualified very well with a 757. But Sean Mills is normally nudging the low 7s with the big CC Outlaw bike. Nowhere near that this weekend, possibly until right now.
Well, he's actually been having troubles getting the power down to the racetrack.
Oh, like
there
that.
he is again and again.
Losing power all the way up. Dan Diath with his trademark whole shot off the start line. Knocking on the door of 190 miles an hour at 7:57, his quickest run ever. Oh, I beg your pardon, 1,000 slower than his qualifying time. So Dave Thomas and Graham Dance, two ex-Super Street bike racers.
In fact, these two used to race all the time in Super Street Bike. Obviously, they both made the change to comp bike now. Both very capable riders and very capable bikes. Consistently down into the low 7s, 7.2s, 7.3s.
Yeah, Dave Thomas has had a real off weekend though this time round, unfortunately.
Just being told to hold off just for the moment.
Just checking out something out there on or towards the finish line. There you go. That's what marshals are for. Look at that. Effortless. We teach them to hot walls in marshal training school, you know that. Just like that. Well, problems for both off the start line. No one really with a quick getaway. However, up to speed all quicker was Graham Dance. Big puff of smoke through the finish line. 8:07, 188. I'm sure the track crew will go and check that out on his way back again. 9:67 for Dave Thomas. Bows out 149. It was only a little puff of smoke at the finish line, so hopefully it's nothing more serious than that.
Well, interestingly, the thing that the track marshal picked up from the track was actually right where Graham went over the line. You can see how important it is to keep these tracks clear, because if whatever it was wasn't moved.
Well, the good news is that particular marshal seems to be moving out the way.
So your dad's running next week. Anybody else? So you're going to be here the 3 days anyway. You're coming up Thursday.
Well, we are going to be on hold for a couple of moments because I can see the ambulance actually moving off or moving away from station up the top end. Obviously someone down there needs some form of attention, but anyway, while they do a check again, sorry for the delay, folks. Very, just as many apologies as we can give. We can't race or can't run on the track without everything being 100% safe. Hopefully only be a couple of moments and we'll be back to the action. So, Nitro FM, do your thing.
Hello and welcome. We are here with Mick, driver of the Detroit Hustler. How are you?
Yeah, fine, thank you. Yeah, good.
So obviously, I believe you've just completed your second round of qualifying, or second to last round of qualifying, or
Yes, we have one more qualifying today.
And how are your weekend going so far?
It's been good.
Yeah.
We went from 15 to number 2 with one run, and we're sitting at number 3 at the moment.
That's perfect.
Yeah.
So obviously, you've got quite a unique car there with your Dodge Dart. Running in Nostalgia Superstock, please tell me a bit about it.
It's a bracket race, so it's fair for everyone. You can turn up with anything pre-71, I can't remember what it was, but you've got to run $13.99 and you can race your car.
That's
so
cool.
Everyone has plenty of time to get their cars ready and it's a good bracket race to be in.
Yeah, of course, you're over 60 cars in the class at some meetings.
Yeah, Dragsters is the big one.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And your car in particular is one that I personally love. What kind of combination have you got under the bonnet?
It's a 511 cubic inch big block Mopar. We've just actually put in a new rear axle because we hurt the other one, blew that up, so we had to go to Ford. It doesn't really sit well, but you have to do these things.
Yeah.
Yeah. But yeah.
That's really cool, and obviously, like, it's quite a unique colour scheme. You don't really see them sort of colours be used in a race car, and you've called the car the Detroit Hustler.
Yeah.
So where did that come from?
We never. It was built about 12 years ago, and so we bought the car as it is.
Okay.
So we just inherited everything that come with the car and tried to keep the car historically correct how the original guy built it.
That's really cool.
Yeah.
What's your PB on the car? Because I've seen it. It's gone quite fast for what it is. I can see it's all steel, glass, everything.
Yeah, it's PB 10.2. The roof, the rear quarters are steel. Everything else is fiberglass.
That's very cool. What's it like to drive?
Easy.
Yeah.
Yeah. If you're used to like a manual shift on an automatic transmission, it's just like driving a normal car.
I don't think you could probably describe that as a normal car.
Okay. It's powerful, but then, you know, it's got to be reasonably powerful to run those numbers. But no, it doesn't do anything untoward. It sits there, goes in a straight line. Yeah, which is
That's really cool.
Yeah.
And here's a question for you then. If you had to choose dream car, what would that be?
Maybe one of them in a funny car.
Oh, yeah?
Funny car body, maybe.
Yeah?
Yeah.
That'd be really cool. Because I know as well you've got experience, you were just telling me, with Steve Ashdown's funny car.
Yeah, I crewed with Steve last year. Unfortunate the last run, but we did end up as the champions last year, which was fantastic. Really cherry on the cake.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So you've obviously been around in the sport, but how did you get into the sport itself? Because it's quite a unique sport to get into.
Yeah, I started working back in 1985 for a guy called John Claydon, who was pretty well known, and helping him with his cars. That's how we started back then, and we've just gone on through the years helping various different people.
That's cool. And then, so is this the first car you've driven down the track, or?
Not the first car I've driven down the car, but it is the first car I've owned.
Right.
Yeah.
That's cool.
Yeah.
Well, thank you very much for taking the time to have an interview with us today.
Oh, pleasure.
I hope you have the best of luck for the rest of the weekend on your last qualifier, and then you go into eliminations.
Yeah.
So yeah, thank you very much.
No problem at all. Thank you.
Powerful race cars sitting down behind us. Two top fuel dragsters from the Runenfeld Motorsports table, both with young ladies, both from Scandi countries, driving them. Although it's all in part of Scandinavia. If it's part of Finland, it's not. It's Nordic. Anyway, for Edelbrock, KW Parts and Mstrand.ax is Ida Zetterström in the Kestrel Lane, the Europe's quickest top fuel pilot, taking on Suzanne Callian for Slick Tricks Racing in the Slick Tricks lane as well. Now they'll be match racing to 1,000 foot. Ida's car has had a couple of issues getting off the start line. I think Runa's got it sus though after the last run yesterday. Did shake the tyres, but most importantly actually moved forward when she nailed the throttle. Suzanne though was on a flyer yesterday. Unfortunately, we had a bit of a timing system malfunction. Fingers crossed none of that today. So, side by side, 11,000 brake horsepower landlocked missiles for your viewing pleasure. Both these two, in case you want any inspiration, used to run in Junior Dragster.
seeing some more of these at the main event in 4 weeks' time. We've got 6 of them here to take part in the first round of the FIA European Championships.
It's probably a little bit late now, but if you haven't got any small children around you, please make sure their ears are covered.
In case they haven't been ruined already.
Exactly.
Yeah, there we go.
Because it does get a hell of a lot louder than that.
Yeah, they, like you said yesterday, Tom, has been measured on the Richter scale, and it does shake the earth like nothing else. So fingers crossed for both of them today. The conditions are slightly more challenging today because it's not quite as warm. It's still not bad, but ideally fuel cars do like a little bit of heat in the racetrack, and at the moment there isn't that much of it. If you look towards the finish line, you can see the big orange markers, which denote the 1,000 foot, which is the distance they race over. And once again, here's hoping everything goes well, no tyre shake, and they keep it nailed all the way through to the finish line. So Runa sets the barrel valve on Ida's car. Jamie does the same in the slick tricks lane. Well, Suzanne drifts towards the wall, backs out of it, but still goes. Once again, knocks the timing system out again, unfortunately. Ida with the, unfortunately, same teeth-grindingly annoying issue that's plagued her for the last number of runs, actually. Spun the tyres at the hit of the throttle, didn't go anywhere at all. Wow, keeps it nailed a lot further and goes 609, 193 miles.
going to be a sportsman tree this time, so you'll see both trees running out at the same time.
It looks like Dave's already caught him, actually.
Well, I'm actually just looking at the live stream. He is. He's there. Nick's goes in front.
And he breaks out by the most. Nick Mugridge had over a 10th in the bag.
These guys love to do it. Lovely wheel stand from Tom in the Charger. John is a long way out ahead, and he's going to stay there.
And
Takes
not
the
break
win.
out. Oh yeah, Tom breaks out by 400. 89999.
And on Simon Rickwood, John Bean, we just saw go through, take on Nick Mugridge, who we just saw go through. Marie Mills gets Warren Watts. Will Clark takes on Simon Fulton. And Aidan goes in there. Your junior dragster.
No, I am.
Oh, you are?
I
Right.
am. Oh, with 7.6s in it.
Right. I thought Charlotte had gone rather well in the one and only outing in it. 804, 166.
He absolutely smashed it in round one. I think he actually ran a perfect DT in round one.
Green light drag race, which is always the best way to start. Ron Bartlett has caught him. It's just whether he breaks out or not. And he doesn't. Look at that on a whole shot. Ron Bartlett 003.
Look at that! Look at that win cam.
Yeah.
Goes green, he'll lose. But the same is said for Dan. So you can see the Van Lee first. Dragster's going to run him down.
Driving at him. He's got there, but he hasn't got there in time. Daniel Giles goes over the stripe first.
So Stu Morris is dialing as slow as you are allowed to in the class. He does 899. It almost looked like Stuart had a throttle stop on then.
Yeah, 10 flat.
Jeans, I think.
Oh, don't need to worry though. It's a cherry on the tree. It's only a 001.
Well, Alan Didwell went 0-2, so he was always going to be tough. All the breaks out by 200s as well. However, he didn't have to back off because the wind light was already on his lane. Well, mark the date down.
Yes, yeah.
Okay.
Now both of these drivers had tough matchups in round one, and they've only just gone and had each other, so they've got an even tougher matchup now.
Yeah, that's a very good point actually, Thomas. Tom got past Scott Hauser and Pete Walters got past Joe Kellett. So two of the toughest out there. And they succumbed in round one.
Right, very, the quickest of cleanups in Kestrel Lane. That evaporates almost instantly. That does just breaks down any fluid. Just checking to make sure it hasn't come out of Tom's car, but all good. So the Cortina Estate will go first. Followed by the Digger. Look at that. Pete Walters will get there. Pete Walters breaks out. Oh my word, what a race. Yeah,
That
go on,
was-
read
wait a
the and Jack Bowden, who goes first. Same basic idea as what you've seen, but on two wheels. It's going to be, oh, look at that, 10:43.
Comp bike, and this is going to be Paul Hambidge and Anna Sasiak. Paul Hambidge has been setting incredible times. And more impressively, it's the speeds that Paul is reaching now. 200 miles an hour. So Paul Hambidge then, he comes forward in the Kestrel Beer lane, and Anna Sasiak in the Slick Tricks lane. Well, fair to say performance advantage for Paul, but as we well and truly know in racing, it's whoever gets to the top end first without putting a cherry on the tree or crossing the centre line or anything wayward, and sometimes it doesn't always go to plan. So let's see how these two get on. 7:26 in qualifying for Paul. 8:63 from Anna.
Anna does not roll into stage, so unfortunately she gets bulbed. You've got 7 seconds from when the other bike's in stage to get into stage. That 7 seconds passed.
9:17 at 98. I think Paul realised that he was on his way there. Right, John McLean. Another guy comfortably in the 7-second zone. And here he is lining up against Len Padgett. Dan Dieth awaits the winner of this pairing.
So both of these bikes are slick bikes, but obviously set up very differently. You've got the 4-link Pro Stock style of Lenny Padgett taking on the nitrous Outlaw style of John McLean. In fact, John McLean's got the bigger engine out of the two. 1700 cc's takes Len's 1300. Whoa!
Huge wheels down there for John McLean. Getting a lot more forward motion and traction than he expected, and the net result was the front wheel came up high and came back down to earth with a bit of a thud. So Lenny Padgett takes that 1:8:21 at 152. But yeah, did well to bring that back down, actually, John. John McLean just taking the first exit, but yeah, could be a little bit sore after that one. All right, Chris Neary qualified in the number 6 spot, taking on Mick Wynyard, qualified number 9, both in the 7s.
There's only 0.2 between them in qualifying.
And that has almost been made up off the start line. So very, very close at the stripe. Pick and choose this one. The win margin only 0.4, and it's Chris Neary that takes that. 7.96 to a lose-out 8.15. Not quite on their qualifying numbers, but at the end of the day, it's Chris that goes through into the next round. And, well, due to race Graham, if Graham can get himself fixed. 2 more pairs to go in comp bike. This is Gary Bowe taking on Matt Jones.
Matt Jones' debut race in the class. Obviously, he's been racing before. He actually started the weekend in ET bike.
He did, yeah.
Not that he went too quick for ET bike, but obviously preferred the heads-up racing format.
Well, capable of going well into the 8s now is Matt. Gary Bowe, number 1 qualifier, 7.20.
Well, yesterday busted something in the burnout box, didn't he? Both of them drift to the left, actually. Gary Bowe goes 7.41 at 1.79. Matt goes 9.41 at 1.48. Bows out in round 1.
Gary, because of only 14 bikes in the field, gets the bye in round at number 2. So all he needs to do is basically show up for that one and take the green under his own power. And he's into the semis. Right, 1 pair to go. Adam Burns and Jasmine Cordell.
I can't see Adam Burns anywhere though, so I think Jasmine Cordell will be on a bye run. Whether she'll take this as a tune-up run or just take the light.
Well, they really want to start like sussing this bike out. I know Jazz has qualified with a 7 and really, really happy for the team because it's Jazz's first ever 7, don't forget. 792 on the, well, which is all in effect is a pro stock bike.
They did do a little bit of damage yesterday, so they might use it as a tune-up run all the way through, or may just take it to 330, because with a lot of machines, that's where the key to a quick ET is.
Well, Paul Hambidge is going to be the opponent in round 2.
Lovely launch from Jasmine Cordell.
112 to 60.
She's still in it all the way to the finish line. Oh, wow. 772, 163 miles an hour.
That was beautiful. It did actually slow up a little at the top end. I thought that was going to be a little bit quicker than that, but congratulations to Jazz and the whole team. They look incredibly happy, as they have every right to do.
Pro ET, round number 3.
Is this the... We in round 3 already?
Oh, sorry, round 2.
Round 2,
Going
sorry.
into round number 3.
I missed round 2, did I? Just let
Yeah.
Okay.
It was a figment of your imagination. Amy Watkins and Darren Huxley. Dial-ins then, 9:50 for Amy, but Darren will be going first by 2.19 seconds with the Nissan 1169, his dial-in.
Amy, of course, has already had a bye run today, whereas Darren has not run at all yet.
Well, Amy's going to catch him. This is way out. Right there. Closer to the dial-in, quicker on the tree. Amy Watkins moving on to round 3.
All right, John Bean and Nick Mugridge. Well,
now fortunately, both of these races already had a run today, because of course we didn't finish E1 last night, so we had to finish it this morning, and both of these races were some of the ones that had to do it again this morning.
yeah, you're right there.
So Nick speeds up the dial, or quickens up the dial slightly, to a 10.11. 960 is exactly what John Bean ran earlier on today. The little dragster will go first by nearest damn it, half a second. My goodness me. I thought he'd actually red lit there because he seemed to be moving before the tree was flat. He didn't know. And he takes another win light. Look at that. Breakout for John Bean. He wasn't going to win that one though. Over the stripe with an 0.3. It was Nick Mugridge. Backed off a little bit at the top end to a 10.16.
Yeah, John Bean 9:59 with a 6, but as you said, Darryl, the maths wouldn't allow him to win that because Nick was 0.3 ahead.
Yeah, nearly a tenth of a second on the tree is pretty fatal in any sort of bracket racing. Marie Mills and Warren Watts. Marie in the Slick Tricks lane, 10.67. And Warren, 9.07. We can't mention reaction times, which is a good thing. Marie's way out in front. Marie's going to take the stripe, and Marie takes the win. Warren closer to his darling. That will go down as a whole shot. Marie was there off the line with an 0.5.
Dave smiling as well, really good.
Moves on to round 3.
Nick Mugridge, her opponent in the next round.
That'll be fun. So Mason Griffiths with the appliance dragster with the Chevy LS in the back. Kestrel lane 9.08 and 9.65. Steve Rudd. I love the photo he put up last night in the pits after a round win, which I think he's been waiting to do for a long time.
Oh, Mason Griffiths goes red.
Going to round 3 as well. Dave Rudd moves on to number 3. Yep, celebrate, Steph. 9.71. Mason Griffiths breaks out as well, but by then he wasn't really worried about it. It was more cursing the red light, I should think.
Will Clark and Simon Fulton, your next pair. 9.85 plays 8.95. 0.9 of a second difference between these two on the tree.
It is on a whole shot as well. Actually, again, 0.2 over the stripe. I don't think there's any way Simon Fulton could win that one. 800ths in the bank on the tree, the little junior comp dragster, and that was all he needed.
Well, if you're watching on the live stream from home, you would have seen Will Clark actually got to about the speed block and actually slammed the anchors on. So he had about a car length on Simon, but he slowed it right down to the win margin of an 0.2. So yeah, well judged.
Very well judged.
Stevie Gates, Pete Dodd. 9.58 for Stevie with the Duster, 9.25 for Pete Dodd. Pete was like resolutely stuck to a 9.16 dial-in, and the car kept running in the 9.2s, and he switched it to 9.2, and he's absolutely been bang on since then.
Most unusual, that normally works the other way around. Change the
yeah.
index and presto. So Steve Gates with Ziva the Duster.
He left the line there, hence the red light.
Stevie Gates moves to round 3. Well, Pete Dodd's still in Nostalgia Superstock.
Yep.
That's where his focus switches to. Another driver in Nostalgia Superstock who'd like to keep going in both classes. Here's Simon Rickwood.
All right, last pair, and then it'll be Lee Morris on a solo.
So Jessica Bishop with the Nightmare number 2 dragster. Gets a fist bump from Dad. The Nova will go first. Only to be run down by the dragster. When I say run down, I mean or not. Sounded like no gears or anything that time. As long as he doesn't break out. Ooh. Yeah, dearie me. 973. He still went over the stripe at 133.
I could see Nick's reflection. He's going,
no, pack it in, stop. You know, you've got the round win. Just don't break out, because they both took a green light.
Yeah.
Even if one car doesn't make it to the finish line and the other one goes too quick or over the centre line, they are disqualified.
I do hope Jesse's car is okay, because you had the RPMs shoot up.
It was very high.
Yeah.
It did sound like it jumped out of gear, actually.
Almost, but you can't do that on an automatic though.
So Lee Morris with the freebie into round 3.
So Lee Morris is going to be taking his solo into round 3 of Pro ET, where he's going to meet Dave Rudd in the next round. Stevie Gates will be taking on Simon Rickwood. Nick Mugridge against Marie Mills, and will be Will Clark taking on Amy Watkins. Various people tuned in. Colin Miller is tuned in. Very good afternoon to you, Cole. He hears us talking about door slammers. He says he cannot wait. He's going to turn the wig up and see what happens. He's entered into Pro Door Slammer. And also tuned in as well at Flying Fifer headquarters, Aaron Springford, who is the quickest driver of the Flying Fifer without nitrous. Sorry, Cole, I had to rub that one in just a little bit.
I was just going to say, actually, I know what happened when you turn it up. You know what happens when you have an ice cube and you put it over the hob? What does it do? Melts. Yes. Anyway, we don't want that to happen.
No. It's been very good. So thanks everybody for keeping in touch.
It's absolutely great. I've got to say too. Now you mentioned it, Colin. It's so cool. He's entered Pro Door Slammer. So cool.
Yes, most definitely.
Well, he usually enters into big bracket. But
That's right. He does.
You're right.
Yeah, but this time round he wants to play with the big boys.
I like that. I've got a 6-second door car. I'm having a go. Well, the thing is as well, because all the pairings are drawn out of a hat, there's nothing to say you won't go a few rounds.
Well, you look at what happened last year. All of the cars who weren't, like actual legal pro mods, drew each other first round. So they were all guaranteed, or half of them were guaranteed to go through and do well.
Exactly.
Right, passenger this time, David Smith from Denton Bassett. It's his 50th birthday gift. Whether it's a gift to himself or from someone else, we don't know, but enjoy it.
I think Paul was asleep then. 059, what's he playing at?
8:02 at 167. Okay.
8. Right then, age 50 bike. So this is our first index class of the day. Going to run as close to 8.50 as you can without going any quicker. Now, Craig's not been having the best weekend, and he didn't have very good news last night either. So he's going out on kill today, I think.
Hopefully he fixed it. I mean, he did qualify pretty well. An 8.6, it still keeps you in the mix. J Rowe, though, number 3 with an 8.52. Dead even off the start line. This is who's got the better bike, running 8.50.
Now they're side by side. James looking over.
Oh my word, 0.02 of a second. J Rowe takes the win. There was nothing in that. What a really unfortunate end to the weekend for Craig and the whole team. A monumental effort to get out here for round 1 and to even make it here this weekend. So it was a good run, good try. Just got pipped.
Yeah, Carrie-Anne Fraser said best of luck to J Rowe today. Meg taking over my crewing duties has been impossible, having injectors in my spine. Ouchie, ouchie. Oh, Carrie-Anne. Well done, Meg, for crewing.
So, naturally aspirated against a nitrous bike. Joe Elliott taking on Martin Hallett. Martin Hallett is way out in front, looking over his shoulder. He's off the throttle and he takes the win.
Yeah, Joe runs a lot about what he has all weekend, which is 8.82 at 155. 8.64 only 135 in the other lane. Took the stripe. So Keith Wright, who was bang on the money every time in qualifying, which means he's only one breakout away from, you know, Matt. Against Alex Gordon.
Oh, Keith Wright. Problems for Keith.
Oh,
well, the problem was actually the
fade.
red light. No, it wasn't red. It's just my glasses.
No, it is red.
Me.
It
was
was
red, yeah?
Yeah, he rolled the tree.
9:02
at 125 takes the win for Alex Gordon. That was my fault again, because I said he's been great in qualifying. And he was number 1 qualifier. All the way until then. As in, right then.
So, Brad Head taking on Paul Adams. Brad's also been having issues this weekend, having a couple of sensors who weren't really playing well. In fact, I paid him a visit about midnight last night and he was still working on the bike. Taking on Paul Adams, who's your number 11 qualifier. He went 8.86. I think the bike's just died. In fact, he is. Yeah, he's pushing the bike back. It's going to be a solo for Brad. He will 100% be taking this as a full test pass. And that's a lovely looking run from Brad. 8.59, 158 mile an hour. He's going to be extremely happy with that one. Now, Stephen Jackson taking on Stacey Reed. Stacey Reed was, I think she spent all qualifier trying to go for the £200. Although she has run 8.54. Steve Jackson qualified in the number 12 spot with a 10.0, and I don't actually see him down there, so this will be a buy run for Stacey. Let's see if she turns the wick up to go for the £200, because Dan Diath is currently winning it.
Well, Steve and Jordan Howe at Howe Rig Out and Construction Limited, they were the guys that put up the £200 breakout bonus. So Steve, and of course Jordan, thank you very, very much indeed for doing that. 8.59 there for Stacey, gets him on the right side. We think it's Dan Diath that's going to be taking that money away.
Well, Stacey would have had to run a monster PB to get it off him. Let's put it that way.
Well, it's still open. It's open through eliminations as well. So if there's any buy runs and people want to turn the wick up,
it's a risky thing to do, though.
Yeah, very.
Because if something goes pop because you've turned it up too much, you kick yourself. So Johnny Hines, Kestrel Lane against Dan Diath, getting wriggle comfy on the bike.
Johnny was actually finding that he was having a bit of a boost leak in qualifying. He's fixed it now and he's way out in front.
Way out in front. Dan sat up on the bike. As long as Johnny doesn't break out, well, that's why Johnny was way out in front. way too quick for Johnny Hines. 8:09.173. I thought Dan had broken, but Dan was saying no. I'm running 8:50. I'm not doing that. I'm not getting sucked into that one.
Well, Johnny, cracking run. I think that's a PB for Johnny.
I think he's also found the boost leak. He's definitely fixed that. 173 miles an hour.
Excellent job.
Well, Dan went 8:57 at 161. Looked like he had the handbrake on.
Yeah.
Sportsman ET.
Have I missed something? Stacey Reed and Steve Jackson.
Yes.
Stace
By run. Stace had a by run.
Okay. Right, I did miss it then.
Steph Bateman and Kirsty Tram going at it. I think the next live action arena show is going on. Either that or someone's having a bonfire over there. Kestrel Lane for Steph, 13.83. And Slick Tricks Lane for Kirsty, 12 flat. Green light drag race. We definitely can't mention anything about the race for Sportsman ET because a lot of them are road cars. They have radios, so they can listen to what we're saying. Steph's on the brakes. Steph's on the trailer. 12.04 win for Kirsty Tram. Well, not really on the trailer. He's probably just going to drive it home, but you know what I mean. That was a whole shot win for Kirsty Tram. 06 on the tree to a 0.12. Pretty much the difference at the finish line as well. Kirsty moves on. Bill, Sun. Is that the Sun? Do we still have that here? I don't know.
Yeah, it is, yeah.
Yeah, it is, okay. Just confirming, and I'm not going mad. So, Bill Wilson taking on Stephen Giles. Bill is in the Kestrel lane. 12.17. 13.90 for the DHL wagon, which is off and running.
And through to the next round, Bill Wilson rolls the beams and goes red. $12.39 of $13.95. Nice run there for Stephen Giles, actually. Just 500ths off, but needs to work on the reaction time. But that will come. Ashley Clark and Chris Wynn, your next pair. It's the VW Golf of Ashley, 18.7. And then Chris Wynn with a little Alpha, 15.55. He's got to wait 3.15 seconds before his side of the tree runs.
Now, Ashley's been having issues with the Golf for a couple of days now, actually. She's stuck with the 18.7 dial-in, but the car hasn't been running that. And in fact, Chris
is actually well.
He's there. Oh,
he's on the brakes at half track.
That's probably going to be the slowest race you'll see today.
It's going to shadow all the way up to the end. There we go. Takes the win with a 20.26. Well done, Chris. Jago Stokes and Richard Palmer, your next pair. 13.40, placed 13.42. Oh, just 200ths of a second difference on the tree between these two. That's, well, hardly anything at all, as you know. Oh, we could see Richard Palmer rolling forwards and broke the beams too soon. So it's a red light for him. Jago Stokes goes in to round number 2. And he breaks out as well, 13.31 on a 13.42. Let's see if we have any more luck with this Jaguar. Pretty rare we see Jags racing, but we get 2 in one class. Liam Sturman with the Powerflow XK8 going alongside Simon Swarbrick with that lovely black Ford pop. Okay, thumbs up given.
You can see the track crew out there with squeegees quite a lot because obviously rainwater does hang around on road cars.
They also condensate quite a lot in the exhaust, so under heavy acceleration it all comes out and on the track. That's why you'll see sometimes they stand underneath the exhaust with a mop.
Well, Liam is long gone in the Kestrel lane. Can Mr. Swarbrick catch him? That's all right. I agree. Oh, that was closer than it needed to be, actually.
Well, it was a big breakout there for Simon.
Well, Simon did catch him, actually, but he was over half a second slower
Yeah.
on the tree. That's kind of the story with that one.
All right, Debbie Taylor going to be taking on James with the Tuareg. Well, James Grew got a lovely bit of writing on the back there. My other car's a Chevy. We'll let him off for that one. Debbie Taylor dialing in 1340, James 1590. 2.5 seconds difference on the tree. Oh, red light there for James.
Debbie definitely saw that. The race has already been decided. She spent plenty of time building up the revs. See if she can hit the 13.40. Goes 13.15. Big old breakout.
Yeah, but if you know you've won, then you just keep your foot bared, really, don't you?
Oh, of course.
I had that a couple of years ago, actually, at VW Breakout. I did see the cherry on the tree for my other opponent, and my side of the scoreboard lit. I thought, yes, I'm through. So I thought I just nailed it and see what it would do, and I broke out, but it didn't matter.
Didn't matter at all.
And then went red in round 2, but never mind.
So a couple more pairs of sportsman cars. We've also got Jets round the back once again. We've got Nitro Funny Cars coming up too for their final side-by-side run of the weekend.
I've also seen a couple of Super Street bike riders in their leathers hovering around.
And also round 2 by the looks of it, of ET bike. So we're going to start moving through stuff quite rapidly, actually.
Matt Halsall and Gary Lake, your next pair. Gary Lake, qualified number 8. Matt, number 19, means nothing anymore. It's all about the racing on the track. But of course, Gary Lake, defending national champion.
But he's still beneath Thomas.
Yes,
I shouldn't have reminded you.
Doesn't need reminding, mate. When you say things like that, we'll never let you forget.
So Matt's long gone. He did remind me yesterday. Matt's long gone. Well, yeah, you're a national champion, but nowhere near as good as Thomas. So Matt is approaching the finish line.
Whoa.
But breaks out massively.
Well, they both broke out, but only by 0.04 in the slick tricks lane. So, yeah, goodness me. Well done to Gary. He's through. Georgina Smith and Chris Creswell. Chris qualified 2, Georgina 13. Dial-ins 1572 for the Supra, 1530 for the Fiesta.
Very quick announcement, please. Bring your ears back. 850 bike number 874. I'm not sure who that is. Colin may be able to tell me.
874.
Yep. 850
Keith
bike.
Wright.
Okay, for Keith Wright. He needs collecting from the top end, please. So if any of his crew can hear this, Keith Wright needs collecting from the top end, please. He's stuck up there, and I don't think he's pushing it back.
Win light comes on there for Chris Creswell, 1555. It's a lose out of 1581.
So, Carl Magadera in Australopithecus. Tesla taking on Felicity Gibbs in Little Miss Rampage is the Mustang. So, funnily enough, Carl's changed his dial-ins from 12 flat to 16.8. What?
Yeah. That's because he's going to catch her.
Yeah.
And he's going to try and stick with her all the way up the racetrack.
So this is actually quite interesting to watch because this car can run 12s. It qualified quite well. Although it is in at number
I was going to say, I
22.
thought Brian Pateman had a wide range of dial-ins, but wow. So is there a setting on a Tesla you can change to make it go...
Yeah, you got the different comfort mode, Sport Plus.
Okay.
I think the P
Ludicrous.
Right,
Yeah.
that's exactly what I thought was going to happen. There we go. He'd
Yeah.
already caught her by 60 foot. It's a case of hoping he had a quicker reaction time, shadowing her and just taking the strike.
And I'm sure Felicity's in the car going, go away. Leave me alone.
However, it didn't work.
It didn't. No, he was late on the tree. Felicity takes that one.
And he broke out too by the most. Actually, they both broke out. But it was a better reaction time by Flick that took that one. Still nice to see a bit of ingenuity in bracket racing.
Yeah, good attempt.
Yeah, it was. Good effort.
15.95 darling for Steve Mellors, taking on Ash with the Skyline, 13.26. Stevie Gates with the Forester awaits the winner of these two. Oh,
I was just going to say that Steve bogged off the start line, and Ash does exactly the same thing. Will he catch him in time?
we had a very good reaction time, but at the stride,
Run out of road.
Steve Mellors takes that one.
Just too much of a bog off the start line for Ash Simmons to recover. So last pair, I think, before we go into ET Bike round 2.
Well, no, we've still got the family matchup to come.
That's here, I think. Is it?
Well,
No,
you've
this
got
is-
Brian out front. He's on a bye.
Oh, sorry, I apologise. They're right under the tower.
Yeah, Holly and Dan. Oh, you couldn't plan it sometimes, can you?
That's round 1, isn't it? Yeah, as well. I thought so. So Brian with a leaky focus. I'm just an observation. Look, how many people standing at the traffic lights with a mop behind their car? Not many.
Ian, I think, does it to his own car.
Probably. So Brian with a 0 light.
In fact, he's dialed in what he qualified with. He ran an 18.54 on an 18.54 dial-in to be your number 1 qualifier. This is his 3rd Ford Focus. He's got 2 already, one with a V8 in it that he's blown up, and he went and bought this one to race.
Nice. Just proves you can race anything.
Broke out on that one, 18.51 on a 54. Right, last pair in, Sportsman ET, and well, one person in this household is going to be happy, and the other one is going to be a bit disgruntled, I think. Dan Holloway and Holly Walters.
So this is definitely a Mr. and Mrs. matchup.
Possibly to be known as Who's Sleeping on the Couch.
Wife
to be matchup. Or otherwise to be known as
Yeah.
Who's Sleeping on the Couch.
Yeah.
Yeah, so this will determine if Holly becomes Holly Holloway or if she stays Holly Walters.
Or he becomes Dan Walters, you never know.
Yeah.
Do you know what? That could be one serious outcome for a
Oh,
race.
yeah.
Which name do you want?
Yeah.
Let's race for it.
Yeah.
I can see that going well, can't you? Dear me.
So Dan usually drives in Pro AT with the Rattler Altered, but he's driving Andy Dibley's Camaro this weekend. Or one of Andy Dibley's Camaros.
There goes Holly. There goes Dan.
No one's red lit.
No,
They're not giving each other anything.
they're not, are they?
Dan is closing in at the stripe. He's going to get there. It's going to be close.
But he
double
breaks
breakout.
out. Oh, so does Holly, actually. They both go too quick. Holly was off the line first, 0.3 to an 0.5. But Dan did outrun her, but he just went that bit too quick.
Yeah, sorry, Dan, you're going to have to change your name now.
He'll be now known as Dan Walters since he does that race.
Yeah.
Forever, no matter what he races.
All right, just let you up, just bring you up to speed. ET bike, Super Street bike, Jets.
Rock and roll. So, Phil Pratt and Mike Gooding.
Who is 34, but appreciated the shout out. Somebody was winding him up saying that he was 40 today.
Now, Michael has been around for a long old time. Usually started racing in Romney Brung, then went into Super Twin Top Gas, and he's now running an ET bike. And Phil Pratt has been around for a long old time, racing in 950 bike to start with, and was actually one of the pioneers of ET bike in the country. So Phil looking to run a 904, Michael looking to run an 890.
Well, Mark Goody's going to catch Phil, but I think Phil will pick it off a bit. He does perfectly. 909 on 104. That's how you do it. On the start line, he was 06 to a 0.3. Unfortunately, after that, Michael Gooding was toast. So next pair, number 1 qualifier, Liam Holgate, Kestrel Lane, taking on Justin Moulton. 10:12.962, exactly half a second on the tree.
Wheel spinning start from Liam Holgate.
Well, luckily no one went red.
Liam's there.
Look at that. Justin Moulton knocks off the number 1 qualifier. 003 on the tree that time for Liam. However, he was kind of moving before the tree came on, so he's very lucky not to red light, to be honest. Okay, your next pair, 2 great buddies. Do you know what? I spoke to Jerry yesterday, Jerry Collier, Scott's dad, and he said these 2 have been dying to race each other since they used to race in junior drag bike, because they're great mates. They're all they hang out with each other at the racetrack, away from the racetrack too. How cool is it? They're racing in this round of ET bike. I'm talking about Brett Cordell in the Slick Tricks lane, and Scott Collier for Jade Racing in the Kestrel lane. Both of them with the Andy's Man Club t-shirts on.
Oh, huge amount of wheel spin off the line there for Brett.
Scott's already looking over his shoulders to see where Brett is. He's going to back off about now. There you go. That goes 9.79. Perfectly judged, Mr. Collier.
Good job he did back off, otherwise you'd have been flying on that run.
Yeah, well, that was a noticeably slower dial-in than usual. But Scott Collier moves on to round 3. I do love Scott's video from last year. I said about the onboard stuff. The
superb.
one where he won. He just needed to show a bit more emotion and it would have been good, wouldn't it?
That was one where it was like down right at the front of the bike,
one of the
facing
360
backwards.
ones. Yeah,
brilliant.
Fantastic angle. Oh, Chris Wren. I think the only way you get that angle if you were Fly that got stuck on the front, wouldn't it? Junior Dragster VW Sportsman into the lanes, please. Junior Dragster and VW Sportsman, please. So, Chris Wren and Blake King. Exactly a second between them both. Sorry, we buried it. Blake's having a tail wag running him down, but he's nearly there. He's looking at him, he's backing off, and he takes the win light. 892 on a 90. Nicely done, sir.
Look at Chris Venn though, 991 on a 990. It was actually a whole shot win.
Yeah, Blade had to be really good that time.
Right, last pair then, Nick Playden and Carl Hester. Whoever gets this gets a bye into the semis. So quite an important pairing, this one. Win light goes to Carl Hester. Nick got there first, but he broke out, went too quick. 300s too quick, so 11 flat on a 1092. It's Carl Hester. And as I say, he gets a bye in the next round, so he's like pretty much guaranteed a spot. Well, he is in the semis. All he needs to do is break the beams. Then it'd be Justin taking on Phil, and then Blade taking on Scott. for a spot in the semis where they get a bye into the final. So that is quite crucial between Blade King and Scott Collier. Right, we just a tiny bit of track room, and then we're into exhibition once again.
Super Street Bike first, I believe.
That's what the track room is for,
yes,
I think.
apologies,
isn't it?
yes, you're dead right.
We got Comp Eliminator around there too. We have the Jets, we have Nitro Funny Car coming your way as well, so we won't be long at all. Track prep, Super Street Bike, quick bit of Nitro FM, more entertainment on the way. We have the world's most powerful race cars sitting there behind us. Two top fuel dragsters from the Runenfjord Motorsports table, both with young ladies, both from Scandi countries driving them. Although it's all in part of Scandinavia. If it's part of Finland, it's not. It's Nordic. Anyway, for Edelbrock, KW Parts and Mstrand.ax is Ida Zetterström in the Kestrel Lane, the Europe's quickest top fuel pilot, taking on Suzanne Callian for Slick Tricks Racing in the Slick Tricks lane as well. Now they'll be match racing to 1,000 foot. Ida's car has had a couple of issues getting off the start line. I think Runa's got it sus though after the last run yesterday. Did shake the tyres, but most importantly actually moved forward when she nailed the throttle. Suzanne though was on a flyer yesterday. Unfortunately, we had a bit of a timing system malfunction. Fingers crossed none of that today. So, side by side, 11,000 brake horsepower landlocked missiles for your viewing pleasure. Both these two, in case you want any inspiration, used to run in Junior Dragster.
Fancy seeing some more of these at the main event in 4 weeks' time. We've got 6 of them here to take part in the first round of the FIA European Championships.
It's probably a little bit late now, but if you haven't got any small children around you, please make sure their ears are covered.
In case they haven't been ruined already.
Exactly.
Yeah, there we go.
Because it does get a hell of a lot louder than that.
Yeah, they, like you said yesterday, Tom, has been measured on the Richter scale, and it does shake the earth like nothing else. So fingers crossed for both of them today. The conditions are slightly more challenging today because it's not quite as warm. It's still not bad, but ideally fuel cars do like a little bit of heat in the racetrack, and at the moment there isn't that much of it. If you look towards the finish line, you can see the big orange markers which denote the 1,000 foot, which is the distance they race over. And once again, here's hoping everything goes well, no tyre shake, and they keep it nailed all the way through to the finish line. So Runa sets the barrel valve on Ida's car. Jamie does the same in the Slick Tricks lane. Suzanne drifts towards the roll, backs out of it, but still goes. Once again, no Dave Smith for round 1. Should be in the other lane. Don't do that, he'll go through the floor.
No, he did that last time, and I said, no, don't go away. No, he's continuing.
That's what's known as grooming at your age, you two.
Oh, dear.
See what Ross Morrison can do this time round.
Oh, he's hanging off the bike. He's getting very close to the centre line.
Yeah, it's only a bye run, so there's no point in banging the block, is there? 767 at 171, no doubt trying to step it up. Real shame we don't see Dave Smith for that round 1 matchup. So Mr. 680, Jake Michelle, Slick Tricks Lane against another one of those pesky Morrison boys. This is Alan Morrison. But if he can beat Jake, it's only it's an all Morrison affair for the rest of the day.
Yep.
Street bike. Big
However,
if. Big if.
Yeah. So Jake qualified with a 681.6. That was only good enough for number 2. Al Morrison to 765.
Oh, a little bit happy for Jake, but got it back under control.
He caught that so well, didn't he? Oh, and he still goes 697 at 2. I think that's his fastest speed ever, actually.
I think it might be.
218 miles an hour. Maybe the extra bit of wheel speed helped, you never know. 766 lose out, 185 for Alan Morrison. You could almost see Alan Morrison go, I've got a chance now. Oh, maybe not.
So that gives a Jake a bye into the final. And a bye here for Alan Morrison Jr.
See what he can do. He got the bye by virtue of being the number 1 qualifier. He will race, I think, Ross in the semis.
Right, yeah.
So there will be a Morrison in the final.
Ross is doing incredibly well considering he's got an all brand new ECU system in that bike just from last weekend. He stripped it out from last meeting to this one, and he's got to race his brother in the semis. This, of course, being Alan. Beautiful launch.
Oh,
when it's that smooth, it's going to be so quick.
680, 219 miles an hour.
Beautiful.
Goes even quicker than he went in qualifying. 121.64. I know he's been 119, but
yeah, it dips into the...
very nice.
Outstandingly good. Okay, rolling around underneath the tower, we have Jet Cars. 2 of them for your viewing pleasure this time. Both funny cars.
Of course, we have Firestorm of Roger Goring taking on Fire Force 3.
With Martin Hill at the wheel. All you race fans out there on the bank, on the grandstands, thank you very much indeed for making Santapod Raceway your venue of choice for this Bank Holiday Monday event. We obviously really do apologise that it's been we had to reschedule it from Easter 3 weeks ago. However, we did have an event here at Easter 3 weeks ago, but everybody that turned up was on hard standing. Nobody in fields at all. And for good reason, because they would have been an absolute mess. They were flooded. We did have a quite big event at the end of March, and the issues that we had that weekend meant that we really had to have a good hard think. The management had to have a good hard think about what to do, and the only sensible choice was to reschedule it for this weekend. So we do hope you enjoyed the rescheduled version of the 2023 Festival of Power. There's still all the other stuff going on as well. The Jets are a big part of the show, as always, as is Live Action Arena, which I think is going on at the moment. So thank you very, very much indeed for coming along. If you like what you've seen today and you've never been before, we have a number of big events throughout the summer. The next one, similar to this, will be the main event in exactly 4 weeks' time. It's the first round of the FIA and FIM European Drag Racing Championship. So if you like the top fuel cars you saw earlier today, we'll have lots more of them. We'll also have Nitro Funny Cars, round 1 of Pro Modified as well. Also, we've got the methanol cars, their first outing of the season, and all kinds and shapes and sizes of bikes for your viewing pleasure. It's a fantastic weekend. It's a 4-day event as well. We have an all-sportsman day on the Friday. and then the racing qualifying Saturday, Sunday for the pro stuff, and then eliminations on Monday. So, like I said, if you like what you see, please join us again back then. We also have jet cars then too. A good example of which is just fired up underneath the tower. So I think Martin is in the slick tricks lane, and Roger is on the Kestrel side of the racetrack. There we go, yep, we're going to lower the bodies. And you are going to get a flame show like you will see nowhere else, especially in this country.
Never felt quite as bad as that.
So Roger Goring with Firestorm, and it's Martin Hill, Fire Force 3. What a show those two just put on. Afterburner, blips, flames, you name it, absolutely everything here. The final part of the show is the run.
Side by side.
504, 503. We like that a lot.
It's just like bracket stuff, isn't it, really? Nothing to choose between them. 504 at 241, that is to 1,000 foot as well. 503 for Martin Hill at 236 miles an hour. What a terrific show. Absolutely fantastic. We also have Oklahoma Willie, and then we've got Nitro Funny Cars right behind them, and we've got loads more eliminations to go. Not too far behind them too. See the semi-finals, a comp eliminator as well. So once again, please, ladies and gentlemen, put your hands together for both Firestorm and Fire Force. I think you'll agree, an outstanding show. Good to see them both out on the track together.
So looking in the lanes, we can see, as Darryl said, Oklahoma Willie. Some very, very consistent runs from them this weekend. Perry regularly getting over 150 miles an hour on each pass. I think he had one run at 147, but all the others have been over 150. As we say, we've also got Comp Eliminator in the lanes, Nitro Funny Cars, and I think I see Sportsman, VW Sportsman down there as well, and Nostalgia Superstock is not that far away either.
I think when we get to this point of the weekend, everything is not too far away, is it?
That's
Because
very true, actually, yeah.
we start whittling them down and they're not far away at all.
Just that pause just to allow the track to get back on station, which is just this second doing.
Well, we're actually running Comp Eliminate now by the look of it.
Yeah, that's what's appeared on the screen. Yes, you're right. So I'll get... I've been quite organised with my paperwork today, actually, but I didn't have comp at the top.
I love that.
Just got
What
to
do you mean,
shuffle it.
organised with your paperwork? You're immaculately organised. Always.
So, semi-final number one, it is the two Williams Brothers Racing teammates, Spencer Tram and Steve Lloyd. The man that probably should have been here, Nick Williams, stood in between the two cars. As unfortunately, Nick had an issue with the car in stage.
Yeah.
In eliminations round number one, and the car went forward, and that was him done.
Well, it was actually, we have to say, it was a car issue, not a driver issue.
Yes, it was, yeah.
One of those things where the two-step doesn't behave.
11.70 plays 11.25. It will be Spencer leaving first, and Steve trying to chase him down. Well, Steve goes red, unfortunately. 006 red. Really trying.
Really trying. Spencer with A, I know I've got you covered, 0.17 likes, just to make sure.
So Spencer Tram into the final.
So no Kev Jenkins, unfortunately.
No, we did get a message from the team to say that they would be making it down, unfortunately. Great shame from them. Basically, fuel pump drive had sheared off, so unable to make the call. So hence that's why they're not coming around for this one. Commiserations to Kev and the team, but a fuel pump drive, that is the issue. So going to be a solo then for Dan Williams.
Followed by Nitro Funny Car.
Car working really well now.
It always has in its brief life, isn't it?
Yeah, it's only its second event, and the first event it did the gearbox in. 10.94 at 107 there for Dan. So the final will be an all-Williams Brothers Racing matchup, but it will be Spencer Tram taking on Dan Williams.
Well, when I said Nitro Funny Car, I mean Nitro Funny Car. I was told that Kevin Kemp was coming down for this side-by-side run, but I can see the crew haven't moved from up there in the pits. So it will be Jason Phelps with the Gladiator. Want to buy a run? Yeah, Kevin and the team suffered fair bit of damage yesterday.
Well, to say the block was rodded is an understatement, I think.
Yeah, and he had a proper funny car flambe going in the shutdown area. Hope they can get it fixed for 4 weeks' time at the main event. One of the biggest issues that we've had since the virus hit has been the supply of parts and bits and pieces to keep these cars running, because an awful lot of what goes into them and on them, we can machine a lot of it over here, but the vast majority of it still comes from the US, and they're having part supply issues in the US, and we are slightly further down the food chain than obviously all the professional teams that are over there, and Start of the season, Jason Phelps, who drives the Gladiator down here for Hawk Racing, was very vocal about it and said that stuff they'd ordered and paid for up front back in October, middle of April, they were still waiting for it. And there's plenty of other races with stories that take a lot longer than that too. So it's not a new thing, but it is affecting everybody. So anyone that's coming out here and running, racing, and trying to put on a show for you folks really does deserve all the praise and all the adulation that you can give them as well.
Gary Carr waving to the crowd on the back of the Williams Brothers golf buggy.
That's what the golf buggy's for, isn't it?
Oh dear. Also tuned in, Sam Marston, actually, the Paul Marston team back at base now, actually. Obviously, they did break the converter. Thanks to the Huxleys for all their support and help trying to get it fixed last night, but it wasn't to be. And also, Sam wanted to say thanks to the Walters family for the loan of the welding gear as well. They tried everything to get that car back round.
So here we go. They're going to spin the motor over, pull the wires, which is always the best part of any weekend if you're a crew guy. And by pull the wires, I mean engage the ignition, if you know what comes next. You can tell how much lighter modern funny car bodies are by the fact that just Lee can hold it up on his own. Either that or he's Superman, one of the two. Lovely drifting burnout from Jason Phelps.
That's class, that was, wasn't it?
Yeah, it's
that
like,
was almost like holding it in one hand and giving the horn salute with the other.
You've got it. So once again, commiserations to Kevin Kent and the West 10 team not being able to make it down for this run. However, we are very grateful to Jason Phelps, Mark and Jackie Hawkins, and the whole Gladiator team. So that is Mark Hawkins bringing his driver into stage. We have this, we have a jet car, we have loads more eliminations coming your way. So good luck to Jason, racing to 1,000 foot, or running to 1,000 foot I should say. Gorgeous looking run up to about the 8th mile. 5:06 at 171 miles an hour. He was 98 to 60 foot. I think he was off it by half track. 377 at 190 still. 192, excuse me, to the 8th mile. Still, hell of a show, and they will all be back in 4 weeks' time, duking it out in the European Funny Car Cup.
Well, looking in the lanes, I would say it's VW Sportsman next.
Lucky guess.
But before that, we do have a car that bizarrely would be eligible for VW Sportsman if you slowed it down a little bit. Perry.
You're having a laugh.
Well, yeah, he could not run the jet, he could run the engine, couldn't he?
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, Perry.
Once again, round of applause, please, for the whole Mark and Jackie Hawkins team, the Gladiator family over there in the world's most overcrowded pickup. Well done. Excellent show, and I'm sure they'll be very happy after this weekend. The way the car performed, the way everything went, gives them a real good chance in 4 weeks' time. So Jason is stopped on the track.
Yeah, we just obviously need to get Jason towed off the track. Well, being pushed off, actually. He's rolling forward and just about to go through the second exit. So it's Perry Watkins with Oklahoma Willie. I think this is his last scheduled run of the weekend, and thank you ever so much indeed, Perry, for coming along to the Festival of Power here at Santa Pod Raceway. The immaculate VW, first created in the 1950s, and here it is 70 odd years later, going quicker than ever. They're going to have a flame show and pop some pops and bangs from the jet out the back. And then Perry will roll the vehicle forward and put it into the beams. And then the tree will count him down and off he'll go. And maybe another pass over 150 miles an hour in, what, 10 and a half seconds. Building up the thrust. The banks get a little bit low as he gets between some circles. Charging his way up to the stripe there. 153.16 miles an hour, 10.67, and he did slightly roll the beams a little bit there, so I don't think it would affect the MPH, but could have made the ET just that little bit less. Great entertainment once again from Perry.
Just so you know, we are working to get Mark back around.
Okay, so just a quick update of the systems, making sure the track's okay, and we're on with round one of VW Sportsman very shortly indeed. What do you know, Colin?
Yeah, actually, hopefully we'll get Fire Force 5 soon as well. But obviously Martin has just run in 3, so they, in a funny sort of way, got a space for him when he comes back down in the lanes. But I can see Junior Dragster down there. I can see VW Sportsman. We have got so much racing to get done. We are in for a late one tonight, and well, we'll just keep on going as far as we possibly can. And that's a quick time check. Actually, just approaching 3:30 in the afternoon here. Bank Holiday Monday at Santa Pod Raceway. The first of 3 bank holidays in May. And then we have to wait until August for another one.
Well, another bank holiday?
Yeah, that is.
Well, just about the coronation in July, really.
Yeah, poor planning, wasn't it? Here we go then, VW Sportsman. Eliminations round number 1. And it is the man who wears the number 1, Paul Robinson. And taking on Reese Finney. The Darlings end, 16.90 for Reese. He's going to be going first. 2.2 seconds later, the tree will run for Paul Robinson. And it'll be up to him to see if he can chase, catch and go past, but without breaking out, to take the win against Reese. But Reese wants to try and stay in front, obviously, at the stripe, but obviously does not want to break out. First thing they need to do is get green lights, which they both have achieved. So now it is a race to the stripe, but without going under your Darling. That's why reaction times are quite important. In fact, very important. And, well, Reese got there first, but he went way too quick. 16.63. 14.90 takes the win. So that's Paul Robinson through to round number 2.
So looking like a bye run for Hazel Carter. No Andy Cooper.
Yeah, we haven't seen the Octavia for quite a while, to be honest. So Hazel breaks the beams and takes the win.
Darren, you're not going to hit straight. I'm going to catch you before you go.
Right, so Hazel actually takes the win there. And just being pushed back. Right, next pair. That beautiful bug. That really does look good. So Steve Metcalf with the Blue Steel Beetle, 16.5. And Martin Ayton with the Polo, 15.75. 3/4 of a second difference on the tree. So Steve will be leaving first. Oh, good to see 2 green lights. Looking at the live feed, looks like Steve's out in front and stays in front there. Takes the win light, 16.57 on a 16.50. Not quite as close for Martin Ayton goes, 15.92. So Steve Metcalf through. Nigel Gregson and John Gallant. So neither of these two in the cars that in effect they entered the meeting into, or what were in the computers anyway. So instead of an Octavia and a Scirocco, we have a Golf and an Audi TT, but that's the way things work out. John will be leaving first, 16.90, and then Nigel will be trying to chase him down, 13.7, but is race over. John goes red. Nigel Gregson had a proper think about that one, went 1.5 seconds on his reaction time. Start line crew almost tapped on the roof saying, come on son, off you go.
Well, he's probably looking at the red light thinking, ooh, cool.
Yeah. How shall I celebrate? So Nigel Gregson through to round number 2.
Bye run for your number 1 qualifier. The one and only Polly Judge.
Now, a freebie, 16.41 is the Darling. Can she hit it? She did it in quali. 16.20. That's muddled up her Darling for round number 2.
Well, maybe she could just dial that in and, you know, it'd be perfect. I think the thing is that probably just used it as a run to see what the car could do.
Yeah.
Darlings are easier to change than win lights.
Right, a young lady who is having an absolute ball this weekend, as is Trevor. This is Lorraine Large, the nurse. in that lovely looking Beetle. Loving the crew shirts as well. It's a proper theme going on there. Going alongside Tom Circuit, celebrating his birthday this weekend. Dial-ins, let's have a look. 18.15 for Tom, 15.66 for Lorraine. Beetle getting quicker and quicker. It's such a good looking little car actually. I love the colour scheme. A very well presented team. Had the pleasure of sitting with Trevor and Lorraine at the VW awards night tail end of last year, and Lorraine was so excited to bring this car into competition. So Lorraine is in chase mode, trying to close down on that little Lupo. Going to be close at the stripe.
Very. Doesn't think she's quite got there. She hasn't, unfortunately. Ran out of legs at the top end. Winlight in the other lane with an 18.23. Lorraine was off the start line first with an 0.5 to a 0.19.
Yeah, but I think the car did bog slightly, hence that's why she failed to close the gap. How about Phil Jones and Jerry Sadler? 14.59, place 15.94. Counts at Jerry down, and he gets the green, as does Phil. Well, Jerry out in front, but here comes the charge from Phil. I don't think he's got enough. Oh dear. Jerry breaks out. He was half a second ahead at the stripe, basically. Phil did bog off the line slightly. He went 15.09, but when your opponent breaks out, you're into the next round. Well done, Phil. And it's a buy into round 3 from round number 2 for Phil. So in effect, 2 rounds for the price of 1. Danny Bean with the Lupo. Andrew Clark with the Golf.
Let's see if they sorted the issues out with the Golf. 1776 is the dial-in this time. Doesn't matter whether they sorted it out or not. He went red.
Oh, dear.
0.19 red.
So Danny Bean going through it.
2072, still a few seconds off what he's dialing as well.
Karen Waterhouse with the Menopause Audi TT, and Reese Taylor with the Seat Ibiza. Only 0.2 of a second between them on the dial-ins. So Reese will be going first, 14.60. Karen will be chasing and be fairly close by for most of the run, 14.40. Well, it does look like Karen's out in front.
Already, yeah. Oh, maybe
not
at the finish
Look
line.
at that. Whoa. Our eyes deceived us a bit there. We looked at the finish line camera, and it is Reese Taylor that takes that one. 14.74 against a 14.46.
Caitlin Wilson. Up next in the Havoc. Family Beetle. I would say it's been in the family for generations, at least 2. Caitlin is in the Kestrel lane. Taking on Jordan Clark.
Let's look at the dial-ins end. 17.10 plays 16.22. Well, red light there for Jordan, so it's Caitlin that's going to be going through. Yeah, 1684. Big breakout as well.
Way too quick. 76 miles an hour as well. Well done, folks. John Crawford with the Crawford Motorsport Dennis Priddle tribute car. Kestrel side of the racetrack against number 4 qualified Bruce Harvey. 17.68 for Bruce. He's going to be going first. Well, Bruce is way out in front, and provided he doesn't break out, which he does, the win light goes to John Crawford. Yeah, John Crawford, nicely judged. Let the other guy break out. He got there way too quick, way too quick. So Justin Foley with the Red Dwarf. Kestrel Lane against Andrew Bambrick. All the way down from Manchester with the Golf.
So it is literally the red car and the blue car having a race, both the same vintage. Or same mark of Golf. Whoa, problem there for Justin.
Yeah, Andrew's already gone past him, provided he doesn't break out. Bear that in mind.
Yeah.
He's going to take the win. It needs to be backing off.
Oh, right at the stripe. Oh,
And
he didn't back
breaks
up
out
enough.
by over 0.2 of a second. Had that one in the bag. 6-second win margin, and he broke out. Oh, dearie me. That's going to hurt.
Last pair. Yep. Nigel Gregg and Lawrence Clark. Well, the VW DRC all coming together to ensure that Lawrence Clark was racing this weekend. The Thunderbug, what did come out of the trailer, but huge amount of issues. Couldn't get the car to work, and Tom Herbert very, very kindly indeed said, yeah, run the Golf. And Lawrence settling in quite well with this.
Going to run out of room now, I think. Yeah. Nicely judged by Nigel Gregg. Takes the win light.
But well done to the VW DRC and all the teams there for ensuring Lawrence had a great weekend nevertheless.
004 reaction time as well, that time for Nigel Gregg. That was going to be
that
hard.
really made life difficult there for Lawrence.
Junior Dragster.
Junior Dragster for Lucas Oils, Ted Sullivan and Freddie Taylor.
Elimination round 2.
Well, this is where we went down from 16 to 8. Well, in this case 7, because there is a bye in the next round for one of our drivers. Darlings then 8.45 for Ted. Freddie 7.99. 0.46 of a second difference on the tree. And it will be the Bulldog Dragster going first in the Kestrel lane.
Green light drag race, which is always good. Don't forget to half track. 8th mile. They're coming up to the finish line right now. Some whomping going on. Freddie backing off the throttle. And Freddie taking a win. Nicely done. An 07 to an 05 reaction time. Not a huge amount in it. But Freddie Taylor moves on. Round 3.
So, Gray Smith on a bye run of virtue of being number 1 qualifier.
And winning round 1.
Oh, of course.
Yeah, got past Kai Cooper in round 1.
So she's looking to run a 9.18. As long as she takes the green light, or in fact a red light, doesn't really matter, she'll take the round win. And there she goes.
Yeah, as long as the tree runs, I think.
Basically, yeah.
Yeah.
Although there are ways to lose a bye run if you roll through stage, for example, or across the centre line, I believe. You do lose a bye run.
That's right. 9.21 on an 18.
Harley Coulsell taking on Max Taylor. Both of these drivers were bang on their dialing in the last round. Harley sticking with an 8.14. And Max has dropped his dialing from a 963 to a 962. In fact, the way lane choice works in these classes is the person who was closer to their dialing in the previous round will get lane choice. Max was, I believe, 008 off his dialing in the last round, and didn't get lane choice because Harley was 0001 off his dialing in the last round.
Yeah, seriously though, bad luck, Max. That's the first time that Harley's done anything like that, isn't it?
Yeah. Well, if he loses this one, I'm going to shave his head off him.
Well, so there are both members of the Team Limited funds in a row, one after the other. We got Ada sitting behind Harley.
So they're both in stage. Max is going to go first for about a second and a half, and Harley's going to chase him down. There's nothing in it on the tree. Max is way out there ahead. Harley's going to catch him just as he crosses the finish line, and Max takes the win. Lesser of the two breakouts.
Well, talk about a photo finish.
That was nothing.
No, crossed the line at the same time.
Yeah, it was technically a whole shot win, and lesser of the breakouts as well at the same time, because Harley had to break out by more.
Well, you heard Harley backing off, and he managed to back off to nothing, which is quite impressive. Right, Ada Cassisi, sorry. Another member of the LFR team, driving Cherry Bomb, taking on Chevrolet Check-It with the Flame Game.
So Chev's having a pretty good weekend so far. It's good to see either one of these two move on to round 3, whoever it might be.
These are 2 junior modified, so they can only run up to 8.90. 10.10 for Ada Cassisi and 9.05 for Chev. So Ada's going to leave first. Chev's going to chase her down.
Oh, wow.
Again, nothing in it on the tree.
It's just going to be a terrific race to the finish line for both of them.
Ada's out in front, but Chev is catching her by a second.
The timing system's thinking about the win light, and it's Ada. Again, lesser of the two breakouts by 5 measly thousandths of a second. Once again, win margin 001, but the win margin doesn't count if they both break out.
No, of course.
However,
that's just the distance between them at the finish line.
There's nothing at all in it on the start line again. Unbelievable.
Well, both drivers had 0-2 lights. Neither of them were napping on the tree. But Ada onto round.
Technical phrase that, folks.
Oh, of course.
Yep.
Ada's onto round 3. So Emily Cromwell. Emmy Cromwell taking on Richard Wilcox.
Yeah, whoever wins this gets a bye in the next round, so really worth winning this one.
In the semis then they'll be, yeah.
So Richard isn't in his junior drag bike, but he's still campaigning his junior dragster. He's in eliminations round 2. Emmy's going to leave about a second before Richard does. This is a junior modified, takes junior modified advanced. The only difference there is one's allowed to go faster, the other due to age, but Richard goes red. 0-1 red as well. So Emmy's going to move on
to the semis then, by the sounds
in
of
effect,
that.
yeah, she gets a bye in the quarterfinal. So
she's, I don't know if she's had issues with her car or she just backed off because she's seen she's already won, but an 11-second pass is not representative at all. And here we take Luke Mugridge with the Velocidragster and Ellie Brown with Miss Stig. This is JMA on JMA. Luke Mugridge came runner-up in the championship last year to Luke Fulton, but by no means is he an easy round win. So he's looking to run an 8.18. Ellie Brown looking to run an 8.21. Luke makes his way into stage. There's going to be virtually nothing on the tree, but Ellie Brown goes red.
Oh,
they both go red. Yeah.
But Ellie went red first by 0-1. Luke went 0-0-4 red, so only just red as well. They both ran it out the back door to see what it would run. Didn't make any difference, but well done to Luke Mugridge. Commiserations to Ellie.
So another one of my old cars, driven by Finley Fag. the Elf Motorsport car. In fact, he's done incredibly well in this car. He's taken it to the semi-finals before, and he's in eliminations round 2 with it now, looking for a 10.20, but he's got a tough customer with Liam McDonald, who's looking to get an 8.10. Liam has driven this car pretty much everywhere you can in Europe. He's been to Holland, Sweden, France, Germany, and even in Ireland. Only junior dragster to race in Ireland. Of course, that is where they are from. So Finley's going to go first, looking to run a 10.20. Liam's off and running, trying to chase him down. And I think he's going to get there a little bit before the finish line. In fact, no. Finley's going to get there first. Ooh, look at that.
Of the breakout. That's a huge breakout, Finny Fag, actually. 0.2 of a second. Yeah, Liam was there first. There was no way that I don't think Finn could have won that one. 0.3 to a 0.25 on the tree. Okay, small amount of track prep. We've got Nostalgia Superstock to go. We've got Super Gas as well. And everything else that goes with it.
Yeah, bearing in mind it is coming up to 4 o'clock in the afternoon, and it's going to be Supergas's first round. It's going to be Nostalgia Superstock first round. Gives you an indication of just how much racing we've got to get in throughout the afternoon and obviously evening.
Sure, it's going to be evening.
Oh yeah, but lovely out there now. Let's hang on to that, please. Let's get the ladder out for Nostalgia Superstock. 16 down to 8. Super Gas. They are running a 16-car ladder, even though there's only 12 of them. Right, matchups then for Super Gas as we look. Number 1 qualifier, Dave Fulton gets Stuart Morris. Mark White gets Andy Dibley. Stu Downey takes on Simon Fulton. Andy Harrison races Tim Moore. Dan Page gets Mark Huxley. And then Wayne Hiscock races Jed Guy. That's right, the little bit of gluing on the start line and the tractor just doing a little bit of sledding. You can just take a verbal break just for a moment. Nitro FM 96.2. If you can take over the airwaves, we'll take it back shortly when we continue here with eliminations at the Festival of Power.
Where Darren has not run at all yet.
Well, Amy's going to catch him. It's just way out. Right there. Closer to the dial-in, quicker on the tree. Amy Watkins moving on to round 3. The little dragster will go first by nearest, damn it, half a second. My goodness me. I thought he'd actually red lit there because he seemed to be moving before the tree was flat. He didn't know. And he takes another win light. Look at that. Breakout for John Bean. He wasn't going to win that one though. Over the stripe with an 0.3. It was Nick Mugridge back to... We can't mention reaction times, which is a good thing. Marie's way out in front. Marie's going to take the stripe, and Marie takes the win. Warren closer to his darling. That will go down as a whole shot. Marie was there. Will Clark it is. On a whole shot as well, actually, again. 0.2 over the stripe, I don't think...
Oh, Pete was rolling before he left the line there, hence the red light.
Stevie Gates moves to round 3. Well, Pete Dodd's still in Nostalgia Superstock.
Yeah.
When I say run down, I mean, or not. It sounded like no gears or anything that time. As long as he doesn't break out.
Ooh.
Yeah, dearie me.
Enjoy it.
I think Paul was asleep then. 059, what's he playing at?
.802 at 167. Hopefully he fixed it. I mean, he did qualify pretty well. An 8.6, it still keeps you in the mix. J Rowe, though, number 3 with an 8.52. Dead even off the start line. This is who's got the better bike, running 8.50.
Now they're side by side.
looking
Jay's
at each
looking
other.
over.
Oh my word, 200ths of a second. J Rowe takes the win.
The screen said Superstock then, and I thought that's what was coming round, but that'll teach me to look out the back window instead of looking at the screen. Well, there we go.
So Andy Dibley against Mark White. Now these two are, well, tough customers on the best of days. Yet this weekend, every single one of our Supergas drivers has been on it. 4 or 5 of these drivers ran 9.90. So let's see what these guys can do. This is eliminations round number 1 for these guys.
It is, yeah. The Supergas class, or insults or us, whichever you want. The banter that flies around in this class is right up there, it really is.
So the cars are being brought to the line just while the timing systems have been sorted out. There we go. You can see the index on the top scoreboards, 9.90. That is what these drivers want to see when they cross the finish line, and no faster. First person to cross the finish line and not go faster than 9.90 will be your winner. You'll have a pro treat. You'll see the cars launch, hit the throttle stops. There we go. And then they'll launch again about now. Andy Dibley chases down Mark White. Mark White's going to get there first, and Mark White will take the win. 9.90 with an 8. Takes the stripe by 07 and will go on taking out your reigning champion.
Yeah, Dibs won't be too happy about that.
Well, Andy Dibley
will be.
Well, Andy's currently number 2 in points, and obviously Chalky didn't race it the Easter weekend.
Right, how about Jed Guy and Wayne Hiscock? Well, oh, Wayne goes red. Oh, what a shame. Jed Guy is through. Wayne, just for fun, runs it out the back door to show what it can do. 9.27. He knew he'd lost that one, so he thought, oh, there's no point in backing off at the stripe. Happy birthday, Gemma. Wearing the birthday sash down there. The Nexon Tyres sponsored Chevy Nova. Your number 1 qualifier, Dave Fulton. Going alongside Stuart Morris, the Morris Boys Camaro. Winner of this takes on Chalky with the Vega in round number 2.
Now, Dave Fulton was your number 1 qualifier. He went 9.90 with a 2. Stuart Morris wasn't actually far off, still went 9.93, but that only gave him the number 7 spot. Let's see what these guys can do on the track. So you hear the
drag race.
Yeah, you hear the throttle stops kick in. Stu is going to chase David down the track.
And it's Stu Morris that takes that one. It was a double breakout.
There was only a 1/10 of a second of them between them at the stripe.
Well, 100, yeah, no, 100.
Oh, 100, sorry, yeah.
Yeah, but 9.89 breakout, not as bad as a 9.86, so it is. Stu Morris going through. Next up, Tim Moore taking on Andy Harrison. Well, Tim Moore did lose a lot of data this weekend. He had a new control box in there, and it just wasn't giving the performance that they've been looking for. But Andy Harrison goes red by 002. Tim, data gathering as well now, 988. Yeah, so Tim was up with the gates to Gremlin there. This new control box wasn't doing everything right, but they checked it all and it was. It turned out that the timing was out, so they had to adjust the timing. Then they had to try and guess where the car was. Then he got a one run in, realised it went too quick, so now that was their first proper run, and fortunately it worked out A-OK. But they've got data to work with now. Dan Page, Mark Huxley, your next pair.
Now Mark has double entered this weekend, but he's no longer in Pro ET, so redemption is what he wants in Super Gas.
Way out in front too. Oh my word, what a race. 992 takes out 989, a breakout only just though. Dan did such a good job. 03 on the tree and a 989 with a 7. If he had just tapped the brake or just even lifted the millisecond earlier, he would have had that one, but there we go.
Last pair then, Stu Doyney and Simon Fulton. Well, fair to say that Stu is finding his way around his new ride, but qualified number 2 with exactly the same ET as the number 1 qualifier. Going alongside the last remaining Fulton, 994 EQ. Oh, Simon Fulton
Look
goes
at
red.
Stu's reaction time. It was just a matter of time.
It was.
001 on the tree for Stu Doyney. A 982.
Well, again, he knew he'd won.
006 to a 001.
Was 006 red?
Yeah, that's the bad bit, but still.
Right, all I know about the person in the back of the two-seater dragster, his name is TBC. So unfortunately I didn't get the message from Paul Brown about who's next.
Really nice thing is, obviously we had weather issues to start the day. It's absolutely gorgeous out there now.
It's lovely.
Okay, the flags are fluttering with a bit of a side wind, but we'll take that any day of the week over what we had earlier on. But at least the rain mostly did the decent thing and arrived overnight. So if you fancy having a go in the two-seater, I'm not entirely sure how many spaces they have left for the season. Still catching up with a lot of COVID ones, actually, I think.
Yeah.
In the US, Larry Dixon actually runs a two-seater Top Fuel car, which I'm sure a few of you may have checked out. And one of the most amusing ride-alongs. On the tree for Paul. Yeah, one of the most amusing ride-alongs was a guy 794-169. Guy thought it'd be a great idea to wave to everybody as he was going down the racetrack. So his arms just went boom, straight in his face. He wasn't. I think the best way to describe it, he didn't take it seriously. He wasn't ready
prepared
in the slightest for what was about to happen. You know, it was really funny.
Right, here we go. Sorry, I had to get my mind back on track after thinking about that.
Yeah, sorry, it was amusing. I'll try and find it for you. Bob Main and Ash Rawson.
Yeah, this is Nostalgia Superstock class supported by BB Racing Lubricants.
Off goes Bob to be run down by Ash. It already has, I think. He's gone past him. Doesn't break out. Well done, Ash. They both weren't great on the tree. Both had 0.2 lights. But Ash Rawson did a better job of running his number. Good to see Bob Main out with that big Plymouth as well. So Pete Dodd wandered through stage in Pro ET. They got knocked out. Here he is in round 1 of Nostalgia Superstock. 9.25 against Dave Bilodeau. Dave is notoriously difficult to get around. Did he win the championship one year, Dave Bilodeau?
Yes. Not last year, the year before.
Was it? Because is there a national championship and a lifestyle championship?
Yes.
Is that right?
Correct.
Still? Yeah.
And Dave won both of them.
Oh, fair enough. Then.
And hence he had a huge #1, just to really rub it in on the back window. And of course, the reigning national champion is Don Scott.
Right.
The reigning lifestyle champion is Ollie. Red light for Pete.
Pete Dodd will definitely want to forget his bank holiday Monday. Deary me, rolled through in Pro ET and red lit in round 1 of Nostalgia Superstock. And also went 9.16.
And he finally got his 9.16.
It didn't matter then, did it? 9.81 as well for Dave
dear.
Bilodeau. He broke out by quite a bit too. Okay. So Steve Lloyd with the blue pole from Derby.
That's right. Pete's going to have a look at that timing slip again. Oh, God, red light. Oh, I've hit my 9.16 though. It's,
Heavy cloud and all that.
yeah. So 11.12 plays 12.29. It's going to be the Rust Bucket Plymouth leaving first. I can see Steve Lloyd closing and inching up to and taking the win by 007 at the stripe.
Check out the numbers though.
Wow.
Bang on the money for the Rust Bucket. Elapsed time-wise, reaction time not quite so.
Yeah, whole shot win in effect there for Steve Lloyd.
Okay, next up, Kiwi Stu Thompson with the Duster. Kestrel Lane 976, 12.71 for Chris Laram.
We've got to be a bit patient here as Chris will be leaving first, but then Yellow Duster used to be, oh dear, well, it's a gift. A red light from Chris, so Stuart is through to round number 2. $79 and $12.95 the numbers there, but it's going to be the Yellow Duster you're going to see in the next round. Reigning national champ then, Don Scott with the Superbird taking on Russo's Rat. Chris Goodale. 9.69 dial in for the Superbird, but leaving first will be 9.86 dial in for Chris.
Really nice green light drag race. Will Russo's Rat get its first round win of the year? The answer is yes. Lesser of the 2 breakouts, but a nice hole shot that time for Chris. Took the win, takes out last year's champ in round 1.
Simon Rickword taking on Mick Sharp. Mick hit his dial in perfectly in qualifying. But forget about qualifying, it's all about the racing now. That's right, Mick goes straight into stage.
Yeah, I don't think that was deliberate.
No, I don't think so. Simon's
good.
shadowing at the stripe there, you can see that. And he takes the win.
Wow. Good on both ends, that was. Nick Sharp broke out. 007 on the tree and a 973 with a 5 on a 973. That takes some beating.
think that's actually called unbeatable.
Pretty much, yeah.
Well, it wasn't that one.
There ain't a lot of room in there for manoeuvre, is there?
Right,
I mean,
Andrew Bishop and Pete Wiseman.
As you can say, if you lose with that combination, then you haven't done badly at all.
No.
Have you? No, you've just been hard done by.
10:30 plays 9:90, 0.4 of a second difference on the tree, so the Barracuda will be going first, and the Challenger will be chasing. And that's Pete Wiseman taking the win, just a 100th off his dial there, 9.91. A breakout. A little bit too quick there for Andrew.
Everyone is bang on it today, aren't they? That is exceptionally good again. So, Spencer Tram.
Yeah, number one qualifier.
Yeah, in between being in the final with Comp. He's round for round one. Against Adrian Portelli with that immaculate looking Charger.
Adrian goes red, Spencer 0-3 on the lights. And 11-12 breakout didn't matter. He'd already got the win due to Adrian's red lighting, 10.93.
Okay, we've got Funny Bike round next by the look of it. Closely followed by VW Pro. I think we've got Super Comp coming up too.
Time now, let's have a quick look, 20 past 4. Just to give everybody an update, our showcase session, if you like, 5 o'clock scheduled for our jets. And that's about 3 of our jets. And then it'll be Pro Mod, Top Fuel Bike, and then we're going to have Nostalgia Funny Car in exhibition after that. So 5 o'clock is the time for that lot.
So Eric Richard out there with a buy run. He's been down into the 6.5s this weekend. There's a reason these guys come all the way from France. It's for a couple of things, obviously. Great racetrack and a lot of track time. And obviously good ETs too. There isn't anywhere else to go this early in Europe, in the season in Europe, that you can run over a quarter mile, anything like you can here in the UK. See if they've stepped it up. 666 again. 206 miles an hour. Just a very quick shout out to the Storm drag bike team. If they're looking in, they battled all day yesterday. Found every run they made was on the little turbo.
Yeah.
Yeah. The big turbo didn't do anything at all, which makes the 680 even more impressive, I think. But they didn't want to run again. Couldn't find what the issue was. And didn't want to overstress one component because the other one wasn't working. So hopefully they'll be back at it in a few weeks. Sorry, Carl.
Yeah, just say thanks to the team for giving us all the updates as well. Some great information coming from them these days. Really, really appreciate it.
Yeah, it always helps with everybody. I mean, we used to have our own commentary page, didn't we, on Facebook? But it's great.
It's too difficult to keep up with it. It was easier when everybody posted on their own page and we just went surfing.
Out, yeah.
So Jordan Kenway's first round of racing in Funny Bike. He's ridden his bike in Comp Bike, but he's made a step up. Tough opponent, of Dave Peters, who's a long way out in front.
Good looking race. 7:32 to 7:94, 173 for Jordan Kenway. I do believe that'll be his first ever 7-second run. Well, he deserves that new pair of boots now. 7:32 at 177. Not much difference in speed, though. Just Dave Peters took off like a bandit from the start line. I think that's what they've been trying to do all weekend long.
Well, considering David had been struggling in qualifying, only 7:71. Yeah, uncorked it now. Going much better.
But the Kenways, I'm sure, delighted with that one.
And I think that is it for Funny Bike.
What have we got?
So obviously we know Lorcan, but I can't see Roger either.
He's there.
beneath us.
Oh,
He's
is
under
he?
the tower, yeah.
Where? I can't. Oh, is this right underneath
Just
us?
there.
I was looking the other side. Yeah, Roger's there.
Yeah, so it should be Lorcan Parnell. And again, thanks to the Storm team for keeping us all updated. They said it's up to someone else to try and knock off that pesky Frenchman from the top spot. He's not pesky. We really enjoy having him here.
Got to say, get well soon to Lucy Moore. It's obviously stuck in the pits and on recovery mode at the moment.
So he's just going to roll up and take the green light. One of the funnier photographs you'll ever see. Bike coming in stage with Chief Starter polishing the floor in front of him. Oh, he did get out of the way. There we go.
So job done there for Rog. So he'll be racing Dave Peters in the semi, and then Eric gets a bye into the final. So, VW Pro. Next up, Chris Waterhouse taking on Ed Keach, Abby Tether taking on Chris Poyner, Jake Fronder taking on Danielle Coppin, Joe Hall against James Hodson, and Ian Dale taking on Graham Fairhead.
That's going to be the first race.
Signal told to come forward.
I've just seen Luke running for the first time ever. It's such a sight, you know. It's almost magnificent. Not something you normally see in the animal kingdom.
Like a young gazelle.
Yeah. Like a young gazelle who's been shot in the leg with no legs. So, Ian Dale and Graham Fairhead basically rolling. Was 12.20 in the Kestrel lane. Graham Fairhead with a misfit, 10.70. Oh, I think Graham Fairhead's going to kick himself when he sees the ticket after that one.
Yeah.
Half a second reaction time for Ian Dale. All he really needed to do was go green and do what he did. And that would have been that. Well, disappointing and unfortunate end to his weekend.
Yeah, considering it's the first round of the National Championship and he got knocked out in the first round and he's the defending champ. All right, number one qualifier, Chris Waterhouse, has got Ed Keach to get around here. Whoever wins this gets a bye into the semis. Oh, but Chris goes red. Great looking run though, stick with it. 984, 142 mile an hour. I think we'll be happy with the ET, disappointed with the red light, and then he broke out. He did everything he could to lose that race, but nevertheless he'll take a PB away from that. 13.05, Ed Keach takes the win. Chris Poyner and Abby Tether. 12.82 plays 11.21. So Abby will be leaving first. Finally got a name for the car now, Arthur Daly.
There goes Abby. Followed by Chris.
Oh, I
That's
hope it's not
really
death
close.
smoke.
Well, it is Abby that takes the win, 12.85 on an 82. There is a lot of smoke down there in the shutdown area for Chris Poignard. The track through, that's not moving either, is it? Look, it's
just
almost
hanging, isn't it?
Atmospheric.
He's actually pulled it over to the right-hand side, so I think we're going to be on pause just for a moment. Yeah. So we'll just get word from the top end, and hopefully Chris's car isn't wounded too badly. But obviously there is a retrieval as well. So what we'll do, we'll hand over to Nitro FM 96.2. We will get word as soon as possible, and then we'll take it back when we continue racing here at the Festival of Power. Nitro FM, it's all yours.
A good example of which is just fired up underneath the tower. So I think Martin is in the slick tricks lane, and Roger is on the Kestrel side of the racetrack. There we go, yep, we're going to lower the bodies. And you are going to get a flame show like you will see nowhere else, but in this country.
beams and goes red. 12:39 of 13:95. Nice run there for Stephen Giles, actually.
Now Ashley's been having issues with the Golf for a couple of days now. Actually, she's stuck with the 18.7 dial-in, but the car hasn't been running that. And the fact, Chris
is actually, well,
he's there. Oh,
he's on the brakes at half track.
That's probably going to be the slowest race you'll see today.
It's going to shadow all the way up to the end. There we go. Takes the win with a 20.26. Well done, Chris.
And underneath the exhaust with a mop.
Well, Liam is long gone in the Kestrel lane. Can Mr. Swarbrick catch him? That's all right. I agree. Oh, that was closer than it needed to be, actually.
Well, it was a big breakout there for Simon. Oh, red light there for James.
Debbie definitely saw that. The race has already been decided. She spent plenty of time building up the revs. See if she can hit the 13.40. Goes 13.15.
Big that is. Colin may be able to tell me.
874.
Yep. 850.
Keith Wright.
Okay, for Keith Wright. He needs collecting from the top end, please. So if any of his crew can hear this, Keith Wright needs collecting from the top end, please. He's stuck up there, and I don't think Yvette's pushing it back.
Win light comes on there for Chris Creswell, 15.55.
Although it is in that number.
I was going to say, I thought Brian Pateman had a wide range of dial-ins, but wow. So is there a setting on a Tesla you can change to make it go?
Yeah, you obviously, you've got the different comfort mode, Sport Plus.
Okay.
I think the
ludicrous.
Right, that's exactly what I thought was going to happen. There we go. He'd already caught her by 60 foot. It's a case of hoping he had a quicker reaction time, shadowing her and just taking the stripe.
And I'm sure Felicity's in the car going, go away. Leave me alone.
However, it didn't work.
It didn't, no. He was late on the tree. Felicity takes that one.
And he broke out too by the...
Oh.
I was just going to say that Steve bogged off the start line, then Ash does exactly the same thing. Will he catch him in time?
We had a very good reaction time, but at the stride...
Run out of road.
Steve Mellors takes that one.
Car. Not many.
Ian, nothing does it to his own car.
Probably. So Brian with a 0 light.
In fact, he's dialed in what he qualified with. He ran an 18.54 on an 18.54 dial-in to be your number one qualifier. This is his third Ford Focus. He's got two already, one with a V8 in it that he's blown up, and he went and bought this one to race.
Nice. Just proves you can race anything. So we've got a couple more pairs to go, I think.
So as you said before, it's James Hodson taking on Joe Hall. Two VW Golfs for you, different vintages. In fact, the Mark II is the faster of the two. James looking to run a 1075. Joe wants to run a 12.97. So the newer Golf is going to leave the line first by about 2 seconds. And James is going to do his best to run him down. Well, I'm not going to say anything as of yet.
However,
but he's already there.
Yeah, and passed.
And passed.
And
don't break
passed.
out.
Lots of brake lights there.
There we go. James Hodson, perfect light. 0.000 on the tree. That is incredibly impressive.
Especially in eliminations, actually.
Exactly.
Brave, I'd say.
Yeah, so he took the stripe by nearly a whole second. And he had the brake lights on. So well done to James. Next up then, Jake Fronda with Ninor 2. big old engine in that thing. 460 cubic inch big block Ford powering the VW Golf Gasser, taking on Daniel Kopin with the Golf R. Danielle looking to run 11.90. Jake wants to run 11.26. About half a second on the tree. You can see how vague the steering is in the Gasser. Of course, that being a characteristic of Gassers, and this thing is such a short wheelbase.
Good looking run. Oh, what a race.
0-4 at the finish line.
One on a hole shot, that one, 0.12 to 0.32 for Jake. That was what made the difference in that one. So, 950 bike. Elimination round 1. Rob Stanley. You can throw a blanket over all this, but there's nothing in it whatsoever. All in the 950s, apart from Zoe Hallett, who's in the 940s and the 30s. That was it. So, Rick Sawatsky, Slick Tricks Lane, and Rob Stanley.
Winner of this gets a bye in the semis to the final, so in effect worth 2 round wins this one. And it's going to be Rick Sawatsky as Rob Stanley goes red.
Again. He did that last meeting as well.
.967 and 964 red for Rob, so yeah, it's going to be Rick Sawatsky with a bye into the final.
Right, now this one is an interesting matchup because Carl Thomas managed to go all of the Easter weekend without running a 9 point, or anything slower than a 9.50, and Zoe this weekend has only managed to make one pass slower than a 9.50, and it was a 30.
I was just going to say a job that he's now given to Zoe Hallett.
Yeah. So this one's probably going to be, well, quite a lot of backing off at the top end. Carl Thomas is way out in front. You can see he left visibly first, and he's going to take the win. Goes 9.55. Zoe still goes 9.38 and actually crossed the line second. And your number 1 qualifier, Dave Hall, taking his bye run.
Oh, 92.
Oh, the spotters running out on the track, just checking everything over.
In fact, Dave is running for the tractor, so there'll be a little bit of cleanup. Not sure how long we'll be.
Can't believe how lovely it is out there now, actually. I'm liking, well, the weather is just beautiful out there. That tractor out once again. So just a little bit of a sweep up in the Kestrel lane. Sorry, no, the other lane actually. It's a Slick Tricks lane. So tell you what, Nitro FM, just a few words from you, and we'll take it back when we continue eliminations here at Sanford Raceway.
Right, so we're here with Ron Bartlett, driver of the Sweet FA Ford Anglia. How are you?
Yeah, very well, thank you. It's great to be back. Didn't seem like it was going to happen, but we decided to have a couple of meetings this year. We're going to do this one and the main event.
That's cool. Oh, you did say at the end of last year that you were going to retire from racing for a season. You seem to be enjoying that.
At the moment, we're currently converting a bus to take the car racing, make it a bit more comfortable. The guy's a little bit slower, not as advanced as we thought it was going to be. So to keep the crew happy, we decided we're going to do a couple of meetings, keep them interested.
Yeah, that's cool. And how are you doing this weekend?
Well, we fluked it, to be fair. The third round we went 8.26 with a 9 on an 8.26. The car seems to be back on it as it always is. It's not me, it's the car. So yeah, so far so good.
That's cool. I know you've just finished qualifying, so who have you got first round of eliminations?
I think we've got Ashley Bell, and he's always a slippery snake. I think he'll probably end up putting a little bit of gas on it to try and get the numbers. He's struggling a little bit with the car. He's obviously got a few people over there at the moment helping him, so it could be a good race. Ashley's, when it's under pressure, Ashley's good.
Indeed. And obviously Ashley's struggling a little bit, as you said, so do you think you can win?
It's one of those, I can beat everybody, but I can get beat by everybody, so who knows. It's one of them. It's just nice to be here, you know?
Yeah.
So
that's cool. And so I'm going to allude to your car now, because it's one of the nicest Anglias I've seen ever, and it's also one of the fastest.
Yeah.
So please tell me a bit more about the car.
It's a 1964 105E Anglia. Frank Griffin, Cliff Griffin, who used to run there in the Outlaw Anglias. Frank built it. It's powered by a 584 big block Chevy. Power glide, normal 9-inch back axle. It's got nitrous on it, but we haven't run the nitrous yet, because to be fair, it's pretty quick as it is. It's run 8 ones, 167. That does feel fast. With the gas, it'll obviously run a 7, but we're trying to get that 7 naturally aspirated. I want to try and get the 7 without turbos, blowers and gas. Will we get it? I don't know. We're going to keep trying.
That's cool. And what's it like to drive? Because it's not a big car.
It's busy inside sometimes. It's either off the start line it'll move about, but the rest of the run it's okay, or off the start line it's alright, and the end of the run it's a bit of a handful. A couple of times this weekend, well, certainly one of the runs, it was most of the run, so it was challenging.
That's cool. And obviously it's a unique car, unique combination. What made you choose the Anglia?
We wanted an old car. We wanted something a bit unique, a bit smaller. We did think originally we could run in the Outlaw Anglias because it's an Anglia, but apparently you can't. It's got to be it's got to be that type of shape off. We bought the car and then we decided, me and Simon. He's helped me right from the start. He's been with us for like 30 years. I used to work with Simon. We used to race Capris with a 3-litre V6 and gas, and then we wanted to go faster, and this is what we ended up with.
Well, it's certainly faster.
Yeah.
One thing I'm always intrigued about is obviously the names of the cars, and you've chosen to call this one Sweet FA. Now, we all know what that means, right? But why have you called the car that?
Well, you know what, obviously, Ford Anglia, you see. It's a play on the words. It was a lad that I used to drink with. I said, I've got to get a name for the car years ago, and he said, Sweet FA, in a drunken sort of thing, and I went, what a really good name that is. And it just stuck, and that's what we called it, so, yeah, it seemed appropriate at the time, and it's very appropriate at the moment.
That's cool, and obviously, you've got your own nickname, haven't you, that I know about. They do tend to call you Rocket Ron Bartlett.
Rocket Ron, yeah.
Where does that come from?
That was years ago. I used to do banger racing. I used to play pool and snooker and stuff like that, and then used to race around in cars where you shouldn't really race around on the streets and stuff. So yeah, that name sort of come 30, 40 years ago. So it's been a name I've had for a long time. Even my dad calls me Rocket.
Well, thank you very much for having a conversation with us.
Okay.
Have the best of luck for the rest of the weekend.
Yeah, thank you.
And hopefully you do well in the eliminations.
He's a good lad, Ash, so what will be, will be.
Perfect. Thank you very much.
All right, thank you guys.
Okay, we're back, and we're back on 4 wheels. Super Comp round 1. Steve Hudson, by virtue of being number 1 qualifier, gets the bye with the intravenous T. It's good to see numbers swelling a little bit in Super Comp again. I think we had about 13 a few weeks ago at Easter. A little bit lighter this weekend, but still good quality. So Steve Hudson's going to try and run that 8.9 and goes 8.88 with a 0.
Right, next pair then, it is going to be Dolly Daydream with Leah Kellett, and it will be Steve Field with Black Pink 2. And Nicole's been in touch. Could we please wish Steve and Leslie Field a very happy 27th wedding anniversary today from us? Thank you. Well, Nicole, consider that one done. Thanks for the message as well.
Better place to spend it.
Yeah.
Well, this is a matchup we saw a number of times in qualifying. The older style car against the newer style one. Although I do think still that the older style car is newer than the other one. As it more recently built, it's just been built in the older style. So Steve Field, if you like this kind of vehicle, i.e. nostalgia, then the coming weekend back here at Europe's favourite racetrack is the place for you. The Nostalgia Nationals coming up. Colin will be sat exactly where he is now.
I certainly will. Looking forward to that.
Looking forward to everything, to be honest with you.
I do. I know.
It's all fun though, isn't it?
Yeah, Gasser Circus, Nostalgia Superstock, Supercharged Outlaws, and the Wild Bunch.
What's the phrase? Find a job you love and you'll never work a day in your life. There we go.
Yeah.
Yeah, we definitely don't.
So Steve Field's going to do his best to mirror Leah Kellett, who
Leah's
they're both wandering around.
Oh, 905 loses out to a 901 for Leah. On the tree, it was 400s to Leah Kellett. Well, they were both shadowing each other by having a wiggle.
Yeah.
Steve Field did it first, and Leah thought, oh, that looks fun. Right, this should be a roadster matchup, but no Stu Doiney for... He's still going in super gas, isn't he?
Yeah.
So I'm guessing the focus is going to be super gas for as long as he can stay in it.
So the Jamie Dodger of Richard Tunstall sharing driving with Jed Guy this weekend. And Richard booked his spot in the semis against Steve Hudson, and Leah Kellett is the one that gets the bye. .884, 149. Right, Outlaw, flat 4.
So we should have one race and one bye. This should be the race between Adam Lowe and Darren Shepherd. Unfortunately, Darren broke on the start line yesterday with a big puddle of fluid underneath the car. And whatever it was terminal for the weekend. Hopefully not season.
Well, they're not going to do what I suggested then.
Well, take it easy.
Yeah.
We ran 10.9 in qualifying a number of times, actually. 10.97 again, 121. What we call a bracket beetle.
Right, James Wooten.
So James Wooten well into the 9s in qualifying. Coming up right behind we have That was really weird. He let the clutch out and the shift light came straight on because it spun the tyres. Did you see that?
Yeah, I saw that.
Still goes 997, 145 miles an hour. Super Row round 3. I must be getting tired. I had to count out my fingers. Yeah.
Only 2 races and a bye here.
This looks like one of the buys.
Well, Tom
is. Still going to make a full run by the looks of that. Wants to see what number he can run in the sunshine. Something I haven't been able to say most of the day.
Good point.
I remember one of the weirdest things I ever said was really good run for the heat of the day at Easter. Which never happens, does it? No. Well, it does. Do you know something? It really does, because there have been some scorching Easter events.
There's also been some very cold ones.
Yeah, you got it. It could either be like 27 degrees Celsius or 27 degrees Fahrenheit.
Yeah.
It could be one or either.
Remember the year we had a very late Easter and the top fuel cars came over and they had an absolute, it was like 24 degrees.
Yeah, plus.
And then when it came to the main event, it was like 13 and horrible.
842, 843. Nice.
So Alan did Matt Peters, whoever wins this, going to be trying to take out Tom Atkinson in the semi-finals.
Will it be a rematch of Easter's final? Or will Matt Peters be able to do anything about the other Monotail dragster? So yeah, the last race is Ron Bartlett and Joe Stevens. Then we got Pro ET as well.
Well, I can't remember the last time Joe Stevens drove that car. I think you mean Dave Russell.
Sorry, Dave Russell. Where did I get Joe Stevens
no
from?
idea.
So Matt Peters doing really well with the Lucas Oil Super Pro Dragster. All of Nick Good's cars are very, very competitive and had a fantastic success record in the class. However, on a little bit of a hot streak in the other lane is Alan Dibwell. 67 and 59, not a lot in it at all on the start line. Well, on the tree anyway. Wow. I don't even need to look at that to know that was unbelievable from Alan Dibwell. As long as he doesn't break out, which he doesn't, takes the win. 005 to a .17. That's the race right there. That was kind of it. He took the strike by .16 and didn't break out. The advantage at the start line was pretty much the advantage at the finish line as well. That's kind of how you do it, isn't it?
Yeah.
So rematch it is from the Easter final. Tom Atkinson and Alan Dibwell. On the other side of the ladder,
Well, this for a buy into the final.
so basically this is a race to get into the final. So technically as good as a semi-final, if you like. Now Ron Bartlett's going to be kicking himself if he goes to the final that he's not running more events. So 875, almost exactly half a second after the green light will come on in the lane where that little 100E is.
At the stripe it is Ron Bartlett. 827 on that 26 Darling 870. So, oh, look at that. Ron was 100th off. Dave was 200ths off. But Ron had 300ths on the line as well. So it is Ron Bartlett into the semis, where he gets a bye into the finals. Wow. All right, Pro ET. It is Lee Morris taking on Dave Rudd. This is where we set up the semi-finals.
2 roadsters for you now, and can we please have Junior Dragster and Sportsman ET into the pairing lanes, please? Junior Dragster and Sportsman ET into the pairing lanes. Yeah, so 2 of the more different roadsters you have, and both have been around for ages. Lee Morris with his Jag-powered Jaguar E-Type roadster, taking on Dave Rudd with his turbo V8-powered Cobra roadster. Lee looking to run.
Lee's out in front, and Lee takes the win light as well on a hold shot. Dave Rudd was closer to his dial-in, but a .21 light was the end of his day. 08 for Lee Morris. Wasn't stellar by his own high standards, but still got it done. Cracking race, this one. Amy Watkins taking on Will Clark. Both of these 2 terrifically good bracket racers.
So Shane just bringing Amy up to the line.
Just very gently nudging in. Amy takes it, the lesser of the 2 breakouts, by a minuscule amount. 0.06 of a second, I think that was.
Yeah.
Will was off the start line first, and he did have some wriggle room as well. He did take the strike by 0.4, but broke out by just that little bit too much.
Stevie Gates and Simon Rickwood. 969 plays 960. So Simon will be leaving by 900ths first. Well, that's how the tree works anyway.
Have either of these been to round 4 before? Stevie Gates definitely hasn't. Not sure about Simon Rickwood. He
Simon
will now.
Rickwood's not going to. It's Stevie Gates.
Simon Rickwood with a .10 red light. Steve Gates moves on. Oh.
3:10 thou breakout, but it didn't matter. 966 there for Simon Rickwood. He breaks out by 300ths. But it is Stevie Gates into the semis.
Okay. So, who's awaiting the winner of this one?
Amy.
It's going to be either Nick Mugridge, or we'll have an all-female match up with Marie and Amy. We've got Jet Cars round behind the tower as well. We've got the final of Comp as well as Pro Mod coming up.
Oh, Marie goes red. What a shame. It's Nick Mugridge. So we've got 2 little Comp dragsters taking on the 2-door cars. Oh, no, sorry. Lee Morris is still in.
Look at the number, though. 1065 on a 1065 in one lane, and a 10.10 on a 10.11 in the other. Wow. It was just a red light that decided that.
Great racing.
So we are bringing the Jets round underneath the tower for one final time this weekend before we get into, like I said, Comp Eliminator and Pro Modified final rounds.
Well, I imagine Top Fuel Bike will be around there as well.
They are indeed. I think I've seen them milling around down there too. So, looks like we have Jet Dragsters this time round. Roger Goring with Firestorm is round there, waiting to go. This is an all Yorkshire display, this one, as most of them are in the Jet world. So the 1,000-foot blocks are out up there, which is where they will be running to. So we do hope all you folks out there have had a wonderful time this weekend. Obviously, it's been a little bit trying on occasions with the weather, and we have had some delays. However, part and parcel of racing in the UK, I think that's known as. But thank you, everybody, for coming back to the rescheduled event. Thank you, all of you guys out there, for sticking with us and staying on late on Bank Holiday Monday. Well, it's just Martin Hill, actually, this time round. Yeah, problems for the Spider-Man jet car. With Julian Webb just getting out of the car. What a great shame. They had a fabulous weekend up till now. Not sure what it is. I'm not sure what can go wrong with a jet car that means you can't run, but whatever it is, it can't be fixed down there. So, Martin with the Flame Show. Great looking run for Martin. Don't forget, that's a 1,000-foot number. 4:52 at 269 miles an hour for the Jetmeister himself. What a way to close the show for the weekend as well. His quickest run over 1,000 foot. That would have been too shabby over quarter mile either. So Roger Goring coming round next, folks. And Julian Webb and the team. Now, you never normally get to see Julian. He sat on the back with a red hat on. Unfortunately not zipping up the racetrack with the jet car. However, please do give the whole Spider-Man team a very big round of applause. They work very, very hard to put on the show that they do for everyone. Real shame he couldn't make that run, but Julian does not get to hear the claps and cheers because he's normally about half a mile away down the other end of the racetrack. Just as I say that, they stop. And here we go with Roger Goring. It's really nice to have for us to have a break from getting battered as well when they go in the other lane, isn't it?
Yeah. Just to give you a heads up, following this will be the Comp Eliminator Final. We also have the Motorsports UK Pro Modified Final, and of course the final for Top Fuel Bike. And then we continue with our Sportsman eliminations.
Yeah, they're all there and they're all ready to go. So Roger getting hooked up to the battery packs with Firestorm.
Actually, just to add one more class onto that, hopefully if we get any of them down, Nostalgia Funny Cars will be running in exhibition as well.
If you are watching at home on the live stream, you're getting some brilliant shots now of Roger Goring's Jet Funny Car there. You could really see some of the engineering work that's gone in behind that car.
Yeah, it's effectively, it's a centre drive funny car, which is effectively a very short Jet Dragster, if you like.
Yeah.
It's not until they look like Martin Hill's funny car, they look very, very similar until you see them side by side, and then you notice the subtle differences of how much longer this car is as well. Because the body's been stretched over a slightly longer chassis. They have to do that to fit everything in. Rod sits in the middle, and he's got two big air ducts either side of him.
If I remember rightly, it's basically a standard funny car body, but with another section put in to
pretty much
elongate it.
But it's been lengthened in a few places, and it's not until you see it next to another one you realise just where.
Yeah.
Very cleverly done.
So for the last time today then, for Roger Goring with Firestorm.
No tyre shake at all. 596. 259 miles an hour. I just waited to the right moment to say that. We want to say that all weekend. 259 miles an hour. Another storming run for Firestorm.
And that is Roger back in the 5s over the quarter mile as well. So well done to Rog.
Yeah, obviously there's no way a Jet Funny Car can shake the tyres because it just, you know.
They're not driven, are they?
Not going to happen. There he is, Julian Webb, everybody, with a Spider-Man Jet Car. Fabulous, fabulous looking machine. And driver as well, of course. Yeah, thank you. It's all right, tenner, my way, thank you. So please give your appreciation. Unfortunately, they couldn't make that run, but they have been doing their very best to entertain everybody all weekend. Work of art, that thing. Oops. Ooh. Playing chicken with a tractor and a Suburban.
Yeah.
Probably not the way forward.
Well done to Roger, to Helen and the team. 5.96 with Firestorm.
It's okay. It's just as you probably gathered by now, just random stupid stuff comes out, and the difference is we have microphones. I think the same sort of random stupid stuff, like when I used to sit up on the bank or wherever with a whole bunch of us. It's the same thing. It's just now everyone else gets to hear it, which is not always a good thing.
I can only say pot kettle black to Thomas there.
Oh yeah.
Hey,
Yeah.
I say relevant things though.
Do you know something?
Do you?
I just thought of your dream funny car actually, because Brett Fanning used to run a Nitro cow.
Did he?
Yes. I am not joking. He used to run. It was painted like a Holstein cow, right? It was white with black spots, blotches, whatever. He used to run a farm, and he thought it would be one of his most famous moments was he thought it would be a brilliant idea to put a load of cow chips in the parachute pack.
Oh dear.
Right. So basically, it did a poo as it went through the finish line, and he pulled the chutes, you see. However, this was during qualifying at the US Nationals. Round 1 of the Big Bug Shootout was right behind him, and they were not amused, as you can probably imagine. Of all the things you have to clear up, a bunch of cow is not one of those things that you probably should be coming across, let's put it that way. However, it did make him famous, or infamous, one of the two. I'm not entirely sure which.
Was it a cold day that he ran? Or was it Frisian?
Well, it doesn't want to have been too warm, because it wouldn't have been a cow chip then, would it?
Right, Comp Eliminator, the final. And it's a Williams Brothers matchup with the Camaros. Spencer Tram taking on Dan Williams.
Oh, the car I forgot to mention was called Utter Nonsense.
Oh, I love it.
Yeah, we just said the same thing. Yes, it was utter nonsense. Absolutely that. There you go. There it is right there.
Okay, let's see what happens here then. Broken fuel drive.
Yeah, so he couldn't. They tried to fix it by the sounds of it, couldn't make it down in time. So Spence is going to go first, followed by Dan. The thing is, both of these two are a similar amount under their indexes.
In fact, these were your number 3 and 4 qualifiers as well.
So this could be a
good race actually.
Just green lights, please, gentlemen. It is.
Well, Dan trying everything he can to close down Spencer. It's going to be very tight at the stripe, and the win light goes to Spencer Tram.
Whoa!
11.07 on a 10.83. Dan Williams was 007 on the lights.
Win
Spencer was 0.11. but the win margin was 0.9. They tried everything. Spencer with his best run of the weekend, 11.07. Dan with his best run, 10.83. But it is Spencer Tram that takes the big trophy.
The only thing for Spence, congratulations and commiserations, he was 0.63 under his index.
Oh, that means it's hurt a little bit.
It is, well, that's all right. You just have to go quicker next time.
Yeah.
Well, I was going to ask, because they're teammates, are they going to do anything to protect their indexes? No.
Obviously, no, they wanted the win.
Oh, yes.
Quite simple. They both wanted to win that. I mean, look at Dan, 007 off the line.
Yeah, Spence was rather snoozy with a 0.11, actually. For him, anyway.
So well on Spence.
Top Fuel Bike final coming next. Neil Midgley. Cannon Motorsport, Lucas Oil. Taking on Steve Woollett. Once again, absolutely textbook from Neil. I have a feeling Neil Midgley, if it goes roughly straight this time, he will keep it nailed all the way through. He took the event win at Easter in what they openly said themselves was not their greatest weekend. However, sometimes you don't have to be great, you just have to be in the right place, right time. Steve Woollett, though, back at Easter, was in the 6.0s as well. He went 6.08, which is his second quickest run ever. It was a little soft in the semi-final win over Al Smith, by comparison. There's a lot more in both of these machines. If Neil Midgley keeps it nailed all the way through, it will be a 5-second run. And you never know, Steve, well, that might not be far off that too. So here we go then for the big trophy here at the Festival of Power. Chris Hannum says, go get them, lad. Steve is already there waiting. Heads up, 1,500 horsepower nitro bikes. For your viewing pleasure. What a race! Oh, Neil Midgley takes it. 6.31 at 2.22. They both went 6.31. That was millimetres at the finish line. 0.16 for Neil Midgley, 0.17 for Steve Woollett. They were looking at each other all the way down. Neil actually shook the tyre before 60 foot. We can clearly see it from up here. Spun the tyre, let off the throttle and nailed it again. And just, only just, managed to run Steve Woollett down at the finish line. 0.1 win margin. I'd like to see the 13.20 finish line cam for that one. Steve Woollett was ahead at the 8th mile, 4.15 to 4.21, but still not quite the numbers, but still a superb race.
Right, Motorsports UK Pro Modified, the final for them, Wayne Nicholson and Bobby Wallace. Wayne, the star of qualifying in his first ever 5, and he skipped the 5.9s completely, went at 5.88 with a 9. New personal best, obviously, for that run. Bobby Wallace, though, he's been quite consistent with the 5s this weekend. 5.94 in qualifying, went 5.95 in the semi-finals.
Well, Wayne veering, of course, slightly on the burnout. Doesn't really matter as long as the tyres are up to temperature. The track temperature is probably beautiful at the moment.
Yeah.
These are the sort of conditions our American cousins would kill for, because they're absolutely beautiful. Around about 18 degrees, sun on a concrete racetrack to warm it up nicely. Fingers crossed, Wayne can run what he did back on Saturday, and Bobby can run, well, what he has been all weekend. This is for the points lead in the Motorsport UK Pro Mod Championship. Now, Bobby Wallace finished last year really strong. He won the event, went 5.88 back at the national finals. I'm not sure Wayne has ever taken a big trophy at a UK Pro Mod race. I think he's gone to the final before, he's taken number 1 qualifier before, but he's not got it done all the way through. Now's his chance. Pretty sure they've just gone back to what they ran on Saturday and said, yep, that'll do. However, it's got to stick. So here we go. Nitrous car against blower car. Kind of how it should be, really, isn't it? Who's your money on? Nostalgia blown car, modern day nitrous car.
They're side by side the whole way down the track. Big move from Wayne Nicholson, both off the power.
Oh,
what a race!
Wandering around all over the place. They both took a good look at each other at about 3:30. Wayne was off the line first. Reaction time, nothing to write home about. Wayne was only 106 to 60 foot. Bobby was his usual 0.98. At the 8th mile, I think Bobby was in front, 412 to 419. That was when Wayne started having a bit of a move around towards the wall and wisely backed out of it. It is Bobby Wallace taking the points lead in Pro Mod. Still a fabulous weekend for the Lucky Devil team. But yeah, they both shook the tyres. Bobby before 60 foot, Wayne before 60 foot. That's what knocked both of them towards the centre line. And they just kept sort of like, what's the word I'm looking for?
Sashaying.
Snaking together in a beautiful, noisy dance.
Well, 616 is actually off pace for Bobby, but he still managed to get 240 mile an hour though.
Yeah, he pedalled it probably a couple of times. He had to wrench it back from the centre line as well at 3:30 just to make sure. They can both definitely drive. A big shame for Wayne that he couldn't keep it nailed a little bit longer than that, because that would have been a hell of a race at the top end. But altogether, round of applause please for everybody. That's the Wallace team picking up their second trophy in a row, actually, if you count the end of last year too. Congratulations to them. And the points lead, like I said, in Motorsport UK Pro Mod.
I've just had a message from someone who was watching on the grandstand or the bank, and he says Bobby was actually on 2 wheels at 3:34.
Wow. Nice, well landed. And for the Lucky Devil gang as well, please. Put your hands together. Congratulations still on a fabulous weekend. Going home with the new personal best, number 1 qualifier and a runner-up. I think they'd have taken that before the weekend started.
Yeah, most definitely.
Yeah, you got it. Okay, so we have Nostalgia Nitro Funny Car round there. I think that's Tim Garlick just fired up. Just to let everybody know, obviously we've run the Nitro Funny Cars earlier today, the Top Fuel cars earlier today. That was their one and only run scheduled for today. Just have to reiterate that as well. But we still have more Nitro action coming your way. We've still got loads more eliminations after this as well. So Tim Garlick with Apache. Tony Betts has made it down with Venom as well. Unfortunately not able to run side by side. Not sure why. But we get to enjoy each car one after the other. Looks like we've got Sportsman ET, Comp Bike. Loads more stuff to go. Approaching 5:30. We're down to semi-finals for quite a lot of classes. We've already had a couple of finals. The Crusade, Timmy, away you go. The winner in Nitro Funny Car this weekend, one more time. Proper funny car run again with the wiggle and everything. A 625 again at 222. That car actually stands up on the tyres and goes really well. couple of hundred foot out, around about 100, it makes a move for the centre line, but he's always got hold of it, wrenches it back, which is how you're supposed to do it, and keeps it planted all the way through the 1320. So Tony Betts next with Venom. Being given a signal to fire.
Things looks quite dramatic to us with the way Tim was moving around his lane, but in the car he's going, oh yeah, just adjust it a little bit.
That's what the bit in the middle's for,
yeah.
isn't it? Mickey Moore running again. Look at that. I think that's a run, isn't it?
So the Venom's tow truck comes around the corner. It's a big old vehicle, that, isn't it?
I think that Julie's actually for sale. And look at that beautiful paint scheme glinting in the late afternoon sunshine. So we got the next round of comp bike right behind this run from Tony. Let's hope everything goes to plan for the Venom team this weekend. Sometimes you work ridiculously hard and nothing goes right, and other times you seem to just have a nice easy weekend and it all goes right. I think that's a 90/70 and a half Camaro body, is that right?
I think so, yes.
Obviously the funny car version.
Yeah.
Adjusting the wheelie bar. Crew gives a thumbs up for Tony to move forwards. Oh dear. Great looking launch, 1.10 to 60 foot, and then it just seemed to lose power around about 100 foot out. Tony tried to keep going, but unfortunately a little pop around about half track spelled the end of that one.
Things are the team very happy with the launch and they thought, yes, we've cured it, and then, as you say, performance dropped off, and then there was that audible bang almost.
Yeah, that's what's the thing is that there's a what's called a supercharger relief panel or a pressure relief panel.
Burst panel.
Yeah, burst panel. That's the word I was looking for. Thank you. In the front and back of the manifold, that if any pressure is looking to come up from the cylinders up into the supercharger where all the fuel and the air are mixed, i.e. bad combination, the pressure relief panel goes first. That's probably the pop you heard right there, so that there's no damage and it doesn't take the top off it, basically. But put your hands together, please, for the Venom team. Like I said, some weeks you work like weekends, you work like complete dogs and nothing seems to go right. Another, it's quite easy. But please show your appreciation. Hopefully they'll be back again in a few weeks' time.
Oh, yes.
To try again. So, comp bike next.
Yeah, so we whittled them down from 8 to 4. So lots of eliminations coming up. That's basically the end of our showcase sessions, if you like. So comp bike eliminations round at number 2. Dan Dieth on the side chick machine. Normally owned and ridden by Danny Cockrell, going alongside Len Paget with one of his 2 bikes, actually. It's the most that he's got with him this weekend. Heads up, whoever gets to the top end first will take the win. Well, Lenny goes red, so an automatic win there for Dan Dieth. Well, let's see what Dan can run, though. He's on one here. Yeah, 754, 185 miles an hour. Lenny tried everything and really had to cut a light as well, but then Dan Dieth wasn't late, a 06. Trouble is, though, it's made Dan's 850 bike feel slow now. Mind you, he did run in the 7s when he went for it. Right, let's see how Jasmine Cordell gets on alongside the silent assassin of Paul Hambidge. One of the quickest bikes in comp bike, went 7:26 in quali. But Jazz, in her first round run, went 7:72, set a new personal best. So a new machine for her, and boy oh boy has she got the handle on this already. Very comfortable on the machine. Jazz way first, but here comes the horsepower, Paul Hambidge.
It's going to be close to the stripe.
Is it enough, though? Is it enough? No, it's not. Jasmine takes it with another PB, 763 against the lose-out 768.
Win margin only 0.05 of a second. Nothing in it on the tree, and virtually nothing in it at the finish line.
I think Paul was drifting left, actually, and just had to feather the throttle. Didn't want to get too close to the wall, and I think that's what spelled the end of his run there. So Jazz is into the semis with another new PB. This is Gary Bowe on a solo. Number 1 qualifier with a 720. .122 to 60 foot. Let's have a look at the 8th. 471 at 164. The quarter mile, 710 at 203. The tuning is working really well on that machine now. 7.10 for Gary Bowe is best on this bike. And perhaps more to come. That sets up a great semi-final there, actually. Gary Bowe taking on Dan Dieth. That's going to be good. And we got one more. Well, it would have been a pair, but obviously, Graham Dance did have that issue in the last run, so it's going to be a solo, and it's a break the beams job there for Chris Neary. So it'll be Chris Neary taking on Jasmine Cordell on the other side of the ladder.
As we move into Sportsman ET, we're whittling through the classes now.
Yeah, we need to. Right, let's have a look at the matchups. Well, let's see which order they come round the corner. What we're expecting, though, is Brian Huxley taking on Liam. Jago Stokes taking on Holly Walters. Steve Millers. He's racing another Steve. Chris Wynn taking on Debbie Taylor. Chris Creswell taking on Gary Lake. And Kirsty Tram taking on Felicity Gibbs. Looks like it's going to be Debbie Taylor first. Yep, there she is. Taking on Chris Wynn. Dial-in differences, 15.55 for Chris, 13.15. That means it's 2.4 seconds, and it's the little Alfa Romeo that will be leaving first. The class supported by Hutchinson and Dibley. There goes Chris, and Debbie sets off. Well, Chris way out in front. I don't think Debbie's going to close that gap down. Didn't need to. Chris Wynn broke out 15.38. He had almost half a second on the tree as well. But Debbie Taylor takes the win and she's through. Oh, Chris will not be happy when he looks at that timing slip. Next up, Holly Walters taking on Jago Stokes. It's the Mustang taking on the Skyline. And it's 15.33 for Holly. She's going to be leaving first, and then 2.03 seconds later, Jago Stokes will set off in pursuit. Oh dear, oh dear. It's the curse. A red light for Holly. So Jago Stokes will be going through.
It was only a 004 red, though.
Unfortunately, only doesn't count, does it?
No.
It's a red. So Jago Stokes with a 13.78 takes the win. Holly broke out as well just to add insult to injury. But then I think she realised what she'd done and thought, well, there's no point in lifting. I want to get out of here as quickly as possible. So she kept her foot in it. Okay, so the two Stevens. Which one is going through? Is it the subtle indifference or is it subtle Steve? Steve Mellors will be leaving first. His dial-in, 15.95. Stephen Giles will be chasing 13.90. 2.05 difference. So, Hare's running. Can the Greyhound catch him? Oh, that's closing in nicely at the stripe. And the win goes to Stephen Mellors. 16.05 against the loser, 14.08 win margin, 0019 at the stripe. Well, that was close. The Forester had the reaction time advantage, but the better run coming from the Hulk. That's a great moody shot online. Look at that. The burnout spoke from Kirsty Tram. Those of you that tuned into the live feed, that was a really good camera angle. That.
Well,
right, two very, very good racers here. Gary Lake. I'm sorry, it's not Kirsty Tram, it's Gary Lake. Gary Lake and Chris Cresswell. Two very good racers. Obviously, reigning champ, Gary Lake. And you never underestimate a Cresswell, no matter what class or which one of them is racing. 14.15 place, 15.25 would be Chris leaving first with a Fiesta. Both of them get green lights. Excellent stuff. Oh, it's a tight one at the top end, but the win light goes on for Gary Lake. Goes 14.18 against a loser at 15.34. Congratulations then to Gary.
so this is actually Kirsty Tram this time in the Slick Tricks lane, looking for a 12.00. Taking on Felicity Gibbs, looking for a 17.18.
Kieran changed the screen before I even had a chance to have a look. So quick.
We're going to have to do it again. We're going to have to choose which lane we're going to remember.
So 12 flat plays 17.18. That's a big weight for Kirsty. Because, oh, not anymore. Felicity Gibbs goes red. It's going to be an automatic win for Kirsty.
wonder if you keep concentration at a time like that, or you just sit there going, yeah, I'm through to the next round.
That one.
That
You
one,
do that
fair
one,
enough,
yeah,
okay. You're probably not the person to ask us about that, are you? No.
Flick goes 17.06 and breaks out. Kirsty Tram, 12.07 for the win.
Just in the back of Brian Huxley's Focus, it just says it's the non-V8 model.
I'm not entirely sure Ford ever made a V8 Focus.
The Huxleys did.
The Huxleys did, yeah. They improved it, didn't they?
Yeah.
Ian Sturman and Brian Huxley. Brian will be leaving first by 4.02 seconds. Both into stage. There goes Brian. And there goes Liam in pursuit.
It almost sounded like Liam missed a gear then. Brian's a long way out in front.
Near. He's not anywhere near. But Brian breaks out. Wow, by nearly a tenth of a second. It is Liam moving on to the semis, I think that is.
It is.
Right?
No, quarters.
Quarters, sorry, beg your pardon. Well, this is round 3 of Junior Dragster, is that right?
It is, yeah. This is where we set the semis.
And it is Emmy Crondwell on her bye run.
You wonder why we have solo runs, as in just one car or one bike. It's because if there's an odd lot field, so there's 32 spaces but say 30 cars, at some point someone will be on their own. But they still have to roll up to the start line. They still have to take the green light to be able to move on and be eligible for the next round of eliminations. One of the funnier examples of that was back at the European Finals a few years ago, where both Top Fuel, I think, and Pro Stock bike finalists started their bikes in the peeing rain on the start line and just took the green light, and then Dale Leaks decided to sprint forwards and body slide across the start line, which was nice. Can't think why he did that.
Emmy Crondwell's getting way towards the centre line.
That would have been a disqualification.
Would have been, yeah.
Maybe it was the sun in her eyes, who knows. But anyway, didn't go out. First time I've ever seen a Junior Dragster nearly get over the centre line. Maybe that was a tyre shake problem. Who knows?
Maybe.
Wheel wobble, whatever.
Although you joke, but I've actually had a tyre shake in my junior. I got wheel spinning as it came down. It shook.
That's impressive.
Was that when it after the wheelie?
Yeah.
Unloaded the rear tyres, came down, went.
So
Max Taylor and Ada Cassisi.
So Max Taylor took out the other member of LFR. I can see him on the grandstand watching on his niece, Ada Cassisi, in the Cherry Bomb. Looks for a 10.05. Max Taylor's going to have to chase her down, looking for a 9.57. In fact, I think he's already there.
I think he is.
He's there as long as he doesn't break out.
Oh,
which
he does.
He does.
Double break
Ada
out.
breaks out, but by the least, only just 5 thousandths of a second. Ada Cassisi is in the semi-finals.
Wow.
He had a big margin there, Max
He had
Taylor.
a 10th.
Yeah, 0.12 on the tree he had that time. To get to that time of day as well, where the sunlight or the sun setting becomes fun to see the tree, doesn't it?
It's a good job it's 818, Jan, otherwise the board, because she's holding the board upside down. It didn't matter on that particular number. Luke Mugridge and Freddie Taylor. Luke will be leaving first, 8.18. Freddie, 7.99.
Both of these drivers are extremely good at what they do. Both got championship potential in them. It's lining up to be a very good race indeed. Luke goes in first. Freddie follows him in. Luke's going to go first.
Oh, Luke goes red. Oh, 0-2 red, 0-2 green for Freddie, and that's enough to give Freddie the win. So that is one of our top points out. Just having a look. Yeah, Luke Mugridge was in the points lead going into that, although he was second in points coming into the event. Harry Ritchell went out round 1, so that gave the points lead to Luke Mugridge, but he's gone. But Freddie Taylor didn't feature in the top 10. Emmy and Ada is still in. She's 7 in the points and climbing. But we've still got this man, Liam McDonald. He was 4th in the points coming in this event, and if he keeps winning, he could, just could, leave here with a points lead. He's got to get past the Boost Monkey. The #1 qualifier, Grace Smith.
Grace looking for a 9.17. Liam's chasing her down. He's going to catch her right at the finish line, and one look at that. 8.08 on an 8.08 dial-in. That would have been tough to beat. You went 0.5 on the tree, package of 0.5.
Yeah.
In fact, I don't think Grace could have won that.
No, she couldn't, because Liam got there first and Grace broke out.
Yeah.
So, yeah, quite simple. So, semi-finals, Liam McDonald taking on Freddie Taylor, and it's going to be Emmy and Ada. So we're going to have a first-time finalist on that side of the ladder. Well done to them. Right, VW Sportsman. Polly Judge taking on Nigel Gregson. This to set up quarterfinals. There goes Polly. And, oh, what happened to Nigel? It sounded like the car stalled then. He had an 0.4 light compared to a 0.34, but I can say that now because Holly is so far up.
Well, she looks like she's actually already off the throttle. In fact, she's braking now.
Yeah, she runs an 18.53. What a shame for Nigel Gregson. 17.36 on a 13.70, but it looked like the car did stall on the line. The number plate there, VWSP1. I wonder who that is. Yes, of course, it's the champion from last year, Paul Robinson, going to be taking on Thomas Circuit with the Lupo. $18.15 the dial in for Tom, $14.72 for Paul. So again, Paul's got to be patient. Well, glorious afternoon here at Santa Pond as we get, well, we're approaching the evening actually, 5 to 6. Still loads of racing to go.
So Tom Circuit in, Harold the Lupo. He's going to be looking for an 18.15. He will be leaving first. Paul Robinson, the reigning champion, will be looking for a 14.72. So about 3.5 seconds wait on the tree for Paul. But they're just having a little bit of a clean up on the styling at the minute. In fact, that squealing you can hear is a tyre squeal, it's a squeegee.
Yeah.
Here we are then, rolling them into pre-stage. And now we're waiting. Paul goes in, sorry. Tom follows in him.
Oh, you can see Tom, he heard the wheel spin before the red, before the green was even close, and yep, 06 red. So Paul Robinson takes the win. Let's see what Tom Circuit can run. 8.09, I thought he'd break out. 14.81 there for Paul Robinson. So Danny Bean and Hazel Carter, your next pair. Well, in fact, no Hazel Carter. I do remember she staged and took the green in the previous round, but car was actually pushed back. So it is Danny Bean that's going to be taking the win here. $14.82 on a $14.30. Reese Taylor and John Crawford, your next pair. $14.60, place $15.99, so it's going to be John Crawford leaving first. Oh, Reese went straight into stage. John thought, nah, not having that. Oh, now he rolled straight through stage. Oh dear. Now, make sure he's in forward drive. John Crawford on the brakes takes the win with a 16.46 against a loser at 15.58. Battle of the Bugs, Steve Metcalf and Caitlin Wilson. You got the Misdemeanor Havoc Beetle 17 flat for Caitlin, 16.40 the Blue Steel Baja Bug of Steve Metcalf.
Wow.
Well, it looks like Steve's already alongside Caitlin.
Eating up the difference already, just shadowing her.
Yeah.
Actually, he's way out in front actually.
now.
And he broke out. He had loads to play with off the start line. He was 008 on the tree.
Yeah.
Caitlin was 0.12.
He's going to be kicking himself when he even rewinds the live stream and realise just how far ahead he was.
It was a long way.
But Caitlin takes the win.
It's all part of learning how to bracket race, though, isn't it? Just making sure.
008 on the tree against a 0.12. But hey, that's racing. Nigel Gregg and Justin Foley. $15.65 for Nigel, going to be leaving first. Justin, 14 flat, going to be chasing. Well, Nigel Gregg, 15.65. Looks like he's parking up. Crosses the line at 65 mile an hour, takes him in with a 16.1. Problems there for Justin.
I like that problem. He's parking up at the finish line. Yeah, just sort of put the handbrake on and wait. So I can hear a rumble. I'm not sure whether it's going to be. It is Supercast coming round next.
Yeah, just got one more to go in VW Sportsman. That's Phil Jones with the Dragon Wagon on a solo. Predetermined buy. Actually, Caitlin Wilson gets a buy into the semis in the next round.
Well, it goes red, but that's no issue on a buy run.
$14.59 the target, $15.67 the run.
So the noise of V8s fills the air once again. Round 2 of Supergas, I think. Yep. Set up the semi-finals.
Whoever wins this gets a buy into the final. It's a crucial one. Stuart Morris and Mark White.
Stu Morris won. Is he the points leader? He won Supergas.
Yes,
didn't
he
he?
is. Yeah,
back at Easter.
He's got a big points lead actually.
Well, he was clear from Andy Dibley.
Oh, but Stu goes red. He's going to be chalky into the final.
I was about to say.
Oh, 992 as well.
Yeah, I was going to say before these cars did their burnouts, Stu Morris actually had 300 points on Andy Dibley coming into this weekend. So he would have only extended that. Wayne Hiscott's out. Stu Doyney is on track now. And he was almost 400 points behind Stu Morris.
Stu is ever present at the top of any championship chase, no matter what he's driving.
Of course. So Tim Moore with Tim's Toy against Stu Doyney.
They're all good, aren't they?
Double O Stu Doyney.
Little bit of a weave for Stu, but that even felt it.
Oh, and Tim Moore takes it.
Look at that, closer to the number. Took the strike by 0-2. Guess who left the line first? No prizes for that one. Tim Moore was on time and on the money at the top end.
Right, last pair then, Mark Huxley and Jed Guy. Whoever wins this gets Tim Moore. So car owner Richard Tunstall looking at the Jammy Dodger to see if he can make it into the semis.
So Mark Huxley disappears off into the distance. Jed's going to do his best to chase him down after the huge throttle stop. I don't think he's going to do it.
He does. 992. Look at the win margin. 0-0-0-2. Jed Guy gets the win.
That was the one for the finish line cam, that was.
Yeah.
And the difference in finish line speeds as well. 16 miles an hour faster.
Yeah.
He only just took the stripe.
Right, next up then, this is 850 bike.
Round 2?
Yep. Right, another one of these. Whoever wins this gets a bye into the final scenarios. Alex Gordon, Martin Hallett. He had 500 to catch up as Alex had a better light there, but Martin with a better run and eventually the win. Right, it's a good matchup then. Jay Rowe and Stacey Reed.
Stace with a wobble off the start line. She's going to have to open the taps at the top end to try and run him down. Not going to happen. Oh, look at that. 852 was going to be tough to get around anyway. In fact, Stacey Reed couldn't have won that one. 0.11. So, two good buddies racing each other in this round of racing.
All right, points leader and current champion then. Dan Diaz taking on Bradley Head.
What an apt name for a bike, Side Chick, for the simple reason that, you know, if you're married or with a significant other, there's always more than one person in a relationship, isn't there? You know what I mean? In your case, it's Bruce.
Oh, good race. Very good race.
Who's brave at the stripe?
Oh, breakout. 8.49 with a 4 for Brad, so it's Dan Diaz that takes it. 8.69.
He had 400s in the bank off the start line. And that's normally enough to spook whoever's in the other lane. Cool. Very nice.
Right, Nostalgia Superstock, quarterfinals, first pair. Chris Goodale taking on Stuart Thompson. Less than a tenth on the tree. It's going to be Chris going first. Then will the Duster catch and pass without breaking out, or will Chris hold on? Will they both get green lights?
Wait.
Oh, fluid leak for the Kiwi.
Well spotted. Oh dear, that's a big
fluid
one
leak
as well.
Comp bike into the pairing lanes, please. Comp bike into the lanes as Chris goes through with a 9.79 breakout. I think that's the quickest run of that car so far. Very well spotted there by Dave, but that is a big old fluid leak.
That would have got worse as well, probably, when he literally opened the taps going down the racetrack. You never like to lose that way, do you?
No.
Well, the good thing is it's fairly well contained on the start line. Comp bike into the lanes, please. Have we not just had them? Is that stuck by any chance?
No, that was 850 bike we just had.
Sorry, beg your pardon. Yeah, comp bike, if you come round again, please. Thank you. Yeah, so Kiwi being pushed away. I'm really unfortunate. Had a good shot at taking the win this weekend. But, yeah, you can't do it with leaky stuff going on. Right, the shoe will be out, just doing its thing on the start line.
I do just want to say thank you very much to Cassell's for my milkshake. I can see you.
And the chocolates, obviously.
I'd like to say thank you to the Cassels for the milkshake as well.
Yeah, we can see it from here, Lynn. Thanks very much. Just kidding. So, yeah, a little bit of a clean-up on the Kestrel side of the racetrack. They shouldn't take too long at all. But, yeah, whatever it is going to take some clearing up. Kiwi's car has been pushed out of the side gate behind the start line.
Yeah, it's almost like it's been evicted.
Pretty much spot on, really, yeah. So while the shoe and the team down there do their thing, we've still got lots more racing to go. We are whittling down everything to semi-finals, and we've even set up some finals, I think. So please don't go anywhere. Thank you ever so much for sticking with us. All 18 of you, something like that. That was another guest, Tom.
Yeah, but there's lots of people tuning online.
Oh, you got it, yeah. And no, thanks ever so much. Also, a terrifically hard-working Santa Pod crew. They never stop. They never give up. I mean, even last night as well, when it started spotting with rain at 7:30 and we could only run to about 8 o'clock, didn't stop. You know, it was all good to keep going. Anyway, Nitro FM, and hopefully back very shortly.
They're side by side the whole way down the track. Big move from Wayne Nicholson, both off the power.
Oh,
what
dearie
a
me.
race.
Wandering around all over the place. They both took a good look at each other at about 3:30. Wayne. Proper funny car run again with the wiggle and everything. A 6:25 again at 2:22. That car actually. Oh dear.
Well, then he goes red. So an automatic win there for Dan Dieth. Well, let's see what Dan can run, though. He's on one here.
Okay, so we are back with
185 miles for Kiwi.
Hopefully nothing serious.
Yeah, he's just bringing the car into the stage, actually, but very well spotted by Dave Lawrence.
Well, Dave could be maybe even credited with saving the car if that was oil.
Yeah.
And he did launch like usual and driven through it. That would have gone well. So, two immaculately turned out Nostalgia Super Sockers. A Bossa Nova of Simon Rickwood on the freshly groomed Kestrel Lane. 968 and 986. Same numbers, different way round. Pete Wiseman with the damage case in a Slick Tricks Lane.
See Dan Williams having a good look at Simon Whitwood's car.
Nick up here nearly had a fit earlier saying lift for God's sake because he was going to, yeah. It was really funny, that was.
Oh, and he's going through into the semi-finals. Pete Wiseman goes red. .973 there for Simon Rickwood. He goes, well, 14.27 irrelevant. He realised he'd gone red. Right,
Mega
Spencer
matchup.
Tram.
Yeah,
This is a good one, actually.
Yeah, Spencer's already got one trophy from Comp Eliminator. Can he add Nostalgia Superstock to the roster? However, he's got to get one past one of the real big guns in the class. That's Dave Bilodeau with the Challenger. Dave Bilodeau 981, 11.09 for Spence. Pretty much what he ran, I think, wasn't it, earlier on?
Yeah. I think he went 11.06 in comp.
Maybe just give himself some wriggle room at the finish line.
Well, game over. Dave Bilodeau goes red. Spencer 005 on the tree. Oh, and
11.09 of the two. That is exceptionally hard to do. That ticket, that timing ticket needs framing.
Yeah, hit your ET and go 005 on the line. Wow.
Pretty much says it all, really. Ash Rawson, Steve Lloyd. Steve Lloyd, another one in comp as well this weekend.
Well, we got two Williams Brothers cars in the semis with Spencer and Simon Rickwood. Yeah. And can we make it three with Steve? Ash Rawson out there to try and stop that happening. Steve Lloyd, 11.06. Ash, 10.20. Oh, Steve Lloyd goes red.
I think he went red in comp as well, didn't he?
Yeah.
I didn't want to say that out loud. Quite a nice 11.06 dial-in, though.
Oh, and he gets a 10.
Yay.
Well, it's a shame he went red and he broke out, but he's in the 10s. So that's okay.
Danny Williams just said, what the bleep then, didn't he? Yeah, that was very good.
Oh, dear. No, I think, bizarrely, I think Steve will be happy he's in the 10s with the car.
Yeah, I was going to say, if you red light, there's got to be some sort of silver lining, and that's definitely it, isn't it, really?
So, VW Pro.
Ed Keach on a buy run. $12.37.
Yeah, predetermined buy. That wasn't supposed to be a race, so we're not missing anybody. We got two pairs coming up, and it is the two Golf R's. Abby Tether and Danielle Coppin. Abby will be leaving first, 12.82, and Danielle 12 flat. And whoever wins this Gets Ed Keach. Oh, Abby goes red. Here's Danielle that takes the win.
And breaks out.
Yeah, Abby did everything she could to lose that.
Nice run for Danielle, though. So, Ian Dale and James Hodson. The last pair in VW Pro before we can move on to two wheels. So James Hodson 1075, 12 flat for Ian Dale with the Beetle.
James went perfect on the tree in the last round.
It doesn't matter what he does this time, is Ian Dale went red.
That's the funny thing, you know, is that if you go perfect in one round, what do you do the next round? You go, oh, that was a bit close. Do I not do that again? Yep, through into the semis. He's James Hodson. ET Bike, round 3. Elimination round 3.
Yeah, James gets the buy into the final, so he's going to be happy.
It is Carl Hester on a planned buy run. Imagine being number 16 qualifier and getting a buy run in round 3. But you've got to take them while you can get them. I presume he beat a higher qualified bike earlier on.
Yeah, he got past Dave Grundy, then he got past Nick Bladen. 10.95 the target. 11.19 the ET.
So the Collier family in the Kestrel lane and the King family in the Slick Tricks lane. These two raced each other. I'm not entirely sure Blade was even in Junior Drag Bike when Scott was.
No, he wasn't.
No, well, I think he was. That's how long Scott's been riding.
Well, if he was, I think it was for 1 year.
Can't have been long. Definitely can't have been long. So, Scott in the Kestrel lane looking for 9.70. Blade 8.90. Both the families are very, very good friends. Both Ollie and Jerry known each other for a long time. Now their boys get to go at it. Scott's already looking over his shoulder. He hasn't even got into top gear yet.
Double breakout.
Big breakouts for both of them. Blade took the finish, took the strike by 0.4. Scott was 700ths under his dial-in. Blade was
200ths.
Yeah.
Blade gets the buy into the final.
That was a big one.
Right, Justin and Phil. Whoever wins this gets Carl Hester in the semis. So Justin Moulton dialing in 10.12, Phil Pratt 9.02. And it is Justin Moulton that gets that one.
Phil breaks out by 200ths of a second. Unusually, he was second off the start line too.
He couldn't win that one. So it is Justin that takes the win.
Yeah, 0.5 for Justin, 0.10 for Phil.
Now, every single round Tom's been in, he's been against someone who he might as well have been racing in the final. Scott Hauser, Pete Walters, the buy run, of course. And now he's taking on Alan Didwell.
Well, this is the repeat of the final from 3 weeks ago.
And Tom has still got the bounty on his head
yeah.
from that event. And here we are in the semi-finals, and who's in the other lane? The same bloke that was in the final back at Easter.
Not only that, Alan was #1 qualifier.
So Tom's going to look for an 8.42. Alan, 7.66. Alan was bang on the tree round before. I really thought that was a red light. Deary me. Alan did well in hot pursuit. He's going to take the stripe, and he takes the win as well. Look at that on a whole shot. What a race between those two. And he's 50 quid richer and in the final. 0-1 on the tree to an 0-8. That really was the story. There was no way Tom Atkinson could win that, even though he went 8.42 on 8.42. And the final will be against another pesky door car.
That actually, regardless what happens in the final, because of qualifying, that gives Alan Didwell the points lead. Because of qualifying points. Oh,
so 6 rounds, I think, of the championship. Is that right? 6 or 7?
Yes, 6. Oh, you got me working out now.
That's all right.
Festival of Power.
Eastern.
Yeah, two meetings so far. Then you got
main events,
Summer Nationals, European Finals, National Finals. But do they race at green light? And I don't know. They don't.
Don't know if they do. Yeah, it is
760 or big bracket as well.
Yeah.
But anyway, congratulations. 2 finals in a row for Alan Didwell really is exceptionally tough to do for anyone. Tom Atkinson nearly did it, actually.
So, solo into the finals then for Rocket Ron Bartlett.
Yeah, he's just turned up for fun this weekend. And he gets to race for the big trophy.
Well, of course, he is retired this season to build his camper van, and it's not going very well.
Yeah, takes a sensible option there. Either that, he was drifting to the right and clicked it early, one or the other. But nevertheless, he's in the final.
So, Sportsman ET, I think this is going to be round number 3 for a place in the semis.
And it will be Jago Stokes taking on Liam Sturman.
Actually always amuses me, that is it, just as Holly Waters drives out in her car, as in out of the facility right behind us. Yeah, quick track check in the Slick Tricks lane just to make sure that wandering around wasn't anything to do with the racetrack. Ron's car does normally run right on down the lane with no problems. So, Liam Sturman and Jago Stokes. 16.57 for the Jag. And 13.50 for the Skyline.
Oh, you can see Jago rolling before the beams. Well, 0.16 red. So Liam Sturman is into the semi-finals. Jago breaks out by nearly half a second as well. Mind you, Liam breaks out big time as well, but the red light already determines that we're going to see Liam once again. Right, the Hulk MX-5 of Steve Mellors taking on Debbie Taylor with a Mustang.
Formation,
Steve, yeah.
Sorry, formation track crew over the wall at the same time. There we go.
So, on board with Steve Mellors, literally there. $15.95 plays $13.32. Oh, looks like, yeah, Steve Mellors, 16 flat, takes the win. He's only 500ths off. Debbie Taylor went 14.10. So the Hulk is in the semis.
Oh look, there's Kirsty Tram in both lanes now.
Taking on, well, Kirsty taking on Gary Lake. Well, they are the same body shape, it's just a different sort of lights and badges, really.
Yeah. So, Kirsty looking to run a 12.00. Gary wants to run a 14.10. If you want to play along at home, start a stopwatch when Kirsty leaves the line and see if you can stop it on 12 seconds dead. I've been playing this game all weekend. I'm really enjoying it.
It's our new Kirsty Tram or Carl Magera game. Yeah.
But
it's the Kirsty and Carl game.
Yeah, there we go.
Available on all phones.
Yes. And at no extra cost.
It's a free download. So Gary Lake sets off, and there goes Kirsty in pursuit. Whoever wins this gets a bye to the final.
If I win, do I get a bye?
No,
we'll
you're not
say
in
goodbye.
competition.
And the win light goes to Gary Lake. Kirsty Tram breaks out. Got there first by a 10th.
She didn't have to as well. That's the hard bit. She was off the line first by a couple of hundredths of a second. But it's all about the other end.
All right, junior drag bike. Holly King and Leah Morrison. Whoever wins this, yep, guess what? Gets a bye into the final. The Darlings then, 11.40 for Leah, 9.45 for Holly. Oh, 9.45 for Holly, not enough. 11.47 and a whole shot win for Leah Morrison. So she's going to get a bye into the final. Oh, great racing.
And another Morrison now. Brad Morrison in the Kestrel Beer Lane, taking on Grace Pollen on the Pollen Count bike. She's looking for an 878.
It's a 1480. I think it's an 878. Grace has got to be very, very patient indeed.
Of course, although this is bracket racing, it still runs a pro tree, so you're going to see Brad leave, and then Grace won't know when her tree's going to drop, so she's going to have to count in her head to 5 probably, and then go then.
Really, really cool actually what Barney's doing with the live stream down there. Basically, you are Brad Morrison in this race if you're watching it live at home.
Oh, the bike seems to bog for Grace. Brad is a long way out in front. He's going to take the stripe first. He doesn't break out.
So Brad Morrison adds to. I'll tell you what, the Morrisons just kind of sweep everything up these days, don't they?
Well, they do it in en masse, don't they?
Yeah, entries. How many did we say the other day?
9.
6. Well, 6 Morrisons, and then you got the other team bikes, haven't you?
Oh, you got Hallett's and the Leicesters as well, yeah.
Goodness me.
Right,
So,
this is Harry Isaacs.
Number 1 qualifier.
Starts 13.75 and runs 13.65. A breakout, doesn't matter, he's through.
Okay, time to set up some final rounds. Pro ET. Elimination round 4, which otherwise known as semi-finals. I think we've got a bye run and a race coming up.
It will be Stevie Gates with the Hailing Island Ziva Duster.
Sorry, not a bye run. I apologise. I only saw one car come round. The thing is, green cars all look the same to me. So, Lee Morris, green with MB, Kestrel Lane. And like you said, the Ziva Duster of Stevie Gates from the Hailing Island gang. Well, one very seasoned campaigner looking to go to another final round against one who isn't, I think is probably the easiest way of saying that.
Wants to go to his first final round.
Yeah. He's had his best day at the racetrack ever.
So Lee Morris looking for the run at 10.10. Stevie Gates wants a 9.58.
Stevie Gates actually double stepped on the start line as well there, just to make it more fun.
Oh, double breakout.
Whoa. How do they sort that one out? Oh, thousandths of a second. There we go. That was a thousandths of a second less breakout. Look at the win margin as well. He was over the stripe by 0.008 and broke out slightly.
Well, Lee Morris was incredibly close to the wall as he went through the finish line.
Pretty busy looking over his shoulder.
Right, other side, still got Amy Watkins and Nick Mugridge to fight this one out to take that other final berth.
Mounting it on the tree. Closest to the dial-in is Amy.
Double breakout again.
The lesser of the two breakouts once again. Well, the good thing for Nick is the car's running consistently and quicker than ever. I think he still backed out of it a little bit at the finish line there as well. Still went 10.09, but he was just that bit further under his index.
All right, Super Street bike.
So your final round. Oh no, beg your pardon. Is it final?
Semi-final.
Sorry, apologies. Yeah, semi-final. All Morrison affair. Ross and Allen. Ross Kestrel side. Allen. Oh, it's a bye run. Well, Al Morrison Jr. with problems. He's not sure what the problem is, but yeah. A lot of tyres been going on there. 790 at 185. Really unfortunate for Al Morrison Jr. Something was leaking because Ian's cleaning it up down there on the start line. But whatever it was, even if it is just a very, very tiniest of drips, as soon as he opens the taps on that machine, it kicks out so much boost and horsepower. You don't want to be having slick stuff sprayed all underneath your rear tyre as you go down the track. Definitely not. Obviously it screws up the racetrack, but may screw up your racing season as well. So bye run for Jake, I only presume.
So just a small cleanup. Jake Michelle is still sat underneath the tower waiting for his run. I'm sure it won't be too long.
Pairing lanes, chock-a-block of racers anxious to progress. Glorious here as we enter the evening now here. Quick time check, where are we? 25 to 7.
But look at the day, it's still broad daylight, lovely
Gorgeous
blue
day.
skies. What a transition from this morning to now.
Huge.
So Jake has been given the signal. I think they're actually cleaning up around his bike. I can see, I'm actually looking on the live stream because I can't see beneath this. There's actually work going on to Jake's bike. I think he's actually got some stuff on his front tyre that they're worried about.
Yeah, that could be because maybe when Alan Morrison Jr. may have dropped something in the burnout box as well. We don't know, but
well, the bike's fired up now. He's putting it into the water box. He's going to bring it forward to do his burnout. Of course, lane choice is decided by who ran the faster time in the previous round. He knows he's going to have Ross Morrison, and he's seen what Ross Morrison has done. So he has to beat a 7.90 if he wants lane choice, or whether or not he'll just take the green light, poodle down the track, and then he won't have to do much to turn the bike around for the next round. Well, I can see him hunching down. He's going to put the bike on boost. I don't think he's going to take this one easy. He's in a little bit of wheel spin, and he's backed out of it.
He's not worried about lane choice, obviously. Just wanted to see what the track would take.
And he goes through 12:34, 62 mile an hour, but he's into the final round where he will take on Ross Morrison.
So the tractor goes back to its comfy little home. We've got Funny Bike semi-finals. We've got coming round now, I think it's gonna be
Super Comp.
It is indeed. So Richard Tunstall with the bye run, by the looks of it. Is that right?
Yep. Oh no, so Richard Tunstall taking on Steve Hudson.
Here comes Steve, that's my fault.
Yeah, and then it'll be Leah with the bye.
I do love Richard Tunstall's helmet. He's got the Simpson Nitro helmet with the built-in breather mask. It just looks so menacing.
As if races need to look any more grisly. So Richard Tunstall, as we said, with the Roadster, altered for Steve Hudson. Steve's had this car an awful long time now, hasn't he? I think. A number of years, of which how many I can't even fathom. It's been a steady progression to get quicker and quicker. I remember when it was high nines, low nines, and now into the eights. Good looking race, especially if your name is Steve Hudson, because he didn't break out as much as the other guy. Well done, Steve.
Yeah, double breakout. 0.1 between them on the reaction times, but 0.2 difference on ETs. So Richard Tunstall was the points leader coming into this event, and he has just been eliminated. Bizarrely, Paul Hudson not here this weekend. So Steve Hudson and Leah Callett closing in now. So that's going to make things very tight at the top in Super Comp.
Going to be tight all season long, pretty much in every class. It's very difficult for anyone to dominate when the racing's this close.
It is.
Which makes it even more amazing when people like Steve Joyner do it for years in a row.
Yes,
thumbs up.
You're right, actually. It's when you sort of look at it and you appreciate just how dominating that was.
When it's so difficult to do.
Yeah.
It's almost impossible. But not completely impossible, obviously.
Yeah.
That's a fairly big size throttle stop.
That's past 330, that was.
Well, you could hear the tyres squealing as it was going down the track.
Perfectly done. So, Funny Bike semis, I think, are next. Eric Richard is going to be the first, and then it's a side-by-side race between the Rigaboot Express of Dave Peters. Now, one thing I notice every time is Eric stages quite a way off to the right of the groove, doesn't he? But it doesn't seem to give him any issues whatsoever. Seems like going pretty straight down the lane.
So is this a determined by? Or?
It is determined by, yep.
So who should he have had in round one? Was that Lorcan
Martin
Parnell?
Zylstra.
Ah, right, okay, yeah, cool.
Drifting.
Don't cross the centre line, and he does. So that is an elimination. Unfortunately, I think he's out. You can't cross the centre line on a bye run.
Not sure.
We will have to double check that one. It was hauling backside, as the phrase goes, but it was going left all the time. Had a bit of tyre slip off the start line, which knocked him off course, but he kept it nailed, and he didn't really make much attempt to try and save it, which was a little odd.
Or roll off.
Yeah.
And by that I mean the throttle, not the bike.
He's done that and all.
Right, so Roger Moore and Dave Peters.
If Roger gets the bike to hook and go, this would be a pretty good heads-up race between these two, both from the UK. I think Roger's PB is down in the 7.4s, and the Rigaboot Express of Dave Peters really came to life in round 1 with a 7.3. Dave Peters has got that covered. 7.28 and a 48, knocking on 180 miles an hour for Roger Moore. That was no gimme race at all. I think that's got to be one of Dave Peters' quickest ever run. 7.28 at 176. Nicely done. BW Sports in round 3.
Yep.
I think, for set up the semis. But obviously they come round much quicker.
Oh, definitely. Polly Judge and Paul Robinson. Pick your Audi TT. Paul Robinson wears the number 1 on the car as the champion. Polly had the number 1 in qualifying. She was top of the shop. 16.30 for Polly. Off she goes, and there goes Paul in pursuit. 14.7. Well, Paul closing in, but has he got enough?
That's almost neck and neck.
Double breakout again.
A hundredth of a second. Deary me. Yeah, Polly did take the stripe, I think. Yeah, she did by 0.5. It was very, very close indeed. But just broke out by that little bit too much.
John Crawford and Nigel Gregg. 15.65 for Nigel, but he doesn't have to wait for too long because John Crawford's 15.99. We'll see John leave first. And it'll be John Crawford into the next round as a red light appears for Nigel Gregg. Went a little bit too quick. So John is through. 15.86, massive breakout. John Crawford has a habit of celebrating in car when he takes a win and sees his opponent at red lights. We've seen the photograph that Ian Blackett took of him. And I think it's on the Blackett calendar, and John is like,
yeah,
at the, I don't know, just past the tree, and he's like this. One of those images.
Not a recommended driving style with no hands, but you know.
Phil Jones and Danny Bean.
Well, Danny has actually, with the Lupo, has already gone past Phil Jones. It's going to be a case of making sure he keeps his nose in front, which he hasn't.
Oh, breakout for Phil Jones. It is Danny Bean that takes it.
Look at the number, though. 46 on a 45. Well done, sir.
And this is Caitlin Wilson on a predetermined by.
Dial 1710, which is actually slow, quite a bit slower than she ran earlier. Can actually say it was a 0.13 reaction zone because there's no one in the other lane, so no disadvantage.
I also don't think that car's a radio in it.
1690. Whoops. Well, he did it on a buy run, so it's fine. Oh yeah, but you can have your phone with a set of earphones in your head, can't you?
I hadn't thought about that.
I've just just said it out loud now. I didn't
Yeah,
want to
you
give
have.
that away. But, so Dave Hall, Carl Thomas, 950 bike, semi-final race. Dave Hall, Kestrel side. Carl Thomas, Slick Tricks lane.
Dave Hall goes big red there. So it's Carl Thomas with the win.
Proper 944 for Carl. Proper outhouse to penthouse stuff. He didn't have a run the right side of the number 3 weeks ago, and this time he's in the final. So the buy run goes to Rick Sawatsky. So we hear the V8 rumble once again. It's going to be semis, I think, of Nostalgia Superstock next. We're whittling them all down towards finals, if we're not already there.
So 950 the target, obviously, for Rick, and he goes 937. Big breakout.
Just testing it to see where it'll go.
Well, fair to say Spencer's having a pretty decent weekend so far. He was #1 qualifier in Nostalgia Superstock. He took the perfect ET money. He's taken the win in Comp Eliminator. He's through to the semi-finals and could go into the final here of Nostalgia Superstock. Against him, though, Simon Rickwood. Spencer will be leaving first. 11:09 dial in. Simon Rickwood, 9:68. Tight at the stripe, and the win goes to Spencer Tram. He's in the final, hits his ET, 11:09. Breakout. Simon Rickwood, he got there by 200ths first, but broke out by the 200ths. It's Spencer into the final.
5.18 on the tree. Yeah, Spencer goes from 00 in one round to 0.18 the next.
Yeah. Right, Chris Goodale and Ash Rawson. Kermit the Duster against Russo's Rat, the Chevelle.
I think this car's actually just Herbie, because it's doing so well for its debut weekend.
Good race, good race. It's a breakout for Chris Goodale. It is Ash Rawson into the final. 10:19 on a 10:18. Look at the breakout. 9:79.9 on a 9:80.
And he still didn't get there first, though. The win margin was still to the other side.
Sorry, Chris, didn't mean to jinx it.
Well done. That's all right. Hey, we have to get used to saying that all the time, mate. It goes with the job. Junior Dragster semi-finals.
Freddie Taylor taking on Liam McDonald.
Good race. Good racing prospect.
So Freddie's dialed the class floor, 7.90. You cannot dial any faster than that in any class of Junior Dragster. Liam McDonald's kept with his 808 dialing. Now this is going to be one of them races where you'll see the two cars leave and they will be driving the top end. You'll hear them whopping the throttle, lifting and pedaling and trying to psych each other out at the top end. They want to take the stripe first, but not by too much, because if they break out, they will lose. So Dad Lee bringing Freddie up to the line, and Dad Graham bringing Liam up to the line as well. Both of these drivers have championship potential. So they're both into pre-stage. Freddie and Liam go in at the same time. Liam's going to leave first, Freddie's going to chase him down. It's a green light drag race. Liam is well out in front. Freddie is closing him down. Liam takes the win.
Look at those numbers. 808 on an 808 and a 791 on a 790.
Well, the win was on the reaction times. Liam goes 08 to Freddie's 0.13, and the win margin is 05, which was actually the difference between the reaction times.
Amazing stuff.
Well, regardless of what happens in the final, Liam will be leaving here with a points lead. That is due to, obviously, Luke going out 2 rounds ago, as such.
So he will, with all his experience, be facing somebody in the final who's never been there before. No. It will be a young lady. It will either be Emily Cromwell in the Violet Haze. Violent idiot.
Yeah,
Violet Haze. Emmy Cromwell in the Violet Haze. Let's get everything in the right order correct would be good. Or Ada Cassisi with the Cherry Bomb.
Well, Emmy got very close to the centre line on her bye run in the last round. And goes red. Ada Cassisi's in the final, her first final ever.
A big section of the grandstand goes absolutely wild up there.
She goes 10.05 as well.
Look at that.
It was only an 0.2 red from Emmy.
Still a great day for both of them, no matter who won. But somebody had to, obviously. But congratulations to AD, the whole of the team. Get your own cheering section now as well.
So Ada Cassisi going to the final.
All right, comp bike semi-finals. Actually, just looking at this, we got comp bike semi-finals and 850 bike semi-finals to run still. There's a few others, but regardless of what happens here to Dan Dieth, he's got to get on the other bike and come down and do his 850 semi. So Dan Dieth going to be taking on Gary Bowe.
Now this could well be a good race because Gary Bowe does have the quicker machine. However, as is well noted and documented, Dan Dieth has the quicker reaction times.
I believe Dan is still in 850 bike.
Yes,
as well.
He is, yeah.
So he's having a lovely weekend this weekend.
I'm not sure anyone's ever doubled up on a bike. I know it's been done in the cars before.
No, I was speaking to Dan. No one has.
Dan Dieth is off at a distance. Tyre slip off the line for Gary Bowe. He gives it up. Dan Dieth will race for the trophy in comp bike 773. He clicked it at the finish line, actually, 162. He was 08. He was beaten off the line, actually. Gary Bowe was 08. He was 09. But a little bit too much in it for Gary Bowe.
Right, so quick hop off one bike and to the other bike now for Dan Dieth. All right, this is Chris Neary and Jasmine Cordell.
Jazz took out Paul Hambidge.
Paul Hambidge, yeah.
Round before. Getting very comfortable riding the bike and quicker as well.
Yeah, she went 763 in the last round.
Like you said, Thomas, ex-pro stock bike with nitrous. Gonna be dangerous. In a good way, as in to the competitors, not Jazz.
Not to her.
Yeah, not to her. So she was number 8 qualifier, but here she is with the chance of being in the final against Chris Neary, who qualified with a 7.7.
And it is going to be Jazz.
She backs off of it a little bit.
I don't think she did.
This time, 764, 164 miles an hour. That was quite a big red light as well.
Yeah.
As in a noticeable one, it was enough. It was enough for Jazz to go, oh, he's gone, I better follow, and still red lit as well. It takes some doing. Justin Morton and Carl Hester. We're on to ET Bike semi-finals. Justin in the Kestrel lane. Carl in the Slick Tricks lane.
So Carl Hester's away, being chased down by Justin Moulton. In fact, Carl is a long way ahead still, even at the finish line. He's going to have to roll off, but breaks out.
Miles, actually.
Wow. Huge, well, both break out, but huge breakout for Carl. 10.68 on a 95. So it's Justin into the final.
Okay, so Blade King is on a buy run. Looks like he may well just be taking a green.
He didn't show a dial in, so he stole Justin's.
Yeah.
Well, they've given him the class floor because it doesn't really matter. I think he's just going to take the green, and he does.
It's probably unnatural moving forwards off the start line and then stopping again because you just want to naturally keep going, don't you?
Well, when I did my licensing, I did my 60 foot and my half pass on the same run. So I launched it to 60 foot, stopped, backed up, and then did my half
And then
pass.
did the next bit.
Yeah.
It's one way of doing it, I suppose.
All right, Sportsman ET semi-finals. Will we see the Hulk in the finals, or is it going to be Liam Sturman?
It's going to be a first-time final for either, actually, I think, isn't it?
Well, of course, it's Liam's debut was at the Easter weekend with the Powerflow-sponsored Jag. He's looking to run a 16.57. The faster of the two is the Hulk MX-5. 15.95 predicted for him.
Looks like he's having gear shift problems though, because either that or Liam has suddenly found 2 seconds. Yeah, he's backing off, he's get the brakes on, trying not to break out, which he does!
Unbelievable.
By a
63 mile an hour at the stripe.
And he had nearly a second in hand.
Wow. The Hulk is in the final.
So Gary Lake, he will be the other. Car in the final.
So Gary's dialed in at 14.10. We call these tune-up runs, but it's more of a sighting run, really, in these sort of bracket classes. Just wants to see what the track can do, where he can take it on a buy run.
.15 on a 14.10 puts obviously Gary into the final. Okay, we move on. This is Super Gas semi-final, and it is going to be a buy run for Chalky.
No wheels, but no wheel stand this time.
Oh, he didn't need to push it that hard. But this is certainly a race. Tim Moore and Jed Guy for their first ever final in Super Gas. They qualified 11 and 12, these two. One of them is going to be in the final.
Tim Moore's not had an easy ride. He had Stu Doiney in the previous round. Well, there's nothing in it on the tree at all.
There's nothing in it between them as they head to the stripe. This is a pick and choose one. It is a double. No, it's not a double breakout. Tim Moore hits the number 9.905. A breakout for Jed 9.897. Oh, what a race that one was. Tim is in the final against Chalky.
Well, not a bad debut in Super Gas for Jed. Gets all the way to the semis.
He's done very, very well indeed. Right, this is VW Pro. Ed Keach, Danielle Coppin. Ed is a former champion actually in the VW classes. This is Danielle's first season. Again, very tight on the reaction times, but it's all about getting to that strike first without breaking out. And it is a double breakout, but it's Danielle that takes the win. She broke out by 400s. Ed broke out by more.
Is that all right?
So another buy run for James Hodson. Looking for a 1075, but he's just going to take the beam and roll off the line. Although he's laying on the power a little bit at the top end. He obviously got bored of just pootling down. Still does 93 mile an hour. As we move into junior bike.
Yeah, we've only got 3 classes to set finals.
That's good.
Which is a junior bike, 850 bike, and VW Sportsman.
Well, they're all here, so we are setting finals now. This is, of course, Brad Morrison taking on Harry Isaacs. Harry Isaacs had a buy run in the last round. He's looking for a 13.62. Brad looking for a 14.85. This is bracket racing, but on a pro tree. So Brad's going to leave first. You'll see all 3 yellows come on and turn off again. And hopefully the green light follows. Harry Isaacs will then count to 1 and do the exact same. But we're waiting. We're waiting. Ladies and gentlemen, we've got a stage battle finally, and it's in junior drag bike. Brad Morrison gives in and goes in. Harry Isaacs follows him. Brad is off and running. Harry is off and running.
So the 1485 and 1362, who is going to be the closest without going under? It is, oh, it's a double breakout. So by the lesser amount, Brad Morrison. He breaks about 200ths and 1200ths oh dear, by Harry. So well done to Brad.
And we're going to have twin bikes in the final as Leah Morrison takes her buy run on the matching Morrison Motorsports or Morrison Racing bike. Little gold machine. She's looking for an 11.42. Gets to the finish line and gets a...
Oh, look at that, 11.41. Nicely judged. Although it was a breakout, it's still nicely judged. Right, sounds like 850 bike below us.
Indeed.
It's going to be Martin Hallett on a buy, and then it's going to be Dan Diath and Jay Rowe. I think it's going to be Dan first, because otherwise Splinter is stood in front of the wrong bike in the wrong lane.
So Dan is already in one final. He's in the comp bike final, and is he going to make bike life more difficult for himself by winning this round against Jay Rowe?
Or better for himself. But bearing in mind that Dan, I think, has taken the biggest breakout award in 850.
Well, that's £200 in his pocket.
Yeah. Oh, it's not going to happen. Dan Diath goes red. It is Jay Rowe. Jay goes 8th. Well, Jay knew what had happened there. 839 takes the win, lose at 855. But the red light tells the story. Other side of the ladder, Martin Hallett with the buy run as he books his place in the final.
That looks quite fast. No, I was wrong. 850. Well, he'll be going into the final with lane choice.
Right, the last semi-finals to run, and it's VW Sportsman. This sees Caitlin Wilson taking on Paul Robinson. Darling's End, 17 flat, place 1467. It will be the Beetle that will be going first. Gets the green light. And there goes Paul Robinson, but he lights the cherry. It is Caitlin Wilson into the final. Paul Robinson, 0008 red. Oh boy, it's Caitlin Wilson into the final with the Misdemeanor Beetle. She breaks out, who cares? She's into the final.
But who will she be racing? Will it be John Crawford with the Dennis Priddle Tribute liveried Golf? Or will it be Danny Bean with the Lupo? Danny looking to run a 14.45. John Crawford looking to run a 15.99. When you look at these two cars, you wouldn't think that the Lupo was the faster one, would you?
No. Oh, Danny Bean goes red. So it is John Crawford. Probably celebrating already. And he's into the final. See what he runs just out of interest. 1608 against the loser at 1430. That's it. We are set for finals. Just a break whilst we gather all our finalists. And a little bit of track prep, but not much. Absolutely glorious evening here at Santa Pod. It's just gone 7 o'clock in the evening, 10 past 7, and we've just got finals to go. I'll tell you what, we're going to take a breather for a minute. Nitro FM going to take over the airwaves, and then to come at you, it will be the finals here at the Festival of Power in association with STP. We will see you soon.
Hello, so I'm here with Pete Walters, driver of the Walters Motorsport Super Pro Dragster. How are you?
Yeah, I'm not too bad, thanks. Going all right.
That's good. And how are you feeling about your performance this weekend?
Solid 6 out of 10, I'd say. Yeah, could be better, could be worse. So, yeah, we're all right.
That's cool. Where are you currently qualified? Because I know you've just finished qualifying.
16th out of 19, I believe. So, could be better, but it is what it is. We've been trying things, so we've not kind of been trying to qualify high. We've been trying to get things to work and playing with stuff. So it's been more of a test the last 2 days. But,
yeah, that's cool. Because I know you've had some chassis modifications because you were running under your tag. And also, we're just about to go into eliminations, and I know you've got Joe Kellett.
Yep.
And did you ever race in juniors?
Yeah, we did. Yeah, quite a few times. I think 3 or 4 years we were together in juniors. So we had a lot of good races. And I mean, in Super Pro we've raced a few times as well. So
how are you feeling about that race?
Is what it is, really. Got to beat them all. So
that's cool. So obviously the car, when it first came out a few years ago now, it was running obviously Cannon Reloaded, because your junior was obviously the Cannon.
Yeah.
You've changed that now. It went to PWRD and now it's currently Walters Motorsport. Why have you gone away from Pete Walters Race Design, obviously your company?
The PWRD kind of scheme was to celebrate 10 years of my company. So we just kind of did that as a bit of a sponsorship sort of thing. And then we sponsored Aaron Fensome's Jr. as well at the same time. And then when that finished, we kind of wanted to, we re-body panelled the whole car and wanted to just do a new scheme, so and that's what we did.
That's cool. And so obviously there's quite a lot of Super Pro dragsters that are obviously running in Super Pro, the rear engine style. What made you go with the supercharger and the methanol injection? Because that's sort of unique in the class.
Yeah, I think my dad's always grown up with supercharged cars, blow methanol, so it was just kind of a natural thing, really. Like there wasn't really another choice, to be honest with you.
It was going to be blown no matter what.
Yeah, exactly.
And what's it like to drive?
Oh, it's amazing. It's like a Cadillac, this car. It literally is never not gone straight and just cruises down there. Barely even revs, really. So
that's cool. And I also know every driver's got their routines and try and get themselves into the zone. What do you do to prepare to drive a car like this?
Not a lot really. Just have a cup of tea and that's about it. I'm probably one of the most laid back people there is, so I just kind of get in it and do my thing.
That's cool. And what made you get into the sport?
I was literally born into it. I didn't have a choice, to be honest with you. My dad's raced since the 80s, and yeah, I was basically born into it, and that's all I've ever known, really. So.
That's cool. Well, thank you very much for coming and having an interview with us. I wish you the best of luck for the rest of the weekend, and I'll see you later. Thank you very much.
Well, it's just Martin Hill, actually, this time round. Yeah, problems for the Spider-Man jet car. With Julian Webb just getting out of the car. What a great shame. They had a fabulous weekend up till now. Not sure what it is. I'm not sure what can go wrong with a jet car that means you can't run, but whatever it is, it can't be fixed down there. So, Martin with the Flame Show. Great looking run for Martin. Don't forget that's a 1,000-foot number, 452.
John Crawford into the next round as a red light appears for Nigel Gregg. Went a little bit too quick. So John is through. 1586, massive breakout.
I recommended driving style with no hands, but you know.
Phil Jones and Danny Bean.
Well, Danny has actually, with the Lupo, has already gone past Phil Jones. It's going to be a case of making sure he keeps his nose in front, which he hasn't.
Oh, breakout for Phil Jones. It is Danny Bean that takes it.
Look at the number, though. 46 on a 45. Well done, sir. Can actually say it was a 0.13 reaction zone because there's no one in the other lane, so no disadvantage.
I also don't think that car's a radio in it.
$16.90. Whoops. Well, he did it on the buy run, so it's fine. Carl Thomas, Slick Tricks lane.
Oh, Dave Hall goes big red there. So it's Carl Thomas with the win.
Proper. 9.44 for Carl. Proper outhouse to penthouse stuff. He didn't have a run the right side of the number 3 weeks ago, and this time we're not already there.
So 9.50 the target, obviously, for Rick, and he goes 9.37. Big breakout. Tight at the stripe, and the win goes to Spencer Tram. He's in the final, hits his ET. It's finals time here at the Festival of Power in association with STP, and it's going to be 950 Bike that's going to be kicking things off. Carl Thomas and Rick Sawatsky. Good luck to all of our finalists. And of course, everybody that races from now on will be taking either a winner's trophy home, called a victory, or they'll be getting up the runners-up trophy. But more importantly, for most people, it's the points that they want towards the national championships. Carl Thomas and Rick Sawatsky. Rick, the winningest rider, or the winningest competitor ever here at Santipol Raceway. Numerous championships, numerous round wins, numerous event wins. Is he going to add another one here, or is Carl Thomas going to stop it? Lights counting down, it's green light all the way. At the stripe it is. Carl Thomas takes it and he hits the ET. 9.509. 200s behind off the line, but it is the ET and getting there first that counts. And it is Carl Thomas. Congratulations to him.
And we have the VW Sportsman Final. Caitlin Wilson takes on John Crawford. Just a little bit of a timing system reset after 950 bike. Just waiting for the timing system to come up because I cannot see the dial-ins from here. I can see that John Crawford sticking with his 15.99 dial-in. Caitlin will be somewhere around the 17s, although she did run a 16.9 in the last round.
Yeah, I think she could be in the 16.9s. We'll have to look in a moment.
Both of these drivers are incredibly experienced and incredibly good. And they also both won their semi-finals on red lights, which means they've both had a test pass each to see what their car will do out the back door. Still waiting for the time. Here we go. Caitlin dials 16.94. John Crawford does indeed stick with his 15.99. Caitlin will leave first by a little under 1 second. And then John Crawford will have his job of chasing her down. We want no red lights. We want no breakouts. We want clean racing. Caitlin goes on the two-step. Goes green. John Crawford goes green too. In fact, he went very green. I don't think I'm actually giving anything away by saying that.
It's Caitlin Wilson that takes it. Congratulations to Caitlin, an 08 light as well. She takes that one. It's the victory trophy making its way back home with the Wilson family.
She's had a past event wins and championships in Junior Dragster, and I believe that's her first event win in VW Sportsman and in the Beetle.
It is indeed. Super Pro ET.
Ron Bartlett taking on Alan Didwell. Alan Didwell has been on form, to say the least, this weekend. He was your #1 qualifier. He took out Tom Atkinson, the points leader and previous event winner, to get the bounty. However, he's taken on Ron Bartlett in the Ford Anglia.
Yeah, not only that, Alan Didwell had a perfect ET. He's been knocking on the door of perfect lights as well. But Ron, he's a wily old customer. He'll be leaving first, 8:24. Alan, 7:65. Oh, game over. Ron Bartlett goes red. Alan Didwell, 006 red. But Ron Bartlett did it first.
Alan Didwell got away with one then. He's had issues on track. That's not a planned lift because he saw the wind light. The car sounded very unhappy about 100 foot out, and I think he's going to coast to a stop out there on track. Yeah, Alan Didwell got away with one. I can see his tyres actually went into tyre shake just past the tree.
Junior drag bike up next.
Yeah, no, I think we're going to have to pause
See if
for a
Alan
second.
is stuck. Or
Yeah, no, he is. The quad's gone out to rescue him. Wow, Alan Didwell.
Oh, he is moving. I think he's just going to get a little nudge.
Well, you know what they say, when you're not good, you've got to be lucky, and in fact, Alan Didwell was. But he's been incredibly good this weekend. And as Alan Didwell gets pushed off track, up next we have Junior Drag Bike, and it's an all Morrison affair. Brad Morrison in the Kestrel Beer Lane taking on Leah Morrison in the Slit Tricks Racing Lane. Brad dials 14.77. Leah Morrison takes 11.38. Again, this is Pro Tree bracket racing, so Brad's going to leave first. Leah's going to have to try and count to 3 before she leaves. She's already on the two-step, and she goes incredibly well. So chasing down her brother. Gonna get there about the same time and takes the win. Leah Morrison went 0-4 on the tree after waiting that long. She was just so eager to go.
Yeah, that was impressive, actually.
That's seriously impressive.
Sportsman ET. The Hulk MX-5 taking on the Arabian Knight. Well, certainly the first time that the Hulk has been in a final. Well, I think we'll have to give a map to Steve Mellors to let him know where trophies are presented, because he's never been there before. Gary Lake knows what it's like to win events, and he knows how to win a championship as well. His dial-in is 14.10. Leaving first, though, the Hulk MX-5 of Steve Mellors. He's sticking with that 15.95 that served him so well today.
He went 0-1 on the tree in the last round as well.
Yeah.
But Gary Lake, previous champion in the class, looking for a 14.10. Steve will go first by a little under 2 seconds. Doesn't go red. Neither does Gary.
So Gary is in chase mode, trying to catch the MX-5. Looks like he's drawn alongside.
He's passed. He's way past. He's going to get the line first.
And he's got it. Well, it looks like Steve may have lifted at the end there, 17.41 on a 15.95, but it is Gary Lake that takes the win. But well done to Steve Mellors, the Hulk MX-5, making it all the way through to the finals. There's always a story with Steve where he's breaking parts, but this weekend it all held good, and he got it all the way to the final, and respect for that.
Finals then, Outlaw Flat 4, Adam Lowe, the underdog, taking on James Wooten.
Whoa!
Whoa, huge wheel stand towards the wall for James Wooten. He's got to get back on the power to try and take Adam Lowe. He's just passed about 1,000 foot, and he takes the win.
He was very close to wheeling into the blue zone there, actually,
yes.
And that would have been a DQ. But James Wooten takes that one.
Junior Dragster. These drivers have already won 4 rounds of eliminations to make it here into the final. And they have outperformed over 20 other drivers. But here they are, whittled them down to the final 2. We have Ada Cassisi in the Kestrel beer lane going for the 10.00 dial-in. She ran 10.05 in the previous round. But she's got Liam McDonald. He's changed his dial-in now from an 8.08 to an 8.10. He ran 8.08 in the last round.
Well, let's not forget, regardless of what happens in this final, Liam McDonald is going to be leaving here with the points lead. That is oh so valuable. But Ada Cassisi, her first ever final, which means it's her first ever trophy in competition.
So both the dads bring in their daughter and son into the pair, or into the up to the blue line respectively. Steve with Ada, Graham with Liam. Ada's in pre-stage, rolling the car forward to go into stage. Liam was going to go in second. Ada's going to go down 1.9 seconds later. Liam's going to follow. And indeed he does. No red lights. Liam's caught, lifting, takes the win. Well done, Liam.
Well done, Liam, and very well done, Ada Cassisi, for making it all the way through to the final. But it is the winner's trophy going back to Ireland with the Skoda Octavia, with the Skoda estate and the car on the roof. Well done. No, respect for them. I think they do an amazing job. Right, this is a VW Pro.
James Hodson has been taken out every new model Golf that he probably possibly can. I don't think he's actually raced anything else today. But he's got another one. The Golf R of Danielle Coppin. She's looking to run an 11.95. James is looking to run a 10.85. So 1.1 seconds between the two. It looks like one of the bulbs is already on in... oh no, it's just got a different bulb.
It's just the way the sun's caught it.
Yeah. So Danielle's off and running away. James is hunting her down. I don't think she's going to get it. I can hear Danielle's lifted.
And she takes it. At 12:41 against 11:34, they both lifted. But it is Danielle Coppin that takes the win. Well done.
So the final then, Nostalgia Superstock. Spencer Tram is having a dream weekend.
Oh, can it be the cherry on top of the icing, on top of that lovely little cake? This could be monstering a weekend if he takes the win here. Got Ash Rawson to contend with here with the Duster. Dial-ins, 11:09 for Spencer, 10.18 for Ash. The Solo Precision gang are down there. The Williams Brothers team are down there. Can Spencer do it, or is it going to be Ash?
Well, he's already won Comp Eliminator. Can he win Nostalgia Superstock 2? Neither of the drivers want to go in. Spencer's nudging in. Ash goes in. Spencer leaves first.
Oh,
Ash goes
Spencer.
red.
Oh boy, oh boy, oh boy. He's going to be quite vocal later on, I'd imagine. He breaks out, who cares? It's 11:07, 10:24 for Ash Rawson. But it is Spencer Tram who doubles up. What a weekend for Spencer Tram. Right, we move back to two wheels, and this is Comp Bike. What a final. Dan Dieth, Jasmine Cordell, heads up to the stripe.
Both of these bikes have been down into the mid-sevens.
Yeah, Dan qualified with the 757. Jazz went 763 and then 764. They're both good on the tree. Could be a good race.
So these two bikes couldn't be more different and yet run the same thing. So you've got the Super Street style treaded tyre bike of Dan Dieth and the Pro Stock, Pro Mod style actually, nitrous bike of Jasmine Cordell. Neither rider wants to go in first. They're both sat there staring at the pre-stage bulbs. Jasmine just nudging her way forward, flickering the stage bulb. Dan's going to build the boost, go in. Green light drag race. Jasmine's going to get out way in front, but Dan's going to reel her down.
Oh, this is tight at the stripe. It is. Oh,
whoa!
Look at the win margin. 0.0006. Wow, what a final. Dan Dieth, 751. Jasmine Cordell, 766. But Jazz was 0.4 on the line to a 0.18 for Dan. The win margin, 0.0006. Nothing in it.
Well, Dan had a 10th on ET, but Jasmine had a 10th on the reaction time.
Final of the day so far.
Can this one beat it? Super Gas, Tim Moore, Mark White, trying to run 9.90. Pro Tree, throttle stops. They both go before the tree run. The tree did not run. And they both went.
That's bizarre. I think we're going to have them back for a rerun on that.
Yeah, so both of the cars left, but there was no tree. So, of course, they both
how did they both react at exactly the same time?
Yeah, they both left at the same time.
That was weird.
Don't know. I can't answer that one. But we move on to Pro ET. Both of these drivers have gone through 4 opponents to get here. Again, this is a tournament-style elimination. If they had made one mistake in the previous rounds, they would have lost. But you've got Amy Watkins with the That a Bird Firebird looking to run a 9.43, taking on Lee Morris with the Green with Envy Jag. 10.08 dial-in for Lee. 9.43 dial-in for Amy. Lee's going to go first. Green light drag race. I'm not going to say what I've just seen. However, if it plays well at the finish line, he is ahead. He's still ahead. And he takes the win. And he runs a 10.10. He's been dialing that all weekend. Changed it for the finish line. But he went 0.01 on the tree.
And not only that, In 2023, Lee Morris is unbeaten. That's 2 event wins now and a lovely points lead in Pro ET. Wow. ET Bike, your finalists, Justin Moulton and Blade King.
Blade's dropped his dialing from the 890 he's been running before to an 885. Justin Moulton dials a 10.12. He's going to go out in front. Blade's going to run him down.
Oh, red light for Justin. It's Blade King with a win. Blade goes 887. Very nicely done indeed. Congratulations to Blade. Taking a win in ET Bike there.
As we move on to Super Comp, Leah Kellett with Dolly Daydream. Taking on the intravenous dragster of Steve Hudson. So you've seen Super Gas, this is Super Comp, similar sort of style, but you want to run 8.90. Both of these drivers have, well, they're not strangers of a final. Leah is your reigning champion.
Yeah, they've been 1 and 2 in the championship as well, these two.
They've both made it to the final now. So what you're going to see, Steve Hudson's going to launch. He's going to run it away from Leah Kellett as her throttle stop engages, but with about a closing speed of about 20 miles an hour. But that doesn't sound like a lot. But when you're already doing 140, and Leah comes flying past you at 160, gets a bit hard to judge. So, let's see who can win this race. Green lights, please. Well,
pick and choose this one. Go. It's 9:02 for Leah Kellett. She's the winner. Steve Hudson goes 9:18.
Perfect reaction times for the pair of them. Well, not literally perfect reaction times, but Leah goes at 01. Steve went 02 on the tree. As we move into 850 bike, Jay Rowe, who was number 2 in the championship last year, taking on Martin Hallett.
Right, we've got 4 finals to go.
Interestingly, these are 2 nitrous bikes. You don't tend to see nitrous bikes in 850 bike. Most of the people like to run turbos, but finals full of them here. Jay Rowe is out ahead. He's looking over his shoulder. He's rolling off.
Oh,
and he wins.
Trying to think about that one, didn't it?
Yeah.
860 for Jay Rowe takes the win to a loser. 862. 3 classes to go. Next up, Super Street Bike. Jake Michelle and Ross Morrison. To follow this, we got Funny Bike and then the rerun of Super Gas, and we are done. And actually, the Super Gas finalists have made it back down already. They are there.
So, Jet Michelle was your number 2 qualifier, goes 681. Ross Morrison with his brand new ECU and electronics on this bike. He's learning it very well, I'd say, considering he's already in the final. But this is a heads-up race. First to the finish line will win. Wheel spin from Ross, no issues at all for Jake. A little bit of a tail wag as he gets past the 8th mile and goes 689. 217 miles an hour to take the win.
757, 198 there for Ross Morrison, but Jake Michelle takes the winner's trophy. 689, 217. Very nice run indeed. Okay then, this is the Funny Bike, the final. And it is a solo for Dave Peters. Yeah, we did have a big question mark over Eric, as you say, he did cross the centre line on his semi-final run. So left Dave on his own here. Whoops. Tried to take it easy off the line and ended up drifting left. Very odd. But nevertheless, it's Dave Peters that's going to be going home with the winner's trophy. Right, we have one final to go. Just get themselves ready over there, because obviously they did just run, what, less than 10 minutes ago.
Yeah.
So
they're just getting themselves
cooled down to try and get them ready to rerun. And that, of course, is the Supergas final between Mark White and Tim with the big 55 Chevy. 10 to 8 in the evening. Obviously, we will need everybody down to the start line for trophy presentations pretty much as soon as. We'll give you about 15, 20 minutes tops. So we do need everybody down for the trophy presentations on the start line.
Well, I can see Wayne Nicholson's already down there. He's obviously very excited to get his trophy.
Happy man indeed this weekend. Got a huge monkey off his back.
And expertly driven as well.
Brilliant weekend, actually. I know the weather was throwing us massive curveballs today. Very delayed start and a few issues to deal with various things on track, and pesky raindrops keep coming in and delayed some of our classes quite dramatically today. But as we approach 8 o'clock in the evening, we are pretty much there. We have just got one class to go. Mark White, chalky to everybody that knows him. Been around this game a long, long time. Knows what he's doing, knows how to race. He's a wily old customer. And one of the most respected racers out there. Going alongside Tim Moore. Had a few cars over the years, but this is the one that he settled in nicely with. And fair to say that to make the final in Supergas with all the racers that are around in the class, Tim is going to have the last laugh against a lot of them, because he's made it all the way through to the final. And the banter on the Supergas group is going to be quite intense, I think, after this weekend. And probably one of the most verbal will be Tim. Because he does take a lot of flack, but now he can certainly give a lot of it this weekend. So I look forward to reading all of that.
Well, I can see more Supergas drivers down there than I can actually see Supergas cars. They're all helping each other out. I can see Andy Dibley there leaning into Mark White's car. I can see... Actually, I can't see who that is, but that's definitely a racer, because he's got racist trousers on over there with Tim Moore.
I think that's John Giles, but... yeah, it is John Giles. Yeah, Mark Huxley. No, sorry, that's Jet Guy down there as well.
They all help each other out.
Andy Harrison just topping up the fuel for Tim. Oh, they're all helping out. It's either that or they want to go home.
Yeah.
So the hood goes back on the Chevy of Tim Moore.
The bonnet's already back on. Yeah, the bonnet's already back on of Mark White. I think Andy Dibley's coming around the corner to say that they are all ready and good to go. So any second now, we'll run the Supergas final. Take 2. Both cars went into stage, went up on the two-step, and then launched together, like actually at the same time. But no tree ran. So they're going to run the final again any moment now.
Well, fair to say, been an absolutely brilliant weekend. Loads of highlights, some great runs, on 4 wheels and 2, of course. Personal best being set by a few first finals for quite a few. New combinations being worked out. But probably the best thing of all, lots of new spectators this weekend. And we thank them all very, very much indeed for coming. Thanks to a few people that have stayed behind to watch the finals. You're hardcore, you are. Thank you very, very much indeed. We love you all. We really, really do. And thank you so much indeed for sticking with us and staying with us. Those of you that are still here, probably been here all weekend long. And what else are you going to do on a bank holiday Monday? Go home and think, oh, I've got to go to work tomorrow. But if you stay here longer, then yeah, you're just extending that weekend. Bit of pod face for those in the grandstand though. The sun is on them at the moment, but if you've been on the banking all day, then you'll probably be getting that as well.
If you're watching at home on the live stream, or if you're even here and you've got the live stream on, you can see them working on Tim Moore's car. They're just getting the bonnet clip down now, and everyone's running away from the car. That's usually a good sign. We'll hear the noise of race cars any moment now. I did that about 5 minutes ago. Yep, there's the signal. Thumbs are going up.
So everybody coming around the corner.
So this will be your last pair down the track of Festival of Power 2023. Tim Moore and Mark White.
Well, everybody here from Supergas, Dan Page is down there, Jet Guy, Andy Diddley. You name it, they're all here to watch this final. Andy Harrison is down as well. Yeah, I can't see it now because the burnout smoke is obliterated. I think you're right, I think it is. Well, we've got to let the smoke out the doors now of Tim Moore's Chevy. There we go. So, Supergas, the final, 9.90.
Well, they've tried it once. They've both made full passes, but they don't know what they ran because they went before the tree. So, wait for the tree, please. There we go.
Green light race.
Reaction times, I must say, were abysmal, but at least they saw the tree.
And the win light goes to Chalky White. Takes it 987 breakout against a 977 breakout for Tim Moore. Mark White takes the event win, but well done to Tim Moore for making it all the way through to the final. But it's Chalky's day, it really is. Right, that is a wrap for the racing. Gotta say a huge thanks to the SPRC. Be it the track crew, be it signing on, be it timing crew, everybody involved. Brilliant job, absolutely brilliant job. We'll be doing trophies soon. We want to get those done as soon as we possibly can. So if you can be down at the start line, probably about, 15 minutes, give us a chance to get the results of the day, get all the trophies out. So if everybody can make it down to the start line for about 8:10, that would be absolutely fantastic. I know some of them are here already, but let's get everybody down as soon as. Well done. Thank you all so much indeed. Thomas, brilliant job once again. Daryl, thank you ever so much indeed as well to you, mate. We're going to sign off from the tower for a few moments, so Nitro FM are going to take the airwaves over. But don't go away. Come and join us for trophies down on the start line, and we'll try and get those done as soon as possible. So notice to everybody in the pits, if you can come down for trophy presentations, and we'd like to try and get those underway around about 8:10. Thanks very much indeed. The airwaves belong to Nitro FM.